Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Trained with Frieren. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A child should be born into this world in an equal state with everyone else. To be able to pursue their greatest ambitions, to be able to live a truly fulfilling life, to be able to leave your legacy behind for all to remember. In his mind, that is an ideal world. But the world can never be ideal. Some will always be born better than others. Some would be born into wealth, others would be born into the slums. Some would be born into a life of peace, others would be born into a wasteland of war. And as Izuku stared up at the never-ending blue sky, his eyes empty and tearful. Many would be born with powerful quirks. He was born with none. Within his turbulent emotions, raging like an endless rain, he could hear a collage of voices ringing in his ears. It all belonged to one person, a person he once admired with all his heart. Of course, Nakamura-san. For any of my young listeners out there, I want to say this: you can be a hero. Lie. He choked as he retreated into himself, his back pressing against the wall. Even if you think you are weak, even if you feel hopeless, push forward. Try your hardest. Liar. And if you don't trust my words through the screen of your phone or your television, you can come to me anytime. My answer will always be the same. Why? No, shut up. Because I believe you can be a hero. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Those two sentences persisted like a tumor in his mind. Despite the two voices sharing the exact same tune, their effects on his mind could not be any more of a contrast, a sentiment that proved to be true as a lone, frustrated yell echoed from the rooftop of a building. "You're just a DMN liar." He screamed even as the roaring storm in his heart came to life, the sky having darkened in seemingly an instant as a wave of rain gushed down onto the earth. He could not care less about the pouring weather. Besides, the door that led off of this blasted roof was locked shut. Green eyes stared up at the darkening clouds. Frieren pursed her lips in annoyance. Through mundane means, she could not possibly reach her home without first being pelted by the rain. She held an umbrella to the side, enough to defend herself from the onslaught if she only had to deal with one grocery bag, but the problem therein situation is that she had two. Should I risk using magic? She thought, an idea that was quickly rejected. There was a high chance that patrolling heroes would notice her and, fueled by the law, those straight-laced kids would try to apprehend her. She could escape, but that would mean they will follow her back to her home, something she does not want to deal with. Flying would have a lower risk of detection, but it wasn't like flying heroes did not exist. Besides, her encounter with that red-winged hero a short 3 years ago already made her tag a mental ban on flying openly. Well, a half-hearted ban at least. However, as the first raindrop among many to come landed on her forehead, she realized she needed to make a decision quick. Deciding to take the risk, she quickly snuck into a drab-looking alley and, a moment later, blue rays gathered to materialize a staff in her hand. Feeling the familiar warmth of mana bursting within, she willed it forward and was soon hovering over the concrete floor. She needed to quickly protect her food, she thought, in reaction to the increasingly rapid drizzle echoing around her. Muttering a silent spell that caused a protective sphere to take shape around her, she levitated the grocery bags with her as well as she flew into the turbulent clouds. The rain raged in a torrent and claps of thunder tore the sky asunder, a truly terrifying sight if the noises were more than faint echoes, at least. The barrier around her warded off more than just the elements, after all. Now left to her own devices, she glanced down at the sight of Mizudafu. The wafer-thin lights, the swarms of people rushing for shelter, the faint mist that covered the far distance, it was a beautiful vista, she thought through the blurry surface of her shield. She was in the process of taking her eyes off of the city when she noticed a peculiar sight. There seemed to be a lone dot on a random roof, completely and utterly exposed to the elements. Driven by curiosity, she drifted lower as her eyes narrowed. It was a boy? An evidently depressed one, if the sad sight of him in a fetal position amidst the downpour was anything to go by. Stopping in her tracks or her flight, She should say Frieren stayed still as she continued to observe the boy. He wasn't about to go and move, was he? She wasn't about to go and leave the boy behind now that she's seen him. As a sigh escaped her lips, she hovered towards the boy. The rain provided a soothing wave to wash over his mind. He often heard that cold water could make you think clearer. Spurred by those internet rumors, Izuku remembered seeing himself as a child standing in front of the shower's switch, trying to gather the confidence and allow the water to pelt him. He remembered regretting that decision the instant his body jolted from the chill. But now, as he sat there amidst the pouring clouds, he was starting to see its benefits. Wide and awake from the rain, Izuku has had much time to contemplate. And he found that his distaste for All Might only grew. In the end, all of your speeches are for those who have quirks, those who actually have a chance of becoming heroes. The quirkless are just there for the ride, braving the storm at the top of the deck only to still yield no reward in the end. He stewed the crucible of emotions, palms searing as his nails dug into skin and tissue. Just a thing of the past, something to through. Suddenly, he could feel the world around him shift. It wasn't just about how the rain no longer pelted him, though that was obviously the most noticeable detail. It was also about how the rain now seemed to echo in the distance, as if he was in a room, but that shouldn't be possible, right? Hey! A voice dragged his eyes towards the sky, widening as he saw a woman with fair skin and white hair stylized in twin ponytails hovering above. Held in her fist was a staff as long as the wielder herself, while, appearance-wise, it looked straight out of a fantasy book. The long was dark red and, to the top, it jutted out into a crescent shape the color of weathered gold, and in the middle was a red orb. The wielder herself was draped in a simple and rather old-school dress that reached the knees, complemented by blue flowers embroidered into the fabric. Under it, he could see navy-colored jeans, not that he was trying to peek. Twisting his gaze to the side, he tried to regain his composure. "Chai," he murmured awkwardly. The woman above, hovering soundlessly, tilted her head as she lowered herself until her shoes clicked against the roof. "You shouldn't be out in the rain like this. I've placed a protective barrier overhead, but it's a bit annoying, so could you go and find some shelter?" she said, pointing up. The protective barrier? Confounded by her words, he looked up only to be greeted with a conjoined formation of blue, translucent hexagons looming above him. The raindrops were rippling against the barrier, jumping and swimming along the smooth surface. "Indeed." Frieren nodded as she looked down at him. The first thing she noticed, past the green locks that ran across his face, was his blank, seemingly lifeless eyes. There was a spark of interest within, however. It was likely spurred by her quirk. "Why were you up here?" she asked, all the while her eyes drifted to the door beside him. Her hand twisted the handle and pushed to no avail. "Let me rephrase my question. How did you get up here?" He paused for a moment, but pressured by her cold gaze, his hesitation crumbled. I was talking with All Might, my idol. He left and I decided to stay here, but by the time the rain came down, I realized I couldn't get the door to budge. An employee probably thought no one was here and decided to lock it. He explained. "Is that really the case?" She thought with a distinct lack of belief in the story. "I don't live under a rock. Would the number one hero truly forget to mention to the employees that there's a kid up here? But maybe it's one of those situations where you shouldn't judge a book by its cover." As her mind lingered on those thoughts, she pointed her staff towards the door. With the boy's gaze following her, she blasted open the door in an explosion of heat and bright lights. Izuku jumped backwards, startled by the show of power. He could also feel envy swelling inside of him. He forced those sentiments away, however, when the woman gestured to the now open doorframe. "Go back home," she hurriedly said, as if she couldn't wait to get this over with. Her attitude seemed unflatteringly cold. She turned away, the rain beginning to trickle down onto the whole of the roof, at least, with her being the exception. Just as she began to float, groceries to her side, his voice stopped her. "Wait. I can't go down there." Seeing her raise an eyebrow, he elaborated. I can't know to this place. It's a large store, so. Speak slower." She suddenly interrupted. "Take your time with your words." Sorry." He took a deep breath before continuing. This building belongs to a huge jewelry store. I've been here with my mother only once, so I'm not too sure, but a place like this would definitely have security cameras all around. If they see me coming down from the roof, they might think I'm a thief. Contemplating his words, Frieren could admit that he had a point. The next step seemed clear to her. Where's your house? F for what? He asked, a blush forming on his face. The thought of a woman other than his mother coming to his house felt bewildering. She did not seem as flattered as Izuku. To bring you to your house. She answered, monotone. Oh, yes, sorry. He shook his head before quickly getting back on his feet. I want to grab my backpack first. Making his way over to his bag, he witnessed its sad state. The body was wet, the color now a darker shade of green than before, and the fabrics crumpling in on itself. Unzipping it, he gently took out a notebook that read, Hero Analysis for the Future Number 13. It was in an even worse state than his bag, largely due to the black singe that covered a decent part of the bottom. You plan to become a hero? Frieren asked, popping up beside him. He jolted to the side in surprise. He looked down. A bitter smile formed on his lips. I can't. Did you fail the exam or whatever heroes need these days? Whilst he did feel something was odd about her questions, particularly how it made her seem older than her appearance belied, which suggested she was a fit 30-year-old, he did not mind answering. Perhaps it was because he wanted to let out his lingering frustrations. Why I did. I failed the first test needed to be a hero. Is it hard? I wonder if it's anything like the first stage of the mage exams way back when. She thought, her curiosity spurred her to continue. What's the exam like? I didn't have a quirk. That's the first test. He spat, his tone becoming more aggressive. Now can you please take me home? After a short pause, she nodded. Very well. The flight towards his home was spent in silence. Even as they hovered right in front of his apartment door and he jumped over the railing onto the walkway, he only gave her a short, thanks, before he was already knocking on the door. By the time Inko opened the door with tears in her eyes, having feared the worst when her son hadn't shown up an hour after school, Frieren was already gone. She could be seen bursting through the air, her face contemplative. There were a few things that kept tugging on her mind, all of which revolved around the boy she just met. Now, she was aware of the status quo in the modern age. With the percentage of those with quirks rising every day, while the mundane continued to plummet, she felt no surprise that the latter was considered by many as remnants of a bygone era. She couldn't blame them either. The incoming future was both clear and inexorable, a future where quirks would only become more abundant and more powerful by the generation. A future destined to kill itself. She thought darkly. However, that was a future farther than herself. It's better to dwell on the present mainly, the boy. She wasn't entirely unsympathetic to his plight, not at all helped by the fact that she could easily bring life to his dream. But that would mean the sharing of her knowledge in magic, or, more accurately, the mana that powers it. Never! She murmured to the cold air, her mind flickering to the faraway past. Humanity must never again learn magic. Inko was a perceptive woman. The fact that something bad had happened to her Izuku was clear as day, even since the time he came home under that stormy night. Now, what exactly happened was not as clear, but she would always tell her fellow mothers to pay attention to the little things. How he would always leave the living room when heroes came up on TV, how his eyes have seemingly dimmed, how he no longer seemed excited or even nervous about Yue's upcoming entrance exam. All of that made her realize that his dream had been irrevocably shattered. A recent conversation with her son did not help in that regard. So, Izuku, are you still going to that entrance exam? No. I am not going to you. It saddened her greatly to see Izuku so downtrodden. Yet, much to her guilt, she also breathed a sigh of relief. He may appear like that for now, but she was sure he would return to his chirpy state, sooner rather than later. At least this way she could rest assured that her son wouldn't put himself in any danger. Ignorant to his mother's thoughts, Izuku once again found himself wandering through the concrete jungle that is Mizudafu. He was there for no other reason but to bask in the presence of the one thing he knew he would never get. To be an equal. As much as there are those who scream for the suffering of the quirkless, they are few and far between. Even they knew what the reality was. No matter what, the quirkless would always belong to the bottom of the barrel. Japan is all about efficiency, after all, and the quirkless were seen as a waste of resource. Why hire a quirkless employee when you could get others who could do the job but better? Logically, arithmetically, and statistically, no sane man would pick someone quirkless over anyone with a quirk that suits their needs. He shook those thoughts away as he finally found himself in front of the grocery store. The billboard on top was colored blue and white with the word, Lawson, blinking lights. Stepping past the automatically sliding doors, Izuku offered a simple greeting to the female cashier that wasn't even returned and headed straight for the fruit aisle. He glanced over his surroundings, only taking note of the figure donning a white hoodie and jeans in the distance, the basket that held the fruits his mom requested, and the store employee who would weigh and tag a price onto it. The next few moments were spent in silence. Taking out the last of the apples he needed, he walked over to the store employee, but before he could, he felt a finger pressing into his shoulder. "Hey!" A feminine voice called out to him. It was the hooded figure he noted briefly. Jumping slightly in surprise, he stuttered with a visible blush when he realized it was a girl. What can I help you with?" he said. Though why does her voice sound so familiar? She pointed to the fruits basket that he had just taken the last of the needed apples from. "You already took all you want?" she elaborated. He nodded hesitantly, his mind going over a million guesses as to what she intended, but no matter how many he thought of, he certainly didn't expect what she did next. In a burst of speed, she one by one hefted up baskets of apples, watermelons, mangoes, grapes, and all sorts of other fruits that she piled up for the pale-faced cashier. "I want to buy all of these." And she said it so nonchalantly too, Izuku thought. Both cashier and student felt their jaws crash onto the ground, their heads slowly panning to the emptied-out aisle. The former rubbed his eyes, then did it again when the sight in front of him did not disappear. "Here." The cashier's face instantly turned bright when he saw the woman slide him 5,000 yen in cash. "A tip for your troubles." With newfound motivation, he quickly went to work. Bang! Kya dash! In an instant, their attention was attracted elsewhere as a high-pitched scream broke the relative silence. Near the entrance, they saw the female cashier stationed there being threatened by a man with a rock-like exterior, silencing her as he slammed his hand against the desk. "Shut up," he said with bated breath. His eyes kept darting back outside nervously, as if afraid that something or someone would come barreling through the glass. Miraculously, there weren't any onlookers for now. "Quick, give me all your money if you don't want to die." The three had varying responses to this. The cashier they were with ducked under his counter in a panic and pressed the emergency button. The hooded woman remained rooted at her spot, her eyes peeking warily at the robber. Lastly, Izuku remained there as well, but whether that was because of bravery or just because he was frozen in fear, only he would know. And Izuku knew it was the latter. "I have to get away. I'm sure a hero will come here eventually," he thought. "Yes, I am quirkless. I can't do anything. It'll only get me killed and that will make Mom sad." But what if the cashier had someone waiting for her as well? Seeing the look of sheer fright on her face, Izuku's heart wished to leap at the chance to save her, to erase that expression, a desire that was fought by his survival instincts, knowing that he stood no chance against the villain. So what should he do? The woman beside him let out a low sigh. Just because she didn't trust humans didn't mean she was going to let one die, not on her watch. As her staff began to materialize in her hand, ready to neutralize the rookie villain, her eyes widened when she saw the boy rush in before she could. "Stop that!" yelled a cracked voice. "Huh!" The criminal grunted in surprise, not expecting a civilian to interfere. What are you doing? You better not do any dumb shit or else I'll kill you," he threatened. Fortunately, there was a distinct lack of commitment to the man's words, Frieren noticed as she sighed in relief. This was clearly the boy's first attempt at crime. Her eyes then glanced over to the green-haired teen. Still, that kid couldn't have known that, and yet he's either brave or stupid. HM? Her eyes blinked, lighting up in recognition. This was the boy from yesterday. Izuku opened his arms in a placating gesture. Your quirk what's it called? What's it to you, dipshit? The criminal growled, heaving a threatening step forward. I am just curious. I swear. Not sensing any malice or ill intentions, the man huffed. Stoneskin. Just like its name, it makes my skin tough as a rock. Now get the F away from me. Despite his words having a clear effect on further eliminating Izuku's courage, the boy held on. It sounds like an amazing quirk. Behind him, Frieren had her eyes widened out of pure disbelief. She was starting to catch on as to what he was doing. Is he trying to talk to him? Suddenly, her memories flashed with echoes of a far distant past. Of a man with a blue mop of hair, his smile as charming as an early sunrise. They were in a forest, the leaves dancing softly to the breeze. In front of them was a young teenage girl, her eyes wide and full of fear, but not for herself. No, it was for them. She screamed at them to stay away. She had an uncontrollable magic, after all, one that already laid waste to her village. As the tenseness prolonged, eventually, one of the party members stepped forward. His party thought he would rush in to knock the girl out. Likewise, the girl thought the same. But much to all their surprise, he dropped his sword and wore a calming smile. Your magic is beautiful, he said, taking the girl aback. Despite all the destruction, not a living soul was injured. You never wanted to harm anyone, and that reflects in your magic. It's a truly beautiful thing. Despite your actions, you never wanted any of this, right? I can tell. I was attacked by a villain once. He didn't wait for anything, didn't even want to engage in a conversation like you are now. There was just so much malice emanating from him. You don't have any of that. Word by word, his voice began to gain traction. Slowly, the would-be criminal's body slackened. So don't waste your life. You have so much untapped potential, lurking within you. Could use it to be a great mage one day, I know. The destruction you caused now isn't permanent, but I can't assure you it will stay that way if you continue to walk down this path. So before something unforgivable happens, his hand reached out to the girl. Let's return to the village. To your parents. And make the best of your beauty. You could use your quirk to do so many better things. Maybe you can join martial arts, appear in media, or with enough effort I'm sure you can be a hero. A great hero. So before you do something you might regret, a shaky yet reassuring smile wormed its way to his face. Go back to your home before a hero or any cops come here. And make the best of your quirk. The silence that followed was almost suffocating. Though he may appear somewhat confident, inwardly, he was anything but. His mind was a wreck of self-admonishing. Did you really just do that, Izuku? Oh, no wonder no one thought you could be a hero. Must be because of this kind of thing. You, the man suddenly said, breaking Izuku out of his musing. He sighed, shaking his head, but his eyes no longer held that same panic from earlier. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. You don't even hesitate to tell me your name. Unbelievable. He mocked, though it clearly wasn't out of ill will. In fact, there was a strange sense of gratefulness. He looked straight at Izuku's eyes and flashed a small smile. Yeah. You got a point, Izuku Midoriya. I'll be sure to remember that name. He said simply, not uttering another word as he turned to step out of the store. Soon he already assimilated into the massive crowd, disappearing from their sight. With his departure, so did the anxiety that hung over the store. The cashier, the one that was being threatened earlier, even let out an audible sigh. Finally, she murmured as her gaze went to the green-haired boy. Hey, Midoriya-san, right? Yeah. Why him? He stuttered, surprised. She giggled at the stark dichotomy compared to when he confronted the would-be criminal. Still, she could tell he had a good heart. One that might just need a little dash of confidence. You were awesome earlier. I know you're probably just a student, but, for a moment, you looked like a hero there. Her praise came from the bottom of her heart, and it showed in her tone. Instantly, Izuku felt his throat choke up with something. Was it gratefulness? Disbelief? Bitterness? Or perhaps a crucible of all three? Whatever it may be, her words aroused nothing but silence from him. Before she could question it, However, a loud voice boomed from behind. Hey! Hey! The hooded girl yelled at the still hiding cashier. Is he out yet? He said, peeking out from beneath his counter. When he saw no one, he just stood up and grinned. Must have been scared off. Can't say it's much of a surprise. Villains aren't exactly known for their bravery. And what a spectacular show of bravery you are. The other cashier deadpanned. While the hooded girl shared her sentiments, it was also worsened by her impatience. Chop chop then. Tag my bags already. She huffed. Oddly enough, that seemed to have further cleared up whatever tenseness still lingered in the air. For a certain boy, it was a much-needed albeit temporary reprieve as most of the attention went to the other customer. That's gonna take a while, the female cashier said, fishing up his attention. Follow me. There's another weighing counter near the back. It's unused due to the lack of employees, but it functions. Even though he did feel embarrassed, Izuku didn't intend to prolong his stay there, so he followed her steps. Soon enough, they stood at opposite sides of the weighing counter. As the girl took his groceries, weighed them, and subsequently tagged them with the price tags, she introduced herself. By the way, my name's Rikika Makino, but you can just call me Rika. His face once again set alight, something that continued to amuse her. I am Izukami Midoriya. After a short silence, he decided to add, Boo, but you can call me Midori. I'm still stuck on last names, eh? She chuckled. And no offense, it's just that I'm not used to strangers calling him my first name. He murmured, wisely deciding not to add his last thoughts. Especially not by a girl besides my mom. Anyway, pulled out of his embarrassed rumination, he was greeted by a sunny smile. The sheer sense of gratefulness oozing out of her was blinding. I just wanted to say thank you. I never felt as afraid as I did at that moment. Yet you charged forward despite being clearly as afraid as I was, maybe even more so. You must have a really awesome quirk to be that confident. She praised, ignorant of his darkening thoughts. He clenched his fists. I'm not that brave. I don't, sking in a deep breath, he closed his eyes. He shouldn't make her believe he was more than he actually is. I don't have one. There was a brief silence as Izuku continued to shake like a leaf. The girl's eyebrows furrowed before they eventually softened, and her smile turned into a grin. Then all the more praise to you. Izuku glanced up with widened eyes. You still fought back against injustice, after all. If anything, I think it only makes you all the braver. His lips trembled the longer she went on. Filled with conflicting thoughts he simply did not wish to deal with at the moment, Izuku grew silent. Sensing that she had likely said something distasteful, though she was none the wiser as to what it was, she went silent as well, simply going through the motions as she scanned his purchases. Even to a distant eye, the tension between them was palpable. Even to Frieren, their mood was clear as day. They're so sappy, she thought to herself, keeping the pair in her periphery. A sudden recollection penetrated her mind. The girl, convinced to return to her village, now followed the party on the way back. What was meant to be a short journey even at a walking pace, not even half an hour, was significantly prolonged by the girl obsessing over Himmel. To be honest, it was partly Himmel's fault for using such charming words. Hero Himmel. Do you think I'm cute? Of course, Lady Liba. He said simply out of courtesy. Well, at least he didn't go along with her proclaimed love to him. But being rejected didn't seem to oust the girl's obsession for Himmel. It actually brought it to greater heights, if her being the sole creator of the Himmel fan club was any indication. She was snapped out of her thoughts by the male cashier's voice. Everything's tagged now. You can bring it to my colleague over there. Breathing out a small thanks, Frieren glanced over at Rikika waiting near the door before she looked around the room in search of someone. If you're looking for Midori-san, he already left, Rika said, correctly guessing her thoughts. Okay. A moment later, the glass doors slid open, letting a breeze gush into the store. Waves of chatter walked past her, peaceful smiles plastered onto their faces. She could not deny the tranquility of the sight in front of her. Without a doubt, Muzutafu remains my favorite among the many I have visited, though Yogyakarta is a close second back when I lived there. She then noticed a familiar mop of green hair among the crowd, walking far in the distance. It did not take long for him to diverge from the main path, cutting through an alley for what is supposedly a shortcut to his home. Her eyes veered off to the girl, Rikika, singing a chirp tune as her fingers tapped across the counter. It did not seem so long ago that her face was full of fear. Even if the danger has already passed, it wasn't common to appear so cheerful right after. Of course, she had an inkling why that was the case. Looking back towards the small alley covered in shade, she let herself be dragged along by the current. There he is, she thought as her gaze landed on Izuku's figure. He was sitting atop a stone barrier that divided the asphalt she was standing on and the descending stairs towards a trash-filled beach. The closer she sauntered to him, the clearer as well his expression was. The boy seemed morose, his fingers twiddling nervously while he stared dispassionately at the sinking sun. If anything, I think it makes you all the braver. Those words continued to echo within the depths of his mind. His heart would have otherwise soared at her words, and yet whenever he did, a faint burn would sting his skin, his hopes forever grounded. Suddenly, he felt a presence slip to his side. The hooded girl from before sat beside him. Before he could say anything, she peeled back her hood, causing Izuku's eyes to light up in recognition. "Ah, you were the woman from yesterday." His face turned red when those words began to sink in. "A woman is sitting this close to me." As quick as his embarrassment appeared, so did a forlorn realization. She could have easily handled that villain from before. I wasn't even needed there. Oblivious to his thoughts, Frieren patted him on the shoulder. "You were good earlier. Not everyone can be that brave, so I commend you." And no. Despite stuttering, his voice nevertheless held a sense of firmness as he gritted his teeth. "I'm not brave, just stupid. You were there anyway, so there wasn't a need for me to step in." "There never was." He spat venomously, though none of it was directed at her. No, it was aimed at himself. Now, she may not be the most perceptive to other individuals, but she wasn't completely oblivious. When compared to the faraway past, back before she had even embarked on the journey to slay the Demon King, she's made leaps and bounds of personal growth. So as Izuku went into a frowning silence, she knew not to say anything, simply letting him stew in his thoughts. Eventually, after seemingly calming down, he sighed. "I'm sorry. It's all right." Realizing all of a sudden that they'd never actually exchanged names, Izuku started. "By the way, Izuku Midoriya. What about why yours?" He gulped nervously. "Name's Frieren. No last names." Seeing his guilty expression, she smirked. Did he think she was an orphan? "It's a custom back where I came from. Last names were seen as unnecessary, so there was never an incentive to do so." He felt his interest spark to life as he listened attentively to her culture. "Where did you come from?" he asked, his stuttering momentarily halted. Now, this was a problem. Nervously looking away, she spat out the first thing that came to mind. "From Indonesia?" It wasn't exactly wrong either. She did live in Indonesia a century ago. "Oh, I've heard that there's still a lot of tribes still living there. I'm assuming you come from one of them?" Seeing him fall for her bait, she pushed for that narrative. "Why, totally." Before he could ask any other questions, she very hurriedly asked, Anyway, your mom must be worried by now. Aren't you going home?" Reminded of that fact, his eyes widened. He nodded gratefully to her. "Thanks, I almost forgot. I gotta head home now." The grocery bag beside him was hefted upwards as he swung his feet off of the stone partition and back onto the asphalt. As he walked away, Frieren stared contemplatively at his retreating back. Out of a whim, she decided to follow him. "Hey," she said, once again slipping to his side. "Can I walk you home?" He jolted in surprise as his face once again was a bright red. Nervous but not exactly abhorring the idea, he nodded wordlessly. They both remained that way as Izuku led her through the maze-like alleys that make up the complex. Their journey was halted for a brief moment as an old voice called out to them. "Hey, Izuku." The boy appeared positively happy as an aging man, dressed in what was clearly an old set of clothes stylized in a way that, nevertheless, made it seem tidy and well-kept. "Toma-san, how are you doing these days?" I'm doing great, all thanks to you, lad. If it weren't for you, I'd be 6 feet under by now. Izuku scratched his head sheepishly at the man's flattering words. Who's this? Frieren asked curiously, peeking from above Izuku. Is this your mother, Izuku? Toma inquired regarding the mature-looking woman. She doesn't resemble you much, though. No. He shook his head before introducing them to each other. Toma-san, this is Frieren-san. Frieren-san, this is Toma-san, a friend of mine. He explained without even a single stutter. It seemed that being around his friends had that effect on him. Izuku here is my lifesaver. The man laughed, pointing towards the aforementioned boy, who could be seen with a red tint on his face. It's because he called that ambulance a few weeks ago that I'm still well and fit. How is Yosuke? Izuku suddenly said. To the side, Frieren stared at the green-haired boy with a reminiscing gaze. He's kind. Oh, Yosuke is as dashing as ever. He's still in the vet, but I'm sure that stubborn pup will run away anytime soon. That means he's healthy, then. I'm glad. Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief. He's also a coward. She recalled how his legs shook when he faced that would-be criminal. Yet, despite his fear, he never ran away. But he's brave when it really counts. She could feel her chest tighten the longer her gaze stayed on Izuku. She looked away, afraid that the longer she lingered, the more that green hair of his will begin to overlap with strokes of crimson. Her mind shook and trembled, surely quaked by her heart, a heart that began to slacken in resolve for a promise she once made. In spite of the heart's wants, however, the brain's cold rationale is not so easily swayed. Humans, by and large, could not be trusted with her knowledge. But perhaps a single individual could. Is he the one, though? Frieren thought, her eyes glancing up to Izuku. His warm, toothy smile slowly thawed her frozen resolve. Without ever even realizing it, she found herself smiling as well. This boy truly is like Stark. The sun was starting to wane on the horizon. It's been nearly half an hour since Izuku's conversation with the homeless man ended, and just like that, they already found themselves face to face with the looming figure of Izuku's apartment. The quirkless boy turned to Frieren and bid his farewell. I'll be going now, Frieren-san. He stuttered once again. Sure. She went into a thoughtful silence as she stared at Izuku's retreating form. Just before he went through the sliding doors of the lobby, wait. Weiss, Frieren-san? Do you need something? There was a moment of silence as Izuku awaited her response. Frieren took a deep breath, internally assuring herself that this was the right move. Do you want to be a hero? She blurted out. The widening of his eyes and the shocked silence that followed only prompted her to continue. I can help you with that. I know you may not believe me, but if you still wish to try, then meet me in Takoba Beach tomorrow at 3 p.m. With that said and done, she spun on her heels and disappeared into the forest shade, all the while Izuku was rooted to the ground from her sudden, shocking declaration. Wordlessly, he made his way past the lobby and into the elevator. Swiping his card on the pad and pressing the button that led to his apartment floor, the very top, he allowed her words to truly sink in his mind. Do you want to be a hero? Of course, I want to, Izuku muttered, clenching his fist in frustration. But without a quirk, without power at your beck and call, how could he ever hope to be a hero? It was just a wishful dream. Nothing could ever change that fact. I can help you with that. Can she truly? Or was she being idealistic with her words? Those thoughts never left his mind even as he later found himself lying on his bed. He knew that there was a chance, not exactly a small one either, that the woman, Frieren, was lying. Disregarding the fact that she was still a stranger in his eyes, there was also the possibility that she had overheard his conversation with the cashier. Thus, perhaps this was just a cruel joke she wished to inflict on him. But what if her words rang true? The likely consequences would not be anything he's never experienced either way. Besides, this could be the only chance left he has to be a hero. No matter how unbelievable it may seem, no matter if he was deluding himself to an idealistic future, he wanted to risk it. So with that thought in mind, he turned off the lights and allowed his growing drowsiness to consume him. He did not realize the sheer gravity of his decision. Whilst he knew somewhere deep within the reaches of his mind that his decision could change the course of his future, he never knew that it would one day echo throughout the world. Like how the tiny flaps of a butterfly could alter the path of a tornado, Izuku, at that moment, became a catalyst for the dawn of a new age, and the end of the last living remnant of a bygone era. The birds chirped in the early morning, filling Izuku's home with their melodious tone. The clock had barely ticked the 6th-hour mark and, despite today being a weekend, Izuku was already wide awake. He sat on the living room sofa, the television in front of him serving only as white noise. While he has made a conscious decision to go to the meeting spot for his curiosity, if nothing else, there was still a hint of apprehension lingering within. She was a stranger, after all, who knows what she had in mind? But, oddly enough, he got the feeling that she wasn't someone of ill will. It wouldn't hurt to be safe, though. As his mind ruminated on what sort of precaution he should take, he heard a door softly click open along with the distressed mumblings of a woman. His mother emerged from her room, dressed in a formal suit that fit her slim form. Her wedding ring glistened in the light. The moment she saw him, however, she flashed a wide smile. "Oh, Izuku! I didn't know you were awake already." "Yeah," he nodded, not quite accustomed to her formal appearance. "I woke up when you were changing, I think." Still smiling, she moved to the kitchen, which, really, was still a part of the living room and was only divided by a partition that reached her waist, and opened a cupboard. "Let me make you some breakfast first, sweetie," she said. Fortunately, there was still plenty of the steamed rice she used for her own breakfast, so she merely had to prepare the fish. "Don't you have to go to work, Mom?" he asked worriedly. If memory served him right, she was supposed to arrive there by 7 sharp. "Well, I can't let you go out today with an empty stomach, right?" she replied, oblivious to the guilt that showed on his face. Right, he told her that he was going to hang out with his friends today. The sheer happiness present in her tone, he sighed, murmuring an apology within his mind. It felt wrong to even lie to anyone, so with his own mother, that feeling only proliferated. Still, it was better than leaving her with no news at all. Soon enough, a steaming plate of rice and fish presented itself on the table in front of him. The delicious smell wafted into his nose, causing him to salivate. Truly, there was nothing better than a mother's cooking. He was snapped out of his hunger-addled mind by his mother, sharply clicking her tongue. "Can't believe a place like that hasn't been taken down. What is the government thinking?" Following Inko's gaze, he stared owlishly at the screen in front of him. Upon the shifting surface of the TV was an image of a decrepit apartment, starkly contrasting the relatively pristine city around it. Below that was a white, bold text that read, "Bolatoria apartment under suspicion." He previously hadn't paid any attention to the television, so the story was new to him too. The news anchor was a man with some kind of mutation jutting out of his mouth. Evidently, they gave his words a smidge more weight, enough to the point where it was difficult to ignore when you began to hear it, but not impossible. Bolatoria apartment, a residential complex located near the outskirts of Muzutafum, more specifically in the Faros district, is once again under suspicion for forcing its tenants to live there via blackmail and a possibility of an assortment of other crimes. While there is a lack of substantial evidence, netizens are unsettled by the fact that the apartment's owner has been involved in 2 cases of similar accusations only 2 months and 6 months ago, respectively. Inko shook her head as she heatedly glared at the screen. If looks could kill, the television would have long since molten. It's abnormal for such a thing to happen. Just look at the first case, for example. Despite there being many reports from outsiders that the landlord has been seen treating the tenants poorly, none of them actually spoke up when the police came in. "It's so," her passionate words were suddenly cut off by a sharp cough emanating from her son. She blinked worriedly at him. "Are you fine, Izuku? Why did you suddenly cough?" "No, I'm fine, Mom." He smiled in exasperation. "It's just that, shouldn't you be going right now?" Inko's eyes widened as they darted over to her wristwatch. Oh, right." With a quickened pace, she took her leather bag that was on the kitchen partition and headed outside. "I'll be going now, Izuku." She suddenly stopped right in front of the door, facing him again. Remember to stay away from anything dangerous when you go out. Make sure you go home before 8. And don't forget to have fun, okay? She added the last part with a soft smile. Likewise, Izuku returned the gesture. I will, Mom. With a subtle click of the door, Izuku's smile faded. Turning off the TV caused the room to drown in silence as the green-haired boy leaned back his head, resting against the solid wall. I'm sorry for lying, Mom, but he stared at the ceiling light, unblinking. This will probably be dangerous. Frieren stared at the sun glaring amidst the blue sky with extreme prejudice. Any other person would have already gone blind after looking at the sun for as long as she has. But fortunately, there was a spell that made it so that you would be unaffected by otherwise blinding rays. In her case, she was currently using it to have a stare-off with a star. Breathing in the scent of burnt air, a byproduct of the scorching ball far above, Frieren resisted the urge to just go back home and sink into the soft embrace of her silken bed. As attractive as that idea seems, she's already made a promise to be here and she has no intention to break it. Himmel wouldn't like that. She thought for all of a second before her mind took a darker turn. But I swear, if that kid doesn't appear here on time, well, I wouldn't do anything to him, but I'd be very angry. She currently stood along the edge that split the sand and the salty sea, glancing at her wrist every so often to check on the time. 15:16. Maybe he really isn't going to come here. Her worries were unwarranted, however, when her eyes spotted the silhouette of a wild-haired boy peeking from behind the partition up above. With a small, satisfied smile, Frieren gestured for him to come to her. The figure, that of Izuku Midoriya, stepped down the winding steps that led down to the trash-filled beach. Just as he stepped onto the sand, Frieren internally chanted a spell, raising an illusory barrier along the stone partition that would render the two of them invisible to the naked eye. As he made his way over to Frieren, he felt worry swell inside of him. It truly wasn't within his intent to make her wait. He got cold feet right as he was about to leave, delaying him by quite a bit, but what's done is done, and all that's left is to brave the consequences. Would she be mad? Would she outright refuse to teach him? And so, addled with worry, he hurriedly swerved past the litany of rusting cars and torn couches. On a particularly tall mound of trash, he turned and was immediately greeted by Frieren. You're late. Her voice held no tint of emotions. I'm sorry. Izuku supplemented his apology with a deep bow. Fortune seemed to be on his side, however, as the woman simply waved off his words. Apology accepted, but no need to worry about it. You weren't late by much. More importantly, her voice took a crucial tone. I assume this means you are willing to trust me? Just like that, Izuku's shame was washed away by a sense of reluctant trust. Though he still had his doubts, I'm willing to see if it is possible, he says. Frieren nodded, satisfied. Before I begin, her eyes met green, scrutiny freely flowing from them. I wish to ask you something. This won't affect my decision to train you, merely it'll affect my expectations. All right. Izuku nodded, mentally preparing himself for the worst. If you have no other choice, would you be willing to kill someone? His inner preparations instantly broke. Opened and closed, not quite sure what to say. That in itself, however, was already an answer. Well, you're still a kid, so I guess that's to be expected. Besides, this era wasn't as harsh as when the Demon King was still at large. Now, I'm not a pro hero, but I've been in similar fields of work, enough to know that, behind all the glamour, a hero's life is often riddled with choices that would cost precious lives. Again, this won't affect my decision to train you, but I can't do anything if you decide to quit here. Of course, being a rabid hero fan once, Izuku knew her words contained nothing but the truth. He's watched videos of dozens of heroes having left the job due to that harsh expectation of whether or not one should kill if the time calls for it. Just because he was aware of that question, however, doesn't mean that he has an answer. But one thing he can be sure of is that he still desires the power to be a pro hero. That doesn't change anything. I won't quit. His words felt firm, immovable. Seemingly convinced, though, whether or not she believed his words were up in the air, Frieren gave a curt nod. Very well then. I'll teach you magic. So where do we begin? We'll start with the theory first, of course, so I'll be explaining how magic works. Izuku nodded at that. Right, it makes sense. It's quite simple really, so I'll gloss over it quickly. Essentially, every living being is akin to a glass cup that is meant to hold mana, the source of all magic. However, when someone is born into this world, they all emerge without a hint of mana held within. There is no exception to this rule. The woman paused for a moment when she looked back at Izuku, only to find that he had already whipped out a notebook and was already scrambling to jot down her words. Even if there was still a lack of belief evident in his eyes, it seems that new information could always nudge his interest. Shaking her head in amusement, she continued. That is where nature comes in. The world around us is filled to the brim with mana, so simply by living, the cup within your body is constantly filled with mana. So why has no one ever been able to use mana? Or magic? Are there specific requirements to use mana? He peppered her with questions. Seeing the boy brimming with interest, Frieren couldn't find it within herself to be annoyed, not when it reminded her so of much Fern, back when she was still a young child and her love for magic was still much more palpable. Her breath hitched, memories of Fern's sweet, smiling face entering her mind. Hiding her emotions well, she answered, it is because, while our bodies are akin to a cup, we also have a thick filter at the top. It's meant to protect us while we're mere infants. But despite our growth and no longer needing it, the filter remains. Due to this, mana saturates our bodies at a snail's pace. It takes so long that humans could never hope to utilize it, at least, without the proper mana-gathering techniques. Then how are you able to use mana? Feeling his brow furrow, he once again felt himself untrusting of the woman's words. From her appearance alone, Izuku guessed that Frieren was in her late 30s or perhaps her early 40s. He didn't realize how wrong he was. At least, not until her next few words. Pius, I forgot to tell you something else. Snapping her fingers, it was as if a haze suddenly appeared on her ears or was just now able to be seen by Izuku, and as quickly as it came, it flew into the searing air. The moment it dissipated, her ears seemingly stretched into thin, dagger-like shapes that protruded outwards. His eyes widened, but not due to her refreshed appearance. Pointy ears were not the most shocking thing in this day and age, after all. Nay, it came from the words she uttered next. I am not a human, Izuku. I'm an elf, a long-extinct race that could live up to thousands of years. That was perhaps the most unbelievable thing he's heard. And why wouldn't it be? Izuku simply nodded his head afterwards, but he couldn't deny that he was becoming less and less trusting of her words. Sighing, he shook away his doubtful thoughts and focused on the current matter. Even if Frieren was blatantly lying about her lifespan, as long as magic remained a truth, he could easily forgive that. Frieren huffed at his apparent distrust, but to be fair, there wasn't anything she could do to prove her age. Rattling off about the known history would have chalked her up to a very, very enthusiastic historian. And telling about anything before that would have only made her seem delusional. So, he tapped his pen against his lips. How long does it normally take for someone to unconsciously gather enough mana to the point of being able to use it? Without proper technique, around a century. Humans that reach that age are more or less already senile, though, so elves were the first to discover magic. Followed by demons and dwarves, but he didn't need to know that yet. Ah, I see, wait. He hummed. Then why is magic not common knowledge already? Are elves hiding themselves from mankind, like the wizards in Harry Potter? Nearing the end, his tone only got more disbelieving. That is for your history lesson. For now, I'm only going to teach you the basics of gathering mana. She explained. With a thought suddenly filling her mind, she asked, how much time remains before the exam? There was no need for her to specify what exam it was. 9 months. He answered, morosely. It only served to remind him how little time he had to catch up with everyone else, a desire that was not lost on the elf. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. 9 months should be enough if you work hard. Let's not waste any time then. I'll teach you how to gather mana. In spite of his doubt, he nodded. Izuku soon sat on the shore, the salt water liking his feet, with Frieren right behind him as she pressed her palms against his back. Izuku's face held a red tint from how her soft hands pushed against his skin. Listen to me very closely, Izuku, before you go and commit to it. The process of gathering mana is similar to meditation. You must first close your eyes and clear your head of all thoughts, so as to sense the mana around you. Now, normally you shouldn't be sensitive enough to detect it, but I'll be helping you out on that aspect. When you do sense the mana, it will feel like a veritable tsunami rushing all around you, she explained. So? Izuku gulped anxiously, unable to help himself. What do? I want you to tug on that mana and pour it inside of you. Following the metaphor of that cup, there was a moment of PRDNT silence, her brain racking up a suitable example. You need to adjust the filter so that just the right amount of mana enters you. Make sure it's not too much, lest your core, or your cup, cracks under the pressure. Any questions? There really wasn't. Izuku found her words easy enough to digest, and while he wasn't precisely aware of how to control the mana or the veritable tsunami as she so eloquently put it, he wasn't unwilling to test out the waters, so to speak. Still, he at least wanted to be assured of one thing. If I fail this time, nothing bad will happen, right? Even if your core cracks, it can be fixed with time. You'll die if it breaks though. Feeling his muscles tense, Frieren soothingly patted his back. Don't worry. For your first time, I'll be guiding you through the entire process, so it won't ever get to that point. A quick nod later and a focused silence blanketed the shore, broken only by the occasional waves and the birds bellowing in the distance. Within his mind, he materialized a space shrouded in darkness, the only occupant being an empty cup with an aluminium net capping it off. It was merely a vague image, as if a faint mist had completely covered it. It was then that he felt something, blowing away the mist and making the cup seem that much more real. Suddenly, he could imagine how the walls of the cup would feel brushing against his skin, or how it suddenly gained a palpable heftness to it, or how he could now see every single thread that made up the filter. It felt weird to have someone direct his very thoughts so clearly. He couldn't linger on that sentiment for long, however, when he suddenly saw a tidal wave sweeping across the darkness and rapidly encroaching upon his cup. He could feel the sheer power radiating off of the veritable tsunami, feel how it was pushing away even the absolute command he had over his mind, and a terrified thought glossed over him. Am I going to die here? The sight of his cup began to tremble, ever so slightly. Only for that outside force to, once again, guide his thoughts so that every detail of the cup appeared as plain as a pikestaff to him. The sea, blue and glowing, now flowed peacefully around his core. Despite the heavy weight he imagined the sea would be, only tiny droplets trickled slowly into the cup. So effective, the filter proved to be. Okay, I need to let the mana in. Let the water in, he thought. Heaving every ounce of focus he had, he widened the gaps intrinsic to the filter, careful not to let too much enter, and yet, the process still proved to be excruciatingly slow. Nevertheless, he was ecstatic. It was only now, able to sense all the mana, that he was truly beginning to believe in the merit of Frieren's words. Even if the mana trickled into his core at barely above a snail's pace, he was a patient person, if nothing else. Bit by bit, he was wedging open the infinitesimally thin gaps in the net, allowing more mana to drop into his core. As time ticked by, however, his mind slowly became plagued with fatigue. The image of the cup was overcome by a haze, thickening by the second. Yet he pressed on. Eventually, a small crack formed on the corner of his cup, threatening to unravel like a spider's web all across the core. Before it could reach that point, a forceful tug pulled him out of his mindscape, bringing him rapid gasps as he stared dumbfoundedly at the world around him. What? You are reckless. Frieren's voice snapped him out of his reverie. Glancing behind him, Izuku flinched when he was met only by a disapproving stare. I told you already to be careful. Why did you keep going when your core started to crack? So sorry, Frieren. Reminded of his recent experience, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Sensei. Sweet nothings will only get you that. Nothing. To that, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Well, despite your recklessness, you're lucky that your core merely cracked a little. You just need to rest for half a day and you can begin to gather mana again. Nodding enthusiastically, a sudden question entered his mind. He extended it to her with brimming curiosity. Sensei, I'm wondering what exactly can I do with mana? Can I fly or irk those shields later? Yeah, you can, though it'll take a while before you reach that point. Depends on how talented you are at controlling magic. She went quiet when she saw that the boy, after the first sentence, was no longer paying attention and instead was scribbling across the pages in his notebook. His passion seemed to have eclipsed even that of Fern's, back when she was young. It made sense, she thought after a moment. After all, Fern's passion for magic had stemmed from her appreciation of the beauty she saw when Hyder cast that spell, causing butterflies to flutter across the dimly lit sky. The older she grew, the more of that childlike wonder began to shed itself away, and although she still quite enjoyed magic, it couldn't be compared to the sheer adoration she once expressed. For Izuku, it was another matter entirely. While Fern could have chosen to become a warrior, a priest, or whatever occupation magic provided, Izuku only had one, that was to become a mage. All things considered, he could approach all those other paths since they were intertwined with magic in one way or the other, but he wasn't aware of that yet. Besides, it's not like she could teach him to be anything but a mage. I must say, though, it's amusing to see him oblivious of the time right now. She thought with a giggle, evoking his attention. Unable to hold herself back any longer, words spilled out of her mouth. Are you not wondering what time it is? Seeing his eyes widen as he looked around, she couldn't help but laugh louder. It's already night. A dash, glancing at the watch strapped on her wrist, he asked, Friday Frieren-sensei. What time is it? 49 past 6. She quickly replied. It's been nearly 4 hours? Izuku thought with a disbelieving expression. I should probably go home now, sensei. He said with an urgent heat as he abruptly stood up. Wait, Izuku, she said, stopping him in his tracks. Let me accompany you home. The streets aren't usually safe at this time. All right. He nodded nervously, still not too keen on that change of pace. Though, now that he thought about it, I can use this chance to ask her all sorts of questions about magic. I wish to know what exactly is the extent of what I'll be able to do. Eventually. With that decided, the newly minted master and student made their way up the winding stairs and onto the cold, dark alleys of Mizudafu. Not for long, however, as with a snap of her finger a ball of light plumed above their heads, expelling the surrounding shadows. Izuku stared at the new source of light in wonder right before his gaze wormed its way towards her finger, where an intricate ring glimmered in the radiance. Had that always been there? How had he not noticed before? Well, he's always kept a polite distance between them whenever they met. Even when she guided his mana earlier, she sat right behind him. It was only now that they were in such proximity that he finally noticed it. Still, he dared not ask. It was too personal of an inquiry, and besides, he has better questions to ask. A month has gone by since then, and 8 more remained until the day of the UA entrance exam. Of course, Izuku had not been dallying with his training. Each and every day, no matter how crowded his schedule was, he would always find a way to slot in the time to gather mana, even on the off days when he couldn't train with her. It was only during those moments that he realized just how vital Frieren's assistance was. Without her, his imagination was much less lucid. Not only was his core or his cup in his mind a lot more susceptible to cracks, but the sea of mana itself appeared to be a crude facsimile of the one he saw during his training with Frieren. Besides that, though, his mana has been growing steadily. It should take him another 7 months at this rate before he could use spells, according to Frieren. He couldn't deny that he felt impatient. His days in school only worsened that. It seemed that after Katsuki had been attacked by the sludge villain, the very same one that once tried to take over Izuku, his emotions became more volatile. The bullying he had to endure in school lessened. Yes, but that was only if he considered the hot-headed blonde. His lackeys took a sharp rise in how badly they treated him. After all, many of the students they once bullied fought back now that they were short of their leader. With Izuku being the only quirkless student in the school and thus, the only one they could still harass, their attention has been wholly on him for the past few weeks. Why had Katsuki left his friend group? He heard tidbits from his mom chatting with Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother, and essentially it went like this. Katsuki has expressed his desire to get stronger, after all, so he's been distancing himself from his so-called friends to focus more on his progress. Apparently, he entered a dojo that would train the disciples in martial arts that would fit their quirks best, resulting in one of the only non-hero locations in the city that allows quirk usage, which meant that he was becoming stronger. As he sat there, listlessly watching the television, he felt a new river slither into the ever-growing lake of his aspirations, a nourishing desire to prove Katsuki wrong for all the years of distaste Izuku had bottled in. Not exactly towards Katsuki himself, though he would be lying if he said he did not resent his former friend to an extent, but to the idea the boy seems adamant to hammer in, that those without quirks would always find themselves at the bottom of the barrel, unable to crawl their way to the top no matter what they try. Glancing at the clock, ticking away from its perch on the wall, Izuku smiled. There was only a moment left before the hour hand hit 9, prompting him to head over to his and Frieren's usual meet-up spot. Ever since their first day, the schedule has changed quite a bit. When he has school, they would train for 2 hours starting from 4 p.m. On the weekends, like how it is at this very moment, they would begin training much earlier, starting from 8 a.m. and lasting all the way until 6 p.m. These were the most productive days and the ones he looked forward to the most. The fact that his mother has been absent from home for long stretches of time further helped his endeavors. He still had to tell her he was gone though, and since he couldn't constantly say he was going out with friends, though he does mix that in a couple of times, Izuku came up with another excuse. Izuku, I'm leaving, okay? Inko approached from the kitchen, having just made him breakfast, and is now setting it up on the table in front of him. Pulling him in for a kiss on the forehead, she smiled. You take care, sweetie. I will, Mom. He smiled back. Just before she left, he added, I'll be going to the Hero Club today, Mom, like usual. There's a fan meet-up near Uwabami's agency. I see. She said simply, her smile turning hollow. Have fun, Izuku. She didn't utter any other word as she left, the door closing behind her. Left all alone in his home, Izuku stared at the plate of katsudon, its delicious smell wafting into his nostrils. It didn't take him long before he found himself gorging on the meal, trying to ignore the constant presence of his guilt. He may not enjoy it, but he needs to stick to the plan. When he's capable of using spells, the first thing he will do is announce his newfound quirk to his mom, and together, they'll list it at the quirk registry. That way, she won't feel worried when he inevitably joins the daunting UA entrance exam. That way, his guilt would at least only come to fruition due to a partial truth. Of course, the day when he could finally start learning spells was still far away. Inko was worried, even more so than she usually is. Izuku's schedule has started to grow odd, for lack of a better word. His days are now always spent outside, either hanging out with friends or mingling with the Hero Club. Don't get her wrong, as a mother, she was ecstatic when she heard he was going to hang out with friends after who knows how many years spent in solitude at home. So much so she did not even bother to ask who he was going to hang out with. While she wasn't overtly positive about his choice of going into the Hero Club, she was fine with it. Inko indulged in the thought that he was simply there due to his admiration for heroes, not at all an emblematic of him actually wanting to be one. After a week, it was clear that he would only do one of those two activities every single day. That was when her suspicions began. However, what with her new work schedule for a little more than 2 weeks, she never could find out if those suspicions were merely a brief thought, or if they were indicative of the truth. It was only now that she could finally begin to scrutinize the tiny details. It was almost impossible to find out if Izuku was truly a part of the Hero Club. It was a universal activity that just about every school in Japan participated in, a byproduct of the hero frenzy, so it was difficult to go over specific signees. Thus, there was only one option remaining. This was how she found herself calling Mitsuki in the middle of her break. The office space was abuzz with chatter and the seemingly constant ring of the phone, so she had to confine herself in the bathroom to gain some semblance of silence. Ring ring. It didn't take long for it to be picked up. Inko-chan, loudly greeted the voice from the other side. Shouldn't you be at work? Wait, this should be your break time, right? Yes. I want to ask a favor, Mitsuki. Inko curtly answered. Sure. What can I do for my only favorite telemarketer? Can I bother you to ask Hikari-san, Butsuji-san's mother, if her son has been hanging out with Izuku recently, and then can you relay whatever she says to me? The green-haired woman requested. If it's too much of a bother, I'm willing to compensate. Right after, a snort resounded from Mitsuki. You don't need to compensate me for anything, Inko-chan. And sure, I'll ask her that. Your next break is at noon, right? Yes, Inko said softly. Heard. I'll get the info from Hikari in a jiffy. Alright, I'll wait. The woman said, her eyes glancing over to her wrist. A few more minutes before break ended. Thank you, Mitsuki. No worries. The sky was bathed in an orange glow. The streets were littered with puddles while the plants dripped dew, glistening like crystals in the light. The alleys near the edge of Mizutofu were never crowded, but when the day was still young, there would always be people clamoring to get to school or work. Now, though, it appeared completely deserted, or it would have, if not for two figures walking down the lone street. Izuku could be seen ambling forward with short breaths, his entire body draped in sweat. Frieren bore a stark opposite to his image, walking calmly as she glanced around, not particularly looking for anything. The two were silent all the way until one of them spotted a convenience store. Past the glass was a hill of cold drinks, a truly alluring sight for the exhausted boy. Seeing him drool out of the corner of her eye, Frieren smirked. I'll go buy some drinks for you. Wait out here. Before he could say anything, she stepped forward past the sliding doors and towards the drink aisle. Staying well within the light permeating from the store, Izuku shivered as a cold breeze went by. Looking around to make sure no one was staring at him, he flexed his muscles beneath his jumpsuit, already feeling that they were a little bit denser and firmer compared to when he had just begun Frieren's exercises a month ago. Honestly, he appreciated it. He's always at least exercised, trying to bridge the gap between himself and his peers no matter how small it may be, so he thought he had quite a good physique. But after Frieren's training regimen, the knowledge came from a notebook her friend wrote in, or so she said. He's definitely become stronger. I do feel sore though. He grumbled as he found himself a bench. Beside it was a newspaper rack, though he wasn't interested in it. The only reason newspapers were still popular in this day and age was because of the decently large market of people that still purchased them. It was more of a fashion statement, to be honest, originating from the people who were deeply interested in the men's fashion of the US back in the 1920s. He was snapped out of his musing as deep footsteps resounded from the darkness. Soon, from the shadows emerged a tall, menacing figure, yet his eyes widened when he noticed hints of familiarity. His voice was gruff, another heavy indication. What are the DMN odds? Why, you're that guy FR from the co-convenience store back then, right? Izuku gulped. What was he doing here? He couldn't help but think he was here to try robbing the store again. This was the place Rika worked at after all. He could at least count the lucky stars that she was taking a sick leave today. Whether the rock-skinned boy noticed his thoughts or not, he couldn't tell, but the boy only nodded at his question. Were you exercising? He asked rhetorically, his eyes roaming the sweat that poured his body. Why, yeah. He nodded. I'm planning on going into UA. The entrance exam comes up, so I've been doing my best to prepare. Yaha. The boy pursed his lips as he nodded along. Heard a lot of good things about it. You'll get in, I'm sure. Those goody two-shoes would be dumb not to recruit someone like you. Thanks, Izuku muttered smilingly, not sure what to comment on his passive-aggressive words, but grateful nevertheless. How did it go? Izuku suddenly coughed, forcing his body to expel the nervousness. As much as he could, at least. After you went away that day, I mean. The rock-skinned shrugged lackadaisically, not uttering another word. It was clear that he didn't want to elaborate any further than his simple gesture already did. I see. Eager to change the topic, the unknown boy glanced into the store, taking note of the ponytailed woman inside, and then his gaze returned to Izuku's sweaty figure with a smirk. Is that your girl you're waiting for? Didn't know you prefer older women. Blushing hotly at his words as well as internally puking at the thought since he isn't into that, Izuku vehemently shook his head. No. She's just my master. Instead of resolving the issue, that only worsened it. The boy whistled with wide eyes, impressed. So you have that kind of KNK as well? You're really painting a bad image of yourself. He chuckled. No. No. Now, his hands joined the fray, denying his words. I meant she's my teacher. I see. He just smiled, trying his hardest not to tease the boy anymore. His eyes wandered until they landed on the newspaper rack beside him, and immediately, his mood turned sour. Anyway, I'll be going now, he said simply right before he walked away, his steps resounding heavily. Okay, stay safe, he politely said. Curious as to what changed his mood so drastically, he glanced at the assortment of newspapers that filled the rack. He quickly noticed a similarity among them all. They're all talking about the Dolatoria apartment case. Seems like the media is still frenzied about that. Wait, Izuku sighed in exasperation, having just realized he forgot to ask the boy's name. It's like my first 2 meetings with Frieren all over again. Of course, the situations are far different, but still. He heard the doors slide open. Turning his head, he was suddenly greeted by the sight of a bottle flying towards him, its cold dew sliding along the surface. Dash. Fortunately, he was quick enough to catch it in his hands, saving him the embarrassment. To that, Frieren simply said, "Nice catch." Ignoring his grumbles, she stared off into the dark veil surrounding them. That boy, the one with the rock skin. He didn't threaten you, did he? Verbally, of course. She would have never allowed it to go physical. No, it's fine. Izuku waved off her worries with a shake of his head. Holding the plastic base with one hand and the cap with the other, he spun the latter, opening it. Not a moment later, he was already gulping down its contents. Now emptied, he let out a satisfied breath. So good, as he dropped it into a nearby trash can. Frieren herself had only drunk a little bit off of the top. Izuku stood up from his seat, nodding at her. Thanks, Frieren-sensei. Just tell me the price and I'll dash. No. She stopped him mid-sentence with a raised palm. Think of it as a treat for all your hard work. You shouldn't expect much more than these, however I am quite stingy with my money. Nodding in acceptance, he felt his heart warm for her actions. It was a minor thing, really, but it was those little things that accumulate that people appreciate. For him, someone who's been largely alone all his life, it felt good to have someone else care for him. His mother was the first, and Izuku would always love her for it, and although he still barely knew who his teacher even was, he couldn't deny one thing. Even if he has only known her for a month, he has never felt more grateful to anyone than he did for Frieren. As Izuku continued his way towards the warmth of his apartment with high spirits, he looked forward to the next day. Who's that? She looks like you, Frieren's voice snapped him out of his reverie. Following her gaze to a figure a mere couple of meters away, standing under a light pole, his eyes widened. Just as he said, it was his mother, Inko Midoriya, and her expression did not at all appear pleasant. Her eyes lingered on Izuku for one long moment, before she dragged them over to the woman beside him and scowled. Who the F are you? Who the F are you? Inko scowled through rapid breaths. Izuku stared at his mother in utter shock. His mouth opened and closed, not quite sure what to say, only knowing that he had to utter something to show his surprise at, not only this being the first time he'd ever heard her curse, but also at the unexpectedness of the whole situation. I can explain. There was an audible sigh, distinctly laced with disappointment, that stung at Izuku. Inko ran her hand through her green locks, her sweating skin glistening under the light peering from the apartment's entrance, and shot a furrowed glare at her son. Come to me, Izuku. Now. Her voice left no room for argument. Nodding shakily, Izuku threw a glance at his teacher before he hastened to his mother's side, all the while trying to avoid her sharp gaze. Inko's eyes ran all over Izuku's figure, softening when she spotted no injuries, only for the venom to return in full force when they darted over to the white-haired woman. Her thoughts were running wild on speculations, but wishing to remain reasonable, she took a deep breath and said, You haven't answered my question. By this point, Frieren had already guessed who the woman before her was. Not wishing to further draw her ire, Frieren remained curt in her response. I offer my apology. I'm Izuku's teacher and my name is Frieren. While internally raising an eyebrow at her lack of honorifics, Inko shook those thoughts away to press for more info. Frieren-san, right? May I ask, for what goal have you been teaching my son? Certainly. Izuku here wanted to join you? Join a good college. It's still far away, but I just wanted to prepare. Why, Izuku abruptly said, having quickly moved so that he now stood between the two women. Frieren blinked, not at all expecting his interruption. From Inko's widened eyes, it was clear she felt the same. That's a first, his mother said after a short moment. Her tone still belied her disbelief, yet amidst the tonnage of distrust, Izuku could sense some willingness to hear him out. You've never told me that. I was a bit nervous to tell you, Mom, the boy expressed, looking at her straight in the eye. A moment later they darted away as his feet shifted about. I don't want to be a hero anymore. So don't get me wrong, I still plan on getting into UA just into teach the General education course. And after that a good college. He liked his dry lips, watching his mother's reaction out of the corner of his vision. He found her expression to be unreadable, as if her face mirrored a maelstrom of two opposing forces, far too chaotic to make any sense out of it. Izuku had an inkling that she doubted his words. So don't worry, Mom. I'll be safe. With that single sentence, she slowly took a breather as her expression wavered. Glancing at Frieren, then back at Izuku, the woman sighed. Inko shook her head, her eyes slowly gaining a picture of faint resolve. I believe you, Izuku. Despite her shaky words, the desire for her son's words to be true rang a genuine tune. Inko's eyes flickered over to Frieren. Her gaze scrutinized her for what felt like an eternity, yet in reality, it was only a brief moment. She turned to Izuku, a resolute look having occupied her expression. You go back to our room first, Izuku. Here, she gave him the key card. There's some katsudon inside. Your favorite. Come on, hurry up before it gets cold. Izuku glanced at Frieren. Noticing the pleading look on his face, she nodded in reassurance. With his worries seemingly alleviated, the boy trudged back into his apartment, only occasionally glancing back at them. A soft wind breezed past the two women, staring at each other wordlessly. Eventually, the silence was torn through by Inko's voice. I want you to tell me the truth. What have you been doing with my Izuku? Frieren's answer arrived almost at the same time her words came to an end, as if she had already anticipated that question. I have been his teacher the past few weeks, she said curtly. Inko pursed her lips at the white-haired woman's answer. Her mind was a tumultuous storm where on one hand, she doesn't believe anything that comes out of Frieren's mouth while on the other, she wishes to believe her son's own words. The struggle caused her to stay silent after almost each one of Frieren's vague answers. Where are the payments coming from? For your services. I'm sure I would know if Izuku has been pulling out some money from his bank account. I am doing this simply because I want to, not for any compensation. Well, that was a partial truth, Frieren admitted within the confines of her mind. Inko's eyes narrowed, trying to break through the woman's true thoughts, only to end up in utter failure. Either she was telling the truth or she had an impeccable poker face. A hint of vulnerability started to show in her voice. Why did you not tell his parent that you're teaching him? Especially for such long periods of time. There was a short pause before the mother was gifted an answer. I did not think it necessary. It's just teaching the usual subjects one would learn at school. That wasn't a lie either, if one were to say it many thousand years ago, when magic still reigned the land. With a proper mentor, teaching magic could be compared to teaching someone swimming. There's a chance of injury, but it's otherwise safe. Inko sighed. Though she was not very satisfied with the answers, by now she already accepted that the truth could only be given by her son. She smiled pleasantly, masking her thoughts. For now, she had to throw her suspicions aside and simply look at Frieren as her son's teacher. Thank you so much for indulging me, Frieren-san, right? No last names? Frieren nodded to both her questions. Of course. The green-haired mother immediately adopted a look eerily similar to how Izuku appeared when he first discovered she had no last name. The amused elf waved off her assumption. It's a culture thing. I didn't go to an orphanage. Inko blinked before she let out a relieved breath. That's good. My mind has just been going into a lot of speculations recently. I hope you can forgive me. Her lips twisted into a bitter smile. It's just that as his mother, I'm just fretting a lot since Izuku's been lying to me and he never has done that. He's a very good boy, so I know he won't try to do anything illegal or wrong, but I can't help but worry I'll lose him. After my husband died, he's the only one I have left. I can understand that, Frieren said as her gaze softened. She felt her heart pang. Seeing Inko fret so much about the possibility of losing Izuku, it reminded Frieren of herself, so many years ago, when she grieved over the loss of Stark and Fern's grand bloodlines spanning many millennium her children. Inko appeared hopeful. I see, so you won't mind telling me what Izuku's been up to, right? Frieren smirked at her ploy. You're 10,000 years short of fooling me. Or is it more than that? She shook her head. He has already told you the truth. He's studying to get into a good college in the far future. Inko let out a resigned sigh. I hope so. Still, the teacher smiled. He'll be safe. I can promise you that at least. The mother took her words with a grain of salt. After all, the woman in front of her was a stranger. She could not fully trust her words quite yet. Nevertheless, she felt her worries somewhat quelled. Thank you, Frieren-san. It's my pleasure, Inko. The green-haired woman's serene expression twitched. No honorifics and immediately using her first name? Inko initially thought she referred to her son that way because they already grew close, but, evidently, she spoke to everyone that way. What an odd woman. A cool breeze went by, causing the grionette to shiver. Is that all? Yes. Yeah, sure. Inko nodded. I have no other questions. I see. I'm happy to help. Anyway, I should get going now. It's getting late. Her son's teacher awkwardly offered a goodbye before she turned on her heels and walked away. Yeah. I should go too. My son's waiting for me. She stood there in silence as she watched her turn a corner, her white twin ponytails fluttering in the wind. Letting out a sigh, she looked over her shoulder to the looming apartment complex. The lights in her room were on. I should actually go cook some katsudon for Izuku, she said with a slightly guilty tone. Aldra Junior High is a rather well-known school in Mizudafu due to its open encouragement of the students to pursue a hero-related career. While other schools often push this agenda while swathed under various red herrings to make it seem like that isn't their intention, Aldra is one of the very few schools that have no qualms about shoving it right in your face. In a world where everyone values heroes more than many other professions, through their marketing, Aldra managed to become a rather large and in-demand school. Of course, there was still a reason why most schools aren't so open about their underlying intent. In a place where all the quirk-obsessed youngsters gather, discrimination would only experience a major shift to the skies. Izuku let out a deep sigh as he opened his eyes, his concentration broken by the piercing toll of the bell. He joined the streams of students making their way to class, all the while ignoring the mocking laughter echoing behind him. Katsuki's former friends, if they were even that to begin with, jeered and chatted derisively about the quirkless boy. His expression darkened. What the hell was that loser doing? I know, right? Who even meditates in public? A runt of the litter like him, I guess. Their banter was the main instigator for the unpleasant look on Izuku's face. However, it wasn't due to what the bullies thought. No, Izuku did not take their words to heart, he never did. What ticked him off was that they were unapologetically loud. In fact, it was due to this that it took Izuku's mind nearly 10 minutes just to concentrate enough to the point where he could gather mana, leaving only 5 minutes for him to do so. This has been the case for the past few weeks, and Izuku simply could not stand them. Even worse, the teachers weren't doing anything, a far cry from how they discourage bullying during the principal's speeches. How does Frieren-sensei do it? He thought covetously. The woman could seemingly go into that zen-like state in an instant, no matter how much noise polluted the area. Izuku soon arrived back in class and quietly settled into his seat. The room was abound with chatter, each blending into one incessant hubbub. Yeah, he wasn't about to meditate here. The doors suddenly opened with a click. Almost immediately, the class went into a deathly silence as the teacher set down a vibrant blue binder on his desk. Greeted by such stillness, the man clasped his hands smilingly. Let's begin the lesson. While he would have preferred to be meditating and gathering mana right now, Izuku knew he still couldn't neglect studies entirely. After all, even UA still applies the essential materials like math, history, etc. So with a resigned sigh he took out his notebook and a moment later his pen danced across the pages. Right now, the teacher was droning about the beginning of the age of quirks and the various effects it had on the modern world. As we all know, in the year 624, the world was in a state of utter turmoil as the president for the US at the time has just been assassinated. Suffice to say, the world was on the precipice on experiencing yet another global-scale war. But then a baby in China glowed light from his skin. Thus began the age of quirks. The impending war was diverted as much effort was dealt in handling superpowered criminals from their own countries, heroes emerged, and so on. Izuku summed up the rest of the tale in his mind. Realizing that the teacher was basically about to reiterate what he already knew from the previous grade, Izuku let out a low grumble under his breath as he rested his head on the table. Izuku glanced at the clock. Still 3 hours before I can train with Frieren-sensei, he whimpered. Well, class wasn't that bad. Bakugo was being rather silent, dutifully taking notes and, while Izuku initially assumed the teacher was repeating much of what is already considered common knowledge, that only applies to the man's introduction of the current material. In reality, it was much more interesting, detailing what is commonly known as the Dark Age, when the world was thrown into chaos and ruin as more villains began to appear. The villain's elusive figure, who is rumored to have ruled over Japan with an absolute force akin to the government, remains someone whose identity have never been figured out. He is only referred to as the Dark Lord, a title gained from his major role in throwing Japan into its very own, the Dark Age. The other villain who has never been found, though not at a scale similar to the Dark Lord, is no less terrifying. This serial killer often steals the brains of the victims for undetermined purposes and commits these crimes with unparalleled efficiency. Combine that with the villain's mysterious but extremely versatile quirk, leads to another villain whose identity has remained unknown. This brutal criminal is often dubbed one thing by those who have caught small glimpses of them: the demon. Frieren woke up to the quiet rustlings of the forest around her. Lifting herself off of her silken bed, which took great effort to do in and of itself, she let out a soft yawn as she stretched her nimble body. Her hair was not tied up, so the pure white strands cascaded down her figure. She did some menial activities to get prepared for the day. She took a shower straight out of bed and threw on casual clothes for the public gaze, making sure it's comfortable but not too revealing. Right after, she walked over to a reflective surface and expertly tied her hair into 2 ponytails. Glancing at the desk beside the mirror, her gaze landed on an intricate floral-themed hairpiece as well as a simple yet durable wrist accessory that lasted for a short moment before her lids flickered, with her now focused on a ring with similar embellishments to the hairpiece. She slipped it in her finger. Standing up, she trudged out of her bedroom and out into a space that served as both a kitchen and a living room. This area is connected to a total of 4 doors: the bedroom, the study room where she delves deep into history, the storage room, and the door that leads to the porch. She cooked a Hamburg steak as usual for herself, supplied by the local population of boars, and set it down on the table. Despite being alone, the wooden surface stretched rather widely. A total of 7 seats were slotted for the table. There were 3 on each side, with the single head spot occupied by Frieren. Each chair were given a plate and utensils, though hers was the only one that had food on it. She ate the meat in silence. All of a sudden she smiled, having just recalled a memory. It was quite a funny one. After finding Oriole, Stark challenged Eisen to a match of who could eat the most Hamburg steaks. Needless to say, the former lost and the resulting puke from the red-haired apprentice stained the table and a bit of Fern's dress. What happened next was nothing short of an erupting volcano of pure anger. She laughed at that distant memory. Of course, within the nearly silent space of her home, that was an unsettling sight. No more memories came to her mind that morning. Liking off the crumbs on her lips, Frieren shook away the slight ache she felt in her heart. Her eyes panned over to her clock. 30 minutes left before 4 p.m. I should head over to the beach. With that thought in mind, she quickly changed her clothes and walked out of her cozy cabin in the woods. Greeting the cool breeze with a smile, she first hurried down the few flights of stairs on her porch and gazed across the green expanse in front of her, where various plants sprouted from the soil, proof of her efforts to cultivate them over the years. Steel fences were raised on the perimeter of the farm, and along the barrier itself there were a few seemingly mundane scarecrows littered about. She raised her staff, and a moment later, a dark cloud undulated along with a shower of nourishing water, pitter-pattering upon the rather large farm. She gave particularly much attention to a corner of the garden, one that is visibly more recent than the other plants. These were taken from the seeds of the fruits she had bought from the Lawson store, the same time as when that rock-skinned amateur tried robbing from the store. The elf soon finished watering her field, and Frieren smiled at the sight of it now glistening and fed. The elf walked down the dirt road that led her to the gate. Stopping just before the aforementioned, Frieren petted the scarecrow next to her. "Guard the garden as usual, all right?" What was once seemingly a normal scarecrow suddenly stiffly turned to Frieren, two yellow orbs burning in the eye sockets. In fact, all of them moved with eerie synchronization. In one, fully concordant voice. The strawman echoed out, "Understood, Master Frieren." She felt her lips quirk into a smile. Frieren walked through the silver gates and into the quiet forest. She trudged through grounds thrown disarray by wild tree roots peeking to the surface and the occasional mounds which she made sure to avoid. Eventually, as the trees started to shrink in numbers and the sky grew ever more expansive, the elf raised her hand and pushed. Visible to her eyes only, it was as if she was pressing against a thick layer of mucus, spreading and fighting against the mana surrounding her. This went on for a long stretch of land around 20 meters or so until she finally broke through. The mucus splashed and reverberated, the droplets returning to the greater body soon after, akin to a vertical sight of a fish breaking through the pond's surface. She looked over her shoulder as the wall of mana reformed into a serene pond once more. It was a spell that acted a barrier. Different than most barrier spells, Treeben actually doesn't act like a sort of wall. It affects the mind of anyone who goes into its width without being protected by mana and impels them to change courses, away from the center of the spell, in this case, from her quaint cabin. A useful spell, certainly, especially considering the fact that the only magic users left in the world were herself and Izuku. On the infinitesimally low chance that there does exist someone capable of magic well, she would be very eager to meet a fellow magic user outside of her influence. She does not hold much hope for this. Free of Treben's influence at long last, Frieren clasped her staff as it materialized, and she soon soared into the skies. Gliding alongside a flock of birds, the elf closed her eyes as the cool wind streaked past her and the sun's rays hit her face, allowing her memory alone to guide her to the beach. Rapidly approaching their usual meeting spot, Frieren thought back to her meeting with her student's mother yesterday. It was hard for her to not empathize with the woman's plea. Though she wasn't a mother per se, she already had experience aplenty when it comes to taking care of children, whether that be a younger Fern or those mischievous little kids, grandkids, grand-grandkids, and so on, the fruits of her apprentice's marriage with Stark. Even if their faces have begun to blur for her these past few years. Seems like I overestimated myself. She bitterly thought as she internally apologized to Old Man Volume 50. With that said, even if she understands where Inko's coming from, she stands by her decision to have Izuku be the one to tell the truth. Soon, she descended and opened her eyes. Her gaze quickly scanned over the beach. The trash, while still staining a majority of the sands and gravel, has thinned a lot since the first day of their training here. Amidst the hills of rusting scraps on a particularly clean breadth of sand, she spotted on her little eyes a speck of green. The boy was sitting cross-legged with a serene expression and a still bearing. When she landed behind him, not loudly but not silently either, and Izuku did nothing to respond, it became evident to her that he still lacked the basic precautions one needed during mana gathering. How reckless of him! Out of a mixture of irritation and desire to make him learn his lesson, She aimed her staff at the calmly receding tide, and a sphere of water the size of a two-story house floated above the oblivious boy. She kept it stationary as droplets of water occasionally fell on his face. Soon enough, his lids stuttered open and Izuku gazed up at the sky, his eyes growing wider the longer he stared. Huh! She gave him just enough time to comprehend the sheer size of what lay above him, but not nearly enough for him to get away. There was a high-pitched shriek as her apprentice was doused with water, the undulating waves whisking him away to the shoreline and pushing against the piles of rusted steel around. Izuku sputtered a mouthful of seawater, cringing at the saltiness. His gaze spotted Frieren and he just knew she was the one who did it. Sensei, what was that for? You were not paying attention to your surroundings, Izuku, she said with a displeased tone, trying her best to hide her amusement. What if it wasn't me who snuck up on you? What if it was a villain? You must remain between a state of focusing on gathering mana and a state lucid enough to notice what is going on around you. Of course, you'll eventually be able to extend your mana to sense your surroundings while still gathering mana, but that is a rather far amount of time in your future. Not being able to refute her point, Izuku looked away in shame. But mastering that takes time, right? Frieren nodded. Around a week or even 2 weeks. That's a long time. A week or 2 is not long, Izuku, even from a human's perspective. Why, I know, but he pursed his lips, seemingly in a thoughtful state. A moment later he shook his head. Never mind. Let's begin training again, sensei. With a brow quirked from confusion, she nodded still. 2 weeks later, as the sun began to sink under the horizon, blanketing the sky in an orange mist, Frieren clasped her hands. Good. You've progressed plenty, she said as she glanced at the pile of rocks nearby. That mound was once a small golem, shattered to smithereens when Izuku saw it. The rock golem was not exactly capable of great stealth. Even in its smallest form, its slow and lumbering movements are hard not to notice. But that wasn't the point of what she was trying to achieve. Due to being a golem whose body is pulled from the nature around them with minimum mana needed to control it on Frieren's side, the rock golem was, of course, difficult to differentiate from the natural mana around. There are many quirks capable of hiding a person from the 5 senses, but as far as she knew, the amount of quirks that could hide one's mana simply does not exist. So, as long as Izuku could sense the golem, he could likely sense any human. Izuku panted as he stared up at her, a hopeful look in his eyes. All right? Frieren shook her head, wiping off that look from his face. She pointed to the scarecrow behind him, the straws that make up its face quirking into a toothy grin. You still haven't managed to sense the scarecrow. At this rate I'd predict at least another 3 weeks or a month until you can. That much more? Izuku murmured with a disgruntled expression. But I've been training this technique since we began. This is already astonishing progress. Most people, without proper technique, would take years for them to reach your current level. Advancements in Huma, she shook her head, silently berating her loose mouth. My study techniques have shortened that time into around 3 months. With your talent, you managed to further shorten that time into half. Remorse began to trickle into him, but nevertheless, that look of bitterness remained deeply etched onto his expression. I get it and I'm thankful but, Izuku pursed his lips. Frieren's brows bent down in quiet contemplation. While Izuku has always been at least somewhat impatient with the expected length of the mana-gathering process inferred, expanding his core to a level reasonable enough for constant abuse expected from her spell training methods, it was never to this degree. So why the sudden shift? Her mind slowly traced back to when this sharp rise began. It was right after the pair had been confronted by Inko. Frieren was pretty sure Izuku hasn't spilled the truth of what he's learning, so in that case, Inko must be under the impression that he's simply learning mathematics, history, and whatnot. Mix in Izuku's very open desire to join UA and be a hero, a job widely considered to be dangerous, she smiled, satisfied as she came to a conclusion. You wish to assuage your mother's worries, do you not? Izuku stuttered with widened eyes. Eventually, he hesitantly nodded. Yeah. He appeared greatly embarrassed about being exposed. The elven mage petted his scalp comfortingly, pressing smooth circles into his luscious locks. He looked up as he was met by a reassuring smile. I understand that. Honestly, the scarecrow is a tad und, especially since it'll reduce the amount of time you can practice spells later on, so it's probably fine to skip it, for now. Her words caused his eyes to sparkle with hope. With that said, let's continue to expand your mana core. Okay. Izuku nodded eagerly as he crossed his legs and slowly closed his eyes. A few seconds passed as he seemingly vibrated in his place, as if trying and failing to hold something back. Eventually, he opened his eyes and looked up at his teacher. Frieren sensei. Thank you. The woman nodded. You're welcome. He continued to remain like that, his body unable to stay in place as the edges of his lips curled up. Amused by his behavior, she tilted her head. What is it? You must be really popular with people, sensei. She blinked, not at all expecting those words. What makes you say that? You're great at inferring what people are feeling, is what I mean. I don't think I've met someone as perceptive as you are. Those words caused her lips to part open slightly, a reminiscent breath escaping them. Her lips formed a strange smile, one full of satisfaction and sadness? Or regret? I've had a lot of time to change. Yotaro hummed as he walked down the street, his boots clicking loudly against the wet concrete. The skies sobbed heavily, its tears drowning Muzutafu in a somber mood. He wore a thin raincoat, but it wasn't meant to shield him, really. The elements never affected him, anyway. It was to protect the layers of branded uniforms under it. Bending his upper body ever so slightly forward, he continued to hum as he stared at the series of numbers on his phone. This should be enough for around a month's worth of living expenses if I'm the only one. He sighed as he pocketed his phone, frustration accumulating beneath his stone face. His eyes darted around as he walked back to his apartment. Yotaro trudged on the dark road, eventually turning on his heels with the intent of following the shortcut to his home. However, he saw the alley covered by a litany of police tapes, the dull yellow sticking out amidst the dim surroundings. A few cops stood around, their faces visibly drained of color while they fiddled with the hem of their vests. Ugh, I want to puke. Do we have any clues as to who did this? Asked a man with short hair and a trench coat. Unfortunately not, Tsukachi-san. Whoever did this, it's as if they knew there would be a shortage on the CCTV here. Tsukachi, the detective, narrowed his eyes. Yotaro intended to quickly slip away while none of them paid attention. However, it was as if some outside force suddenly took control, and curiosity got the better of him. He tilted up his head, peering past the bumbling officers and into the alley, enshrouded in darkness. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed the faint outline of an odd shape. It appeared like something with various contours throughout, only to abruptly end near the top. He looked thoughtful. Slowly, he recoiled as his eyes widened with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Yotaro hurriedly walked away, trying to shake off the image of what he saw. But there was no way he could ever forget it. A headless corpse, despite his stone skin protecting him from the cold rain, he felt a shiver go down his spine. Poor fellow. I wonder if he had a family. In the end, his feet continued to rapidly patter against the road, mired in the rain. His breathing was shallow as he did. What on earth is going on? Just last week, there was a crater in that alley, and now, someone was killed there. He slowly began to calm down as he gained more of a distance on the alley. Eventually, he noticed rays of light shooting from the side and onto the asphalt road. Moving up his gaze, his stiff lips ever so slightly pursed. Lawson, he read. As if a permanent resident of the store, he noticed the green-haired boy alongside the white-haired woman were sitting on steel benches on the outside. There was also the cashier he tried to rob upon the first time he came here. A considerable part of the building jutted out, offering them shelter from the downpour. Their lips were widely open as a merry spirit filled the air. Yotaro remained there for a moment, his still form hidden behind a lamppost. With his rocky, dark skin, he practically blended into the shade. That's why I really recommend that film. I genuinely think it's the funniest, ever. Truly. The white-haired woman said. Totally. Me and my family laughed lots while we were watching. I only ever watched one comedy, really. Though there wasn't any dialogue. Rikika whistled. But must be a really old-school one. Frieren nodded. It's pretty new. I think it was made by Charles Chaperon. You mean Charlie Chaplin? Izuku deadpanned. Also, what do you mean new, sensei? He was predominant around the year. That's around 3 centuries ago. The woman's eyes thinned into slits as she leaned over to his ear. Her whisper was threatening. I thought I already told you, my student. I am a great being whom has already lived for 10,000 years. An elf. Sure, sensei. Izuku whispered back, obviously taking her words with a grain of salt. As the long-eared woman, though her ears were round and shortened from her illusionary spell, silently fumed at her student, Rikika gazed at their interaction with an amused smirk. Did they think she couldn't hear them? Doesn't that make you an old hag? The cashier said as she stuck out her tongue while already covering her face, anticipating the woman to lash out. Unexpectedly, however, she chuckled. Oh, you. An almost adoring tune filled her voice as she rustled Rika's hair. It was a confusing reaction, but the girl couldn't help but lean into Frieren's hand, a cheeky smile on her lips. They straightened, however, when she noticed a figure approaching from the distance. Hey, don't move. She yelled as she slowly stood up. Her body visibly shrunk away, but she nevertheless tried to stand her ground, gazing at him fiercely as she stood between him and the two behind her. No, it's okay, Arika-san. Izuku assured her. The greenette looked up at the boy. Hi. I know you didn't mean us any harm, back then. Besides, you technically didn't steal anything. What? Her eyes darted cautiously from Izuku to the rock-skinned boy, then back to her friend and so on. Fine. She let out an audible breath. I swear, Izuku, if he does something again, then I'm coming for you. Rika whispered to him. He sweat-dropped, nodding nervously at her jest. Or, at least, he hoped it was one. The boy's loud voice broke through the tense silence. I'm here to say sorry. To all of you, especially that cashier for threatening you like I did. Hearing his words, Rikika's expression softened considerably, but there was still a deeply rooted sense of distrust in her. I accept your apology. Besides, she sighed, you haven't done a crime, as Izuku said. Really? He seemed surprised. I'm pretty sure threatening someone could be considered as one. True, but something like that can't be proven without recordings. Noticing how his face only grew even more confounded, she decided to elaborate. When you robbed us, the CCTV had broken down. It's all fixed now, though, so don't get any wrong ideas. I'm not, he said as he raised his hands, though his mind couldn't help but latch onto the odd timing of the camera's malfunction. How did that happen? Frieren asked, feeling curious. Rikika leaned down, her hand covering her lips as she whispered. One of the cables had been bitten through. There was a hole in the wall nearby, so I'm guessing a rat bit through it. Though as I said, it's all A-okay now. Ah, I see. She nodded. Oh, also, Izuku turned to the rock-skinned boy. I forgot to ask last time we met, but what's your name? There was a short silence before he answered. Yotaro. No last names? Izuku questioned as a regretful look overtook his face. I'm sorry. What? He raised a brow, or whatever you call the particularly thick stone fragment, just above his eyes as he wondered what on earth was on the green-haired boy's mind. He thinks you're an orphan. Upon hearing the mature woman's words, Yotaro let out a ticklish chuckle. Seriously? No. I'm not an orphan. I just prefer not to tell people my last name. Weirdo, Rikika said bluntly. The boy just shrugged, unaffected by her loose mouth. I see. Well, I think it's only right I introduce us as well. I'm Izuku, though I think you already know that. Yotaro nodded at his words. Izuku then gestured to the two girls around him. This is Rikika-san and this is my sensei, Frieren. The rock-skinned boy nodded, committing all their names to memory. Also, do you want tea to join us? Izuku asked, though it was met by an instant retort from the resident receptionist. Hell no. Rikika shook her head vehemently. I may have forgiven him, but that doesn't mean I trust this guy," she said as she pointed to the quite literally stone-faced boy. Yotaro didn't seem bothered by the ruckus. "It's fine. I have somewhere I need to go to, anyway." W8. The stiff boy stopped as he craned his neck to see Izuku. He waited in silence, which Izuku inferred as a sign for him to talk. "Thanks. I just wanted to ask, have you considered what I said, be back then?" "Back then? Why? I told you that you sing be a great hero, Orosen. So do you want T to be one?" There was a deep silence, stretched out for what felt like an eternity though, in reality, has barely even been a minute. He let out a shaky breath that he didn't even realize he had been holding. I'm still thinking about it." Izuku nodded in understanding. "It's fine. There's still a lot of time to think about it since not everyone wants to be a hero anyway, after all." Yotaro nodded. With that, the boy took one glance at the clock that hanged inside the convenience store. "I need to go." "Oh, okay," he murmured with a disappointed expression. He hurried away, his steps echoing more and more mutedly until it disappeared entirely. Yotaro continued to walk with a quickened pace. He wasn't sure what took over him. He knew the gaps in between his many part-time jobs were short, but seeing the cashier girl, his mind couldn't help but be reminded of her fearful expressions so many weeks ago. But he didn't regret taking a short moment off to apologize. The gnawing guilt deep in his heart, though it wasn't entirely gone, it at least abated. And Izuku, the green-haired boy. His words continued to echo in his mind like a pest, scratching away at his skin. "Be a hero, HM? Yeah." As if, unbeknownst to him, Yotaro was going through much of the same doubts as Izuku, though there were some stark contrasts as well. Soon, the boy had to shake away those vexing thoughts. A few clicks away from the Lawson store, he stared up at a building. The structure stood tall with bright red lights radiating off of the letters that made up Music Galore, the store's name. Without much ceremony, he stepped forward and reached out for the door. His jolted backwards in surprise, feeling something hairy present under his boot. Raising it, his eyes slowly widened as viscous flesh was pulled by the underside of his shoe, folded organs and dark crimson pooling out from the corpse. Bits of gray hair stuck to the various parts, allowing Yotaro to guess what the animal once was before it met its unfortunate end. He groaned as he rubbed off the sticky bits using his rocky fingers before he then washed it in the pouring rain. Disgusting. Gazing at the corpse and realizing that it may throw off some potential customers, he took the store's doormat and placed it above the dead rat, before he stomped down his boot on the mound. He muttered a silent apology as he moved the doormat back to its original position. What little red and pink remained was quickly washed off by the rain. Isn't this area supposed to be clean? I guess nowhere is immune to these things. He murmured a small apology as he walked through the door, a high-pitched ring resounding through the surroundings. Assaulted by the warm air, he took off his raincoat and the Pizza Hut uniform under it, revealing a green and red-themed outfit. "I'm here, boss." As Yotaro went on with his day, he didn't realize that a pair of eyes had followed him throughout his journey. The figure, shrouded in a hooded coat, stood in the deep shade of an alley. Rats scurried around the unknown wraith's legs as if in worship. Rays of light peeked from the blinds of the Midoriya apartment. The motes mixed with the soft hue of the sun, the fireball having halfway sunken into the horizon, forming an orange miasma to linger in the open hallway. It was a sight that spurred a feeling of tranquility, of faint memories of those sweets you used to love as a child. Within the apartment itself, the air hung heavily with the weight of something completely opposite to that. A crucible of agitation and restlessness, a cauldron where worries for the future brew. That was the sense Inko felt as she watched the news. As viewers might already be aware, the construction of Zukunft, a new section of Muzutafu that is meant to emulate the distant future, has always been littered with rumors regarding the safety of its constructions. Today, those rumors are proven true. Blueprints of Zukunft has been leaked, revealing shocking secrets. Due to the construction of an unstable underground area beneath the planned site for Zukunft, around 40 meters deep, the government has cancelled all future construction plans. In response to the backlash, The figures who planned the construction have been taken away for criminal charges, though they vehemently denied involvement in any phase of the construction. Geez. Inko sighed as she turned off the news, plunging the room into a PRGT silence. What's going on in this city? As the days went by, there seemed to be an exponential rise in these sorts of news. Government officials would plan projects with layers of secrets within, and when it was found out, they always denied any recollection of ever agreeing to such a decision. The first time that happened, she chalked it up to their unwillingness to receive the consequences of their actions. Now, though, after a litany of the same thing happening over and over and over again, she grew worried. She sighed as she massaged her forehead, trying her best to brush away those dark thoughts. It feels like I've been getting more and more older by the day, she thought ruefully. With that thought continuing to linger in her mind, her gaze darted over from the door and then back to the clock. Her fingers, shaky and unsure, fiddled with the hem of her shirt. What are you really doing now, Izuku? Pwah! Izuku let out a satisfied pop of his lips as he rid the water bottle of all of its contents. Truly, there was nothing better than a cold drink after hours of school. Simultaneously, as he threw the bottle into a nearby trash can, he made sure to keep a keen ear to the conversation echoing among his friends. School was so boring, Rikika murmured a complaint, her arms splayed across the steel table. Izuku chuckled. Today, it was a struggle to concentrate. On meditating, of course. He didn't exactly mind long, boring hours of lessons. As long as the materials aren't being repeated. For once, they weren't frequenting outside of the usual Lawson store. They gathered along the bottom of the sloped walls of Takoba Beach, on a stone platform consisting of only tables and seats. The formerly desolate place was now bustling with people ever since the trash there had started to mysteriously and rapidly vanish over the course of a few months. To ensure that the new vista of the city would never be tarnished again, various volunteers posted additional informational boards and signs to discourage such behavior. So far at least, the beach remained clean. There were the occasional pieces of trash here and there, but other people would pick up the slack and clean up the remains on their own accord. When you're in school, you're experiencing the prime of your life. Toma said with a wise air, though that was rather easily offset by the Doraemon costume he wore. Oh sure. He murmured as he posed alongside a child, receiving a small bundle of cash in return. I guess, Rikika murmured as she stared at him, her gaze scrutinizing. The girl looked away when Toma turned. That applies to you as well, Izuku. The aforementioned mustered up a smile alongside a firm nod. A chuckle came out of the older man. You kids are amazing, you know. I was nowhere near as dedicated as you two are when I was your age. Heck, even now that's the case. The colleagues in age sported small blushes at his words. Rikika shyly pursed her lips. I am only doing part-time so I can get something I want. Toma smiled softly before he switched his attention to the only other adult between them, 4 or 5, if you include the dog currently being patted on Frieren's lap. How was your youthful days, Frieren-san? He inquired curiously. It was fine, was her curt answer as she continued to absent-mindedly run her fingers through the dog's soft fur. Yosuke slept soundly under her touch. Ah, I see, Toma said, sensing her unwillingness to divulge on her past. Sparing her an understanding gaze, he looked back at Izuku. When will the entrance exam start, again? A month from now, Izuku replied with a sour look. He stared at his teacher pointedly. I think I need to step up my studies. Frieren nodded. Yes. It would do you well to study more on science. Her eyes darted around the beach. We should also think about relocating for our studies. I am afraid tutoring you here will be least optimal for your... She stopped for a moment, letting a smile grace her lips as the dog cutely wiggled like a caterpillar on her lap. Concentration. Ah, you're leaving? Rikika asked with a disappointed tone. Yeah, probably. The greenette nodded with an apologetic smile. Sorry. Nah, it's fine. Rika waved her hands in a placating gesture, though there was a hint of disappointment still lingering within. You have to study well. Toma chuckled. He reached out and patted the youngster's shoulder. It'll be difficult, But if you do succeed getting into UA's General Studies course, you can get into any college you want. The whole world would basically be open to you by then. Spurred by his words, Rikika nodded as she quickly followed to give her friend some encouragement. She grabbed a fistful of air and punched up. You can do it. Izuku felt an odd, warm feeling when faced with their encouragement. He nodded and pumped his fist as well, his lips quirked in a genuine grin. I won't disappoint you guys. Frieren watched the scene in front of her, of Toma and Rikika cheering in response, with a face so clearly filled with mixed turmoil. On one hand, she was happy for her student. Of course, why wouldn't she? On the other hand, she felt herself grow closer to them as well. A complex wealth of emotions decorated her face. She let out a breath that she didn't even realize she had been holding. Frieren carefully set the dog onto the table as she shook away those intruding thoughts and quickly stood up. We should go, Izuku. We don't want you to get home late, do we? While a bit confused by her haste, Izuku nodded. Let's go then, sensei. He agreed as he turned back to the other two. Sorry guys. I gotta go. Study well, kiddo. You better make it to UA. He waved his hand smilingly. Guided by the elf, they trekked up the winding stairs along the sloped stone, heading for Frieren knows where. Stepping up onto the warm road, Frieren quickly took him to a desolate alley. I'll be flying you to my home, she explained. Sporting a blush, Izuku stuttered for the first time in a while. What do you mean by that? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? She snickered at his embarrassment. Calm down. You won't go into my home, we'll be training outside. I see. His nervousness escaped alongside his deep exhale. Good, that's good. The white-haired woman watched his relief with deep-seated amusement. Frieren reached out her hand to grasp what was seemingly thin air, before suddenly, motes of light gathered and solidified to form her staff. Izuku watched the show with glimmering eyes, like a child witnessing an acrobat with all the shining beams of a circus. How do you do that? Izuku asked, his mind running with the potential uses that could have. Storage magic. As the name implies, it stores a limited amount of objects that I can then bring out at will. She patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll teach you this soon. As she said so, the winds began to pick up around them. Not even a second later, the duo soared high into the orange sky, the winds rapidly blowing past their faces. Izuku felt a thrill go through him, culminating in an exhilarated yell that resounded through the air. Frieren leaned down ever so slightly, her lips next to his ear. Want to see something fun? Like what? Izuku asked curiously, still breathless from the sudden rise, both in elevation and speed. It'll be fun. Trust me. With eyes wide from her words, he gave an eager nod. No sooner after he's done that, he felt the world around him suddenly spin as he rose ever more. His scream seemed to fluctuate in his ears, clear and resounding at one moment, then muffled at the next. Echoich. Izuku laughed as the spinning stopped. Despite the lingering dizziness, he featured a smile that went ear to ear. How was it? Frieren asked as her speed slowed into a relaxing pace. They lazily flew through the clouds, the feeling cool and moist, while the sea below glimmered like brilliant gems. It was amazing, he said breathlessly. I want to be able to fly too one day. You can. It'll take time, sure, but many people have paved the way so that flight is more accessible. Izuku nodded, his eyes stuck on the glimmering sea. They stayed like that, in comfortable silence, as they simply took in the vistas below them, all the while the warm heat of the sinking sun and the moist freshness of the clouds mixed to create truly surreal strokes against their skin. Remembering something she used to share with Fern, the elf felt those words escaping her lips before she could stop them. Do you love magic? His response was instant, his face twisting to face her with a gleeful look. Course I do. More than a lot of things in the world. She felt her heart clench at those simple words. She turned her head away, not daring to look at him, fearful yet yearning for the strokes of purple she knew she would see. The pair eventually closed in on their destination, the faraway mountain range growing larger with each passing second. Izuku blinked, noticing what seemed like a faint image of a translucent dome surrounding the foot of a particular rise. "What's that?" he inquired curiously. "That's Frieren. It's a barrier spell meant to ward off people via influencing their minds to make them change course, away from the center of the spell." "That sounds strong," Izuku said with a hint of surprise. "No, it really isn't," she rejected. Sensing the boy's confusion, she patted his head. "I'll continue the explanation later when we're on foot. Staying airborne like this can be a bit taxing at a long enough PRD." With enough said, Frieren landed in the grassy field, her hand reaching out against the wall of mana. She caressed it gently as she glanced at Izuku. "You know how to control mana to an extent, right?" Izuku nodded, a bit unsure. "I think so. You already taught me how to use the basic attacking and defensive spells these past 2 weeks. Then, as a test, you need to make it through this barrier," she said as her hand, once soft, turned into a firm push. A visibly thin layer of her own mana surrounded her. "Like this. Coat yourself in your mana, then push through. It's a long way, so this will be good to train up your concentration and endurance." He looked down at his hands, then back up at the translucent barrier and let out a long breath. At first, there didn't seem to be an immediate change to his ever-fluctuating mana. As the seconds ticked by, however, he was beginning to show results. The mana, ever so slowly, described a constant line, a wall that surrounded his body. There was still a hint of instability here and there, but for a relatively new magic user, it was impressive control. He must have spent many long hours familiarizing with his mana to already be able to control it to this extent. Frieren thought with an expression of mixed pride and reminiscence. A few more econs later, Frieren spoke up. "That's enough," she said, snapping him out of his mana-addled stupor. "Maintain that level of mana and follow me." Izuku merely gave a small nod, fearing that opening his mouth would break his concentration. He felt a pang of nervousness as he watched the looming dome of translucence, but when he saw his teacher boldly stepping into it, he decided to follow along, albeit with an unsure gait. "Actually, wait," Frieren suddenly said, still within the reaches of the spell. She turned to him. "You were attacked by the sludge villain almost a dozen months ago, correct?" Izuku's expression quickly darkened. "Yeah, it was traumatizing. Not only was I close to dying, it was my first time actually facing a villain. All other times, I was always well within safe distance." "I see." Her gaze turned soft. "Fair warning, when you enter the barrier's influence, even guarded by mana, especially by mana, actually it will feel like you're surrounded by slime." "I see. Will that be fine with you? I can take this down for a bit, if you wish." No. Izuku quickly shook his head as he gave a reassuring smile. "It's not like I have nightmares about that moment every day. Maybe it'll feel uncomfortable, sure, but I can handle it." "I'm sure." Frieren smiled back. "That is good to hear." She then nudged her head deeper into the spell. "Let's go then." Izuku nodded as he gathered his bearings. He stared at the translucent wall intently before he stepped forward, his breath slightly hitching. Her words rang true. The spell felt like slime, sticking to every inch of his body. In a way, the feeling was actually enhanced by his own mana. "Well, that makes sense," he mused. "After all, mana is always in a state of perception, though right now, I'm still quite flawed in that aspect. I momentarily lose that ability to sense whenever I actively use spells." He let out a sigh. Still, just because it made sense doesn't mean he's very happy with that limitation. Even now, he felt a shiver ever so slightly run down his spine. When he walked in, he was somewhat confident that he would no longer be bothered by the memories of that fateful day, but it turns out he was severely overestimating himself. But he knew the struggles ahead, when he got into UA, would be far greater than the sludge villain ever was. Further sharpening his focus, he trudged on. Time seemingly melded into the sludge as his thoughts came to a single-minded focus. The uncomfortable chill, once filling his psyche, began to shrink to the back of his mind as he walked. The only semblance of time passing that remained was Frieren, who appeared truly unbothered by the barrier. Frieren, he fixed internally. Frieren glanced back occasionally, making sure Izuku kept his pace. She felt herself give a small laugh as she watched, his face contorted with such focus. And for something she sees as trivial, at that. Her lips slowly straightened as a thought struck her. How long has it been since she's seen an apprentice mage? How long since she last taught someone? Her last encounter with a mage Siri was already centuries ago, and even then, the fellow elf was anything but a beginner. In fact, she had already long reached what many thought to be the pinnacle of mages. Of course, she knew the expansive world of magic stretched far beyond Siri. Like science, like technology, it would only grow with time. After a moment of rumination, she shook her head. Trivial as passing through Frieren was for her, she was not infallible. She still needed to hold a modicum level of focus. Eventually, they broke through the barrier into an expanse, a soft breeze blowing past them. A decently large farm stretched across the field, surrounded by steel gates. Beyond the lush fruits and vegetables was a wooden cabin adorned by vines with sprouting flowers as an orange hue glowed from the windows. Is this where you live, Frieren-sensei? Izuku asked with awe, having just joined her within the dome. He blinked, having just realized something else. What? I don't think I saw this when we were flying. Does Frieren hide the appearance of this place? Frieren shook her head. No. It's another spell. Whoa, he breathed out. How many spells are there? The elf smiled as she turned her head to the translucent air behind her. Izuku's gaze followed hers. Good question. Actually, Frieren is the progenitor of the more practical barrier spells as well as spells that influence the mind. By taking in the composition that makes up Frieren, mages have managed to isolate the specifics and turn them into an entirely new branch of spells. It also relates to why I said this spell isn't actually that impressive. Not only is it easy to pass through, but you can notice that you keep losing your memories after journeying into a specific area. That's why it's an old spell that has largely grown out of use. Izuku's awe seemed to sprout further at her words. While he had an idea, he didn't realize that spells were capable of so many uses. In fact, he was reminded of something else. It sort of sounds like science. Izuku stated. Frieren nodded smilingly. She then pointed to her cabin. Let's go then. There's a training area just behind my place. The pair walked around the garden and soon came upon what seemed like an arena. The rocks described a large circle with various pillars rising into the air, like the fingers of a colossal stone giant. Faint plumes of blue fire hovered above the pillars. What's this? Izuku inquired with both curiosity and a hint of intimidation. You'll know when you enter the circle. Just as simply as her words, Frieren stepped past the pillars and into the circular formation. She looked at him, waiting for Izuku to do the same. After a moment of thought, Izuku stepped in. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he gazed at his hands, a familiar blanket surrounding his body. My mana? It's overflowing. He then went silent, not knowing how to describe the rippling sensations. Frieren nodded as she explained. It's called Riester Heilung. It's summoning magic that, among various uses, allows for the creation of many pillars that, together, accelerate the natural regeneration of one's mana. Unfortunately, there is still no spell that allows me to quickly regenerate mana while moving across vast distances. Izuku barely paid attention to her words as he was still stuck on the otherworldly feeling. It felt like a trove of limitless energy filled him, as if he could do almost anything in the world. Frieren smiled, amused, but she'd rather not take any further distractions. We should quickly start training. She reached out her hand into thin air, but unlike how it usually went, she did not summon her own staff. She summoned a simple wooden one and threw it over at him. Here. He snatched it out of the air, gazing at it with a smile. It was the staff he'd been using these past 2 weeks, starting from when he first began training spells. Even now, he still felt proud holding the wooden rod. Spurred by the surging mana within, he pointed his staff towards the expansive pasture. A moment later, beams of light erupted from his staff and flew past the grass, causing them to sway against the wind ever so slightly. Frieren watched with amusement as he played around, firing light beams and summoning shields made up of hexagonal shapes, relishing his temporary surge of power. "You won't stay here for long," she explained, contributing greatly as his face fell. "This place is optimal for practicing mana control and your refinement over some variety of spells, but for actual spars, which is what we will mostly be doing together, the area is simply far too small. It's better to practice in the pasture." Izuku appeared downtrodden by her words, but he quickly accepted it. Satisfied by his rapid understanding, Frieren opened her lips. "Explain to me what dictates the effectiveness of a spell." His answer came instantly. "The mana with which you fire it, the control you have over it, and the power at which it is fired." She gave a thumbs up. "Ding. Correct." As he proudly smiled, she continued, "I'll elaborate on the second point. To gain better control over your spells, you must be able to vividly imagine what will happen and believe it to be true. The more you do so, the more effective the spell will be." He appeared lost. Although he faintly remembered her touching on that topic in the past, he hadn't yet truly understood the meaning behind it. Fortunately, she was not done with her explanation. Magic is the world of imagination. Although much of its principles are rooted in science, applying it still requires vivid imagination and belief. I knew of someone in the past who was able to cut through powerful people, not because she was stronger than them in the most straightforward way, but because she believed she could cut them. Or should I say, the fabrics on them. It is a realm where, what you can imagine, you can similarly achieve. His mind reeled from her explanation. The logical part of his mind knew her words made very little sense. It was the complete opposite, in fact. Yet nevertheless, he felt her words resonating within him. "Where I can achieve what I can imagine," he smiled. "I like the sound of that." Whilst his thoughts sang with a satisfied tune, Frieren continued with her explanation. "Of course, utter belief in something is nigh impossible. As long as we humans remain logical creatures, we will always be one step away from achieving what is on our minds." Izuku hummed upon hearing her words. Instantly, he tried to imagine himself facing against All Might and his mighty strength. And even now, when his mana was seemingly lifted by the pillars around him, he could not imagine himself standing against the symbol of peace. "So I should practice my imagination, then?" "No. I mean," she shrugged. "Belief is inherent to oneself. I'm not capable of improving it. I usually strengthen my spells the same way humans deepen their understanding of science, research." "In that same regard," she continued, "you should know that spells either materialize things out of pure mana or influence one's surroundings. While you have gone a long way practicing your mana, it is merely passable for an apprentice mage. Thus, I recommend you to choose the latter path, which is more cost-efficient." Izuku appeared determined as he voiced his agreement. She nodded, once again impressed with his quick decisions. "I'm pretty sure it took me a year to decide which path I wanted to choose myself." She forcibly shook those thoughts away as she spoke. "Very well. You'll have to choose between these elements, then." The elf tilted her staff, having just materialized out of motes of light. Nearly instantly, various elemental spheres rose from the ground and hovered beside Frieren in a neat row. There was a plume of red flames, a water ball, a crackling form of purple thunder, and so on. Izuku gazed at the collection with awe. This was a much larger variety than most single quirks could offer. "Do I have to choose one?" "Personally, I'm able to use all of these, but that's only because I'm an elf. For a human, I recommend being a master of one to set up a strong foundation before exploring other means of attack." "Wouldn't being a jack of all trades be better? Since it could allow me to respond to a larger variety of emergencies." "Except for the fact that you wouldn't even be a jack. You would instead be a 5 of all trades." She awkwardly waved her hands, a bit embarrassed by his blank expression. "I mean, you know, in cards, there are the numericals, then the royals, then ace, yeah? I think I remember it like that. Anyway, I meant the numericals. As in 5 spades or hearts." He chuckled at her reaction. He gestured placatingly as he nodded, causing her to breathe out in relief. Izuku then gazed back at the litany of different elements, focusing back on the matter at hand. In all honesty, each were appealing to him in some way, so having to only choose one was quite the struggle. After a PRD of pensive silence, however, he finally opened his lips. If I choose water, can I, say, modify salt water or dirty water into a version safer to drink? Frieren felt the edges of her lips inexplicably tug upwards. Yes, you can. Then I choose that. At this point, her smile appeared serene, as if his answer had validated the choices she'd made until now. Good choice, she said with an approving nod. For now, you'll use that staff to practice. I have a few materials that could be combined to make a staff particularly efficient in casting water spells, but that will take quite a while. I can't assure you it will be done before UA's entrance exams either. Izuku did not mind using the simple, wooden staff. He had actually grown quite fond of. However, the mention of the increasingly short amount of time left before the entrance exams caused the boy to bite his lips anxiously. How long would it take before I can use this type of spell? She smirked, her soft hand reaching out to rustle his head. The greenette at this point simply allowed her to do so. He was too embarrassed to admit he actually liked the feeling. Don't worry. As I said before, magic is a world of imagination. Fortunately, the way you've been trained to gather mana is similar to how you will need imagine water spells, as they are both liquid in nature. Ah, I see, Izuku said with eyes set alight. I guess I'm lucky that you taught me that method. He chuckled. Frieren felt her voice buzz much of the same way, their joyful tones filling the air. She folded her arms over her chest in an almost smug manner. Fufu, of course. Who do you think I am? Frieren. That's your teacher's name, yes? The greenette blinked, his hand hovering above the door handle. Ah, yeah. He turned to face Inko. Why, Mom? The woman pursed her lips. She's been teaching you well, right? Yeah. Yes, she has. For the general course, yes? At UA? Yes. Of course. For the G general course. He coughed, turning back his gaze to the door handle. Yeah, of course. I wouldn't want anything else. You know, you can always pick another university. You don't have to go there just because It's my decision, Mom. He interrupted her, twisting his head to face her once again. His voice was firm. Okay. She sighed, her eyelids shuttering to a close. After a moment, she opened her eyes and gave him a wide smile. I love you, Izuku. Be careful out there. Her curved lips straightened slightly. And good luck with your studies. I will, Mom. With that said, Izuku stepped out of the tense mood and into the burning heat of the sun. It felt oddly good to be out of his home, even if that way of thinking filled him with guilt. He shook away those thoughts. For now, he tried to think more positively. His dream, his desire to be a hero is important. Even more so than the gnawing in his gut. And as his thoughts drifted there, he felt a surge of excitement within. Today, he would take a step further into the study of magic. Underneath the twinkling twilight sky, in a glistening sward surrounded by thick forestry, the sounds of conflict echoed throughout the otherwise silent clearing. Flashes of light occasionally beamed through the dimly lit expanse as what sounded like the splashing of water was heard. Izuku grunted, swinging his staff to the side. At the same time, a path of water churned around his feet and shot to his right, carrying him with it. And just in the nick of time as a glow streaked through where he just was. He was saved from much of the damage, his cheek merely being grazed by the incinerating beam. Irk. He grunted, bringing his fingers to his cheek. He let out a deep breath as he noticed the crimson that now stained his skin. Sensei really isn't pulling any punches. This is what you wished for, no? Her familiar voice suddenly echoed behind him. He felt a faint heat grow, the warmth bathing his back. His eyes widened as he spun around. He pushed his mind and mana further, materializing the complex hexagonal shapes of a shield as Frieren's soul track dissipated against the firm mana. Not a second later, he slid a great distance away as he reached out into the moisture on the blades of grass, his voice rising. Wasserspitzen. In an instant, spikes of water rose from beneath Frieren and moved at where she stood. Of course, he was still many years too far from being able to surprise her. the water spears dissipated weakly against her precisely positioned shields. Unlike Izuku, who still often threw up unnecessarily large shields against otherwise small attacks, Frieren was utterly efficient. Every spike was held back by the exact same amount of hexagonal apparitions, not too much and not too little either. As the moisture fell back into the soil, Frieren raised her staff simply, and a moment later, a litany of beams cut through the air. Izuku reeled back in surprise that quickly morphed into panic. He hastily manipulated the water beneath his feet, trying to get away from the incoming barrage with reckless abandon. He only realized his mistake when his body slammed against a stone wall that he was sure wasn't there before, the rocks protruding and wrapping around his limbs unflinchingly. Izuku tried to struggle, his panic overwhelming him so much to the point that his staff clattered onto the ground. Witnessing the blinding light approaching, he closed his eyes. Only for nothing to happen. None of the incineration or exploding rubble or sheer heat he expected occurred. In fact, the stone bindings quickly retracted, freeing him and setting him onto the wet soil. He snapped open his eyes alongside heaving breaths, staring widely at the blades of grass digging into his skin. "You still have much to learn." His sensei's familiar voice came, soothing yet firm in her statement. His body shook with every second that passed, so he hefted up himself so as to lean against the stone wall. His green orbs were filled with shock and awe as he gazed at Frieren's undisturbed form. Her clothes had yet to even be dirted, her hair still neatly combed and her skin dry, as if she had not just went through a battle. I do," he admitted as his head hung low, mulling over his various mistakes. "What were your mistakes, exactly?" "I panicked. I still haven't mastered efficiently using my shields. And I was too passive." "Correct." She nodded. After a moment, she spoke up. "There's also another mistake," she said whilst nudging his staff with her foot. "Right?" Izuku sighed. He did not need to be told any more. When he was bound, he had still been holding his staff, so by all rights, he should have still been able to use spells and potentially defend himself. If only he had not panicked at the last second. Seeing his disheartened expression, Frieren crouched down so that she could soothingly pat his shoulder. "Don't take it too hard on yourself. That was our first spar and we still have 3 weeks left before your entrance exams. I'm sure you'll grow stronger. More than enough to get into UA." He looked up at her, his expression unreadable. After a moment, though, he nodded. "Thank you, Sensei. I will get into UA. You can rest assured of that much." The elf gave an encouraging thumbs up at his words. Soon enough, her mood turned pensive as a thought entered her mind, an apprehensive one, though not for herself. Her gaze flickered over to her student. "Your water magic has reached a satisfying enough level. You're ready to go to the quirk registry, Izuku." "Ah." His face fell as he looked away with furrowed brows. "Can't we wait until I'm more capable? It would be even more suspicious if a late bloomer is suddenly very skilled with his quirk. It's better to do so now." He pursed his lips as he nodded, understanding what she was trying to say. "Yeah, I get it." Sparing him a glance at the anxiety that adorned his face, Frieren could not help but feel for the boy. Trying to show her support, she patted his head once more. "You can do it. You basically have a quirk now. Even better than one, actually." "That's true," Izuku murmured under his breath. "But she'll continue to worry for me." Her gaze softened at his words. Her hand, now resting on his shoulder, tightened. She looked away from his face as she said, "Mothers will always be worried for their children." That got a small laugh out of the boy. "True as well. I swear, even if I'm All Might himself, Mom would still worry for me. It's like she can't handle the thought of not seeing me." At those words, Frieren's body tensed ever so slightly. "Yeah," she said, hiding a wealth of emotions. "But I love my mom." His voice turned sincere, brimming with clear affection. "And I'd like to assuage her worries, even by a little. So can I ask you to help me with something, Sensei?" Eager to move on to another topic, Frieren nodded. Urged by her approval, Izuku's earnest request rang through the cool atmosphere. The elf remained silent for a moment before her eyes slowly began to widen. "Is this what you're asking for?" "Truly." "Yeah." Izuku gave a pleading smile. Can you do it, sensei? If it's not too much of a bother. No, it's not a bother. She chuckled. Her gaze, initially wide with surprise, now glinted with interest. Sure. I just have to act like a villain and then you'd send me flying away, right? Why yeah. He nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed by her description. While her words did sing the same tune as the truth, the way she said it made him feel like he was taking advantage of her. Though, in hindsight, perhaps that was on purpose on her part. Shaking away those intruding thoughts, Izuku further elaborated. Mom wants to go on a trip with me. Sometime soon she'll probably leave the decisions up to me. He shifted in place, his breathing growing ever so slightly uneven as he nibbled on his thumb. I'll ask for us to go camping or something that'll leave us alone. You can act out an attack then, till I want to spend some time with her first. She likes malls and movies, so I'll invite her to Mizudafu City Mall and after, we'll go to some isolated area. Good boy. She patted his head. Sure, I can wait. But do you have to stage all of this? Can't you just come forward and say that you suddenly attained your quirk? Yeah, but a couple of weeks of just gaining my quirk wouldn't be enough to convince her that I could have what it takes to go to you. He rambled. At least not without Mom seeing it herself. I see. She nodded with quick acceptance. How about tomorrow? Can you schedule that? I can though, sensei. Good. With that said and done, Frieren flew Izuku back to his apartment. As the winds lashed against his face, Izuku stared at the darkening land, illuminated only by the innumerable glimmer of the city. The soft rays of the sun and moon, of warm copper and cold azure, mixing together in a crucible of prisms, was certainly a stunning sight. Yet, even if he could admit that the vista did nothing to sway his heavy heart. Call him overreacting if you wish. But to face his mother, someone who has vehemently shown her disapproval for his dreams since the incident that occurred when he was just a child, was easier said than done. He glanced up at his teacher, her face calm and composed. Within it, he found reassurance, not from himself, not even truly from his teacher, but from the sea and the mighty waves that glide across it. I'm near the abandoned park. I'll wait for you here. What are you reading, Izuku? He was jolted out of his musing as a shaky smile adorned his face. He hastily buried his phone in his pocket. It's nothing, Mum. Just some messages from my C class. I see. Inko nodded, quickly accepting his words as her lips very quickly curved up. She looked around the bustling mall. What do you want to get, Izuku? Honestly, I think you've worn those red shoes for too long. What do you think about changing that? No, it's fine. The boy answered with a vehement expression. I like it very much. Her eyes softened. Figures. Well, she tilted her head as she scanned the rest of his clothes. If you won't change out of those shoes, then we can at least change the rest of your attire. Like, seriously, she giggled. Until when will you just wear t-shirts in public? The aforementioned boy visibly blushed. His hand scratched the back of his head, unable to retort. Okay. With that said and planned, the pair headed straight for a clothing store. At this time, when offices and schools alike simultaneously offer weeks of vacation, a mogul like Mizudafu City Mall was sure to be packed. Seeing his mom smile widely, not at all bothered by the tight spaces enforced by the however many people are around them, tugged at his lips as well. When asked for the reason for her love for places like this, Inko would always say, malls, I feel, are the center of the human experience. People come here and they can find virtually every facet of our emotions. Some go to the theater and have a good time, some are annoyed by the occasional fights that occur, some come alone, trying to find meaning in the thick crowd. Point is, you can come out of here feeling terrible or feeling like you've just gone through the best day of your life. I just want us, all three of us, to come here and watch it all unfold. As a family. Izuku smiled softly at that memory, oblivious to the dangers that lay in wait. Somewhere else within the jam-packed walls of the mall, a rotting stench wafted from behind closed shutters, prickling into the crowd. Among them, a man with a dog head grew increasingly bothered by the smell. In some other timeline, he would have just ignored the stench and walked away. But in this world, the man was not in a particularly good mood. In fact, he was distinctly livid. Not only had his girlfriend left him but even his car, an heirloom with which he treasured very much, had been destroyed by a fallen tree. And so, from a frustration born out of a culminatingly worse day, the man barked and opened the shutters. "Hey, what the f is that?" Only to meet a tsunami of rats, their red eyes glinting with madness. Frieren leaned against a tree's trunk, her staff splayed on the grass below. She yawned as tears emerged from the corner of her eyes. She blinked, scrunching her lids as she tried to shake off her doziness. Suddenly, they widened, her pupils filled with shock. Far, far in the distance, within the heart of Mizudafu, a pillar of mana, rivaling her own, rose into the endless blue sky. Plip. Plop. The sound of water, dripping seemingly endlessly, echoed through the hollow passages. A putrid smell of human waste, culminated since the founding of Mizudafu, wafted from every inch of these sewers. A place fitting for a rat. He tried to convince himself that he wasn't one as he trudged through with a destination in mind. His heavy boots splashed against the murky waters. The ground soon rose, enough so that the brown sludge faded into concrete, and he now found himself in front of a series of U-shaped bars embedded in the wall that served as a ladder. His teeth, stronger than stone, bit his lip as he shakily clutched a bar. He tried to shrug away the lingering anxiety and faint guilt. Surely, they would not follow him into a crowd? An odd sense of unease filled Izuku's heart. To his side, his mother seemed to be plagued by the same illness, the woman scanning through the crowd as she tried to discover why she felt this way. "Mom." Her hand clenched tighter onto his. "What is it, sweetie? How about we go to the food court?" "Yeah, good idea. I'm suddenly famished." With that, the family of two spun on their heels to make their way to the door a dozen meters away, only to freeze in place as a cacophony of screams suddenly erupted from the deep reaches of the mall. Not a moment later, gunshots joined the fray, further heightening their fright. Inko's pace hastened as she led him by the arm, practically running and shoving past the similarly restless crowd. She was not the only one with the train of thought to escape. Like her, a few others who were quick on their feet have made their way to the sliding doors. But just as their outstretched fingers brushed with salvation, their hopes were dashed thin when several figures impeded their path. For in total, they all wore brown leather coats and had matching tattoos on their foreheads that of a single eye, so realistic it almost felt like it bore down on everyone there with a cold gaze. "Thought you could run away, eh? Ya punks." The four threw back the closest of the fleeing civilians with reckless abandon. They had no sympathy to spare for the people they deemed with a mix of hate and smug gazes. Izuku bit back a curse as he quickly took Inko to a small, diverging path covered in darkness. Now silent as a mouse, the two waited with bated breaths as the four villains pushed the crowd deeper into the winding halls. He rarely found himself hateful, but right now, he certainly held a level of irritation at whoever designed this mall. It was essentially a ring within a ring, separated by a lush garden. The outermost building served as a food court, luring in pedestrians with their delicious scent. After, they would be baited to the garden by the litany of advertising banners there, billowing in the end. Ultimately, it was a strategy meant to bring an influx of customers to the innermost structure, the commercial and entertainment center. As a result, however, in the event of an invasion occurring within the innermost building, patrolling officers or heroes would not be able to see it in progress. Of course, many months after the incident, the mall would be made to experience major changes. Mainly, a part of the outer ring would be cut off, letting the inner building be easily visible to patrolling enforcers of justice. Keyword in after. As Izuku and Inko backed away, they felt themselves bump into something behind them. The green-haired mother quickly turned and was about to push her son back, but the aforementioned was evidently quicker, and he instead took that role. Fortunately, their worries were soon proven to be unwarranted as the wall they bumped into turned out to be a familiar face for one of them. "Yotaro!" Izuku brightened, noticing the rock-skinned boy. "You know him, Izuku?" His mother asked warily. "I do. He's a friend I made a couple of months back." "I'm not?" Yotaro shook his head, deciding to hold back whatever he was about to say. Inko instinctively sniffed the air around him, only to be sent reeling from the exceedingly putrid smell that stabbed her nose. She was pretty sure even a year of never showering wouldn't smell this bad. Out of a mixture of worry and annoyance, she just wanted to reprimand her son's friend and dump some soap-littered water on him, but this wasn't the right time for that. Her son, judging by his tight smile, had gone through the same train of thought. Izuku blinked, noticing the folders held tightly to his chest. He was curious, but he had better worries. "We need to figure a way out of here," he whispered, glancing back to the 4 villains that were hurting the crowd. "Or find some way to contact the heroes outside. They'll come crashing down on this place in minutes." "No, that's suicide," Yotaro immediately interjected. "How about we try to call the police?" Inko offered another option, which was shot down just as quickly. "I tried earlier, but the network was disabled. Must be one of their quirks," he explained. "We should just wait." A heavy weight suddenly bore down on the very air around them, sending them into a deathly silence. They slowly glanced beyond the darkness and again into the crowd. This seemed to be everyone from the inner mall, having been gathered by more than a dozen villains, all of which were left breathless from the same pressure the 3 felt. Like the Red Sea, the thicket of raggedly dressed villains parted. From the gap, 2 figures stepped forward. The first was a woman, decked in a similar brown coat to the others as well as the tattoo on her forehead. Her teal-colored hair was tied in a ponytail. However, what differentiated her was the firm wooden mask that covered the lower half of her face, as well as the surprisingly sterile scent that even Izuku noticed from this far away. She scanned the crowd with a judging gaze. The other, Izuku felt a shiver go through every fiber of his being. The aforementioned was draped in a hooded coat, his entire face covered by a plain wooden mask that left no openings. Rats seemingly swarmed around his legs, their eyes glinting red with a madness that seemed contained when near him. But that was not what held his attention the most. It was the mana that churned within the fully masked figure, so thick it seemingly manipulated the very space surrounding him. "It's equal to Frieren sensei," he gulped. He has only ever seen his teacher's full mana once, and it was enough to make him want to shrink and hide. Now, not only was that same sight attributed to someone else, that someone was a villain. Perhaps even the leader of this group. Dragging his gaze across the line of villains, Izuku quickly noticed something he had not seen before. It was a sight that rapidly drained the color out of his face. Blood splattered across the faces of many of the villains, splotches of crimson that he knew did not belong to them. His mother had noticed that as well. Her breathing grew increasingly uneven as she instinctively nudged herself in front of her son. We should get out of here, Izuku." The boy took a deep breath before he nodded. "I'm fine. Don't worry." His eyes flickered over to who he assumed was the leader of the villains. "We need to get out of here and go find some heroes. What do you think?" he whispered while looking over his shoulder to the rock-skinned boy. Yotaro appeared rattled by the sight. His eyes were wide as if fixated on the crimson stuck on the villains' faces, the boy's firm grip on the folders tightening. Izuku reassured him as he lay a comforting hand on his shoulder. "We'll get back at them." Just as he said that, however, the crowd rang abuzz with commotion. They peered out of the darkness once more. A fight had broken out. One of the gathered civilians had apparently been a hero, a man with dark blue hair and a muscular yet lean figure that befitted a runner, as well as powerful calves with protruding exhausts, blowing out billows of smoke, and was now blitzing across the hall, fighting off much of the villains. The masked figure watched on, wordless and unmoving. Beside him, the woman stood silent as well, mimicking her leader. Her gaze occasionally darted over at him in anticipation. As more and more of his goons were taken out, the leader let out a deep sigh. He raised his hand and pointed to the hero in silver armor. A second later, rats scurried from every corner of the mall. Their eyes burned with only a single purpose: to tear away at the body of flesh their lord wished death upon. The hero narrowed his eyes at the incoming horde. He could admit that he felt a touch of fear at the sight. But as the cheers of his brother filled his ears, he found that sense of fear dashed away. Quickly realizing that his kicks would not be optimal, Tensei twisted on his heels and, Instead, used the sprouts of flames from his calves to scorch the pursuing rodents. It would have been a viable strategy if not for the time limit of that particular technique. He narrowed his eyes. With only one option left, he charged right through. Tensei stopped for a brief moment, his figure quickly crouched into the starting stance of a runner. He let out a breath as he closed his eyes, the literal wave of rats momentarily forgotten. His head hung low, his knees bent with one foot in front of the other. His palms faced the ground, his fingers pointing out. Far within the bloodstream of his body, his very cells began to hasten. His exhausts, steel and glistening, heated the air around them. His head snapped up, staring forward intensely. He tightened his muscles up further as he raised his hips. A deep wealth of power gathered in his legs. From within the hollow tubes of his protrusions, bright blue flames bursted out. Tensei rushed forward, cutting through the mountain of rodents in his way. With rapid zigzags, he zoomed through the expansive mall and held a single-minded focus on the masked man. Even at a glance, he knew he was the leader of the villains. With him defeated, Tensei should be able to manage to follow up with the rest of his underlings. The teal-haired woman narrowed her eyes at the incoming hero. She moved quickly to stand in front of her leader, grasping the air and pulling up. Suddenly, a wall of water rose in front of her, rows of sharp spikes pointing straight at the costume-less ingenium. The hero grunted as he came to a screeching halt before blitzing to the side, just in time as the spikes grew and penetrated the ground he was standing on. "You think you can try to attack my leader and get away with it?" She snarled. "As long as I stand, you will never be able to do anything. Shut your high and mighty attitude, Cecile. You're being an annoying tramp, you know that." Another voice echoed from one of the goons, a man with lime-colored wild, spiky hair. The woman narrowed her eyes. "Don't you dare talk to me that way, Jinshur. The Messiah values me far more than he does any of you." She spat. "I was a gang leader once, you know." Jinshur snarled. "You were just a shriveling orphan when the Messiah first found you." She narrowed her eyes, about to say something more before she was interrupted by the sound of a cracking stone. Both colleagues turned their heads as Tensei arrived in a burst of speed, catching them by surprise. Cecile could only raise her hands to guard her face, the muscles tearing and the bones shivering as Tensei's full-powered kick sent her flying away into a wall, forming spiderweb cracks in its wake. Jinshur bit back a curse before he suffered a similar fate, his figure spiraling into a store. The man with a plain wooden mask, supposedly the Messiah, that the two had referred to, stood lackadaisically in place. A breath rapidly escaped and went into Tensei's cavernous lungs. He stared with slitted eyes at the figure. "There's nothing left standing in my way." The closest of his guards were already thrown to the wayside, while the man's horde of rats was still far away. For all intents and purposes, the villain leader was wide open. So why did he feel something was off, still? Trying his best to shake away those intruding thoughts, his muscles tensed and exploded with energy, his blue-streaked figure heading straight for the villain. He jumped, flying through the air, and his legs, firm as steel, cut through the air straight for the masked man. As his leg approached unimpeded, Tensei's confidence grew with it, only for it all to suddenly be dashed away when he hit something solid. The next moment, he was thrown back by a seemingly invisible force, sending his figure ragdolling across the floor. The pure white surface was stained with specks of crimson. "Ni-san!" A yell echoed from the crowd, the worried face of a younger-looking Tensei peeking from it. The hero kneeled on the floor, the commotion around him smeared into a dull hubbub as he stared uncomprehendingly at the villain. Hexagonal shapes shimmered in the air where Tensei had kicked before the blue motes of light dissipated into wafer-thin air. "That's new. Were those rats a disguise all along? But what ties in that shield and whatever pushed me away? Some sort of energy manipulation quirk." His mind ran as the villain moved his hands like a puppet master holding together a bundle of strings, the rats swarming around his feet. Tensei narrowed his eyes. Yet the chance remains that he is doing all of this, still. The fight from then on became utterly one-sided. The horde of rats continued to chase after the speeding hero. Whenever he tried to attack the masked man, The translucent shapes around him would always shield his figure, leaving him unscathed. Having quickly realized the futility of his actions, he tried to shift to the other villains, hoping one of them was responsible for the force jamming the network within them all. However, as he tried to do so, he clashed against an invisible wall. He was bound and left with no other choice but to have a battle of attrition against the Messiah, a battle where his defeat hung like an inevitable omen. Izuku's breath grew uneven at what he had witnessed. If the villain's mana so potent and overflowing wasn't enough to go by, then whatever he had just used to blow the blue-haired man away further hammered in the threat he posed. He's controlling the rats using magic. It's thin, but I can see each one controlled by his mana. And when he repelled that guy, I didn't see or sense any mana. So he has a quirk, to boot. He whispered out a tense sigh as he turned back to Inko and Yotaro. "Can I ask you a favor?" he said to the rock-skinned boy. "What is it?" Yotaro replied, trying yet failing to hide his anxiety. Or was it some other emotion? It matters not. For now, Izuku only wanted his mother to be safe. "Can you protect my mom out of here?" "I don't want to go." "I can't go." "What do you mean you can't?" She whispered back before Yotaro could say anything, her face addled with worry. "You're coming out of here with me, Izuku, and no buts. These people are in danger. I can't. I won't go when I could do something for them. Please, Izuku. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Stop being foolish. I'm not being dumb. This is what I want. For the love of..." She said in a deep breath. "T to W? To J just die out there? To think love, please. I'm not powerless, Mum. Besides, this is what Dad would have wanted." "Your dad died, Izuku." She grasped his shoulders with a wide, desperate look in her eyes. "He died because he fought someone far more powerful than him. I can't lose you too." Izuku understood where her worries came from. He truly did. So he carefully and gently shrugged off her hands, holding them in his. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll be safe. I promise that." Her face turned ugly, tears prickling the edges of her eyes. She bit back a sob. "And no," she said with a sense of resolution, wrapping her arms around her boy. "You're not going anywhere. You're going with me." Yet even if he understood, it was difficult for him to accept it. He tried to tear her off of him, but her hold was unexpectedly firm, like a band of thick ropes wrapped around him. His brows scrunched up at her insistence. When screams in the distance began to echo, louder and louder, he started to put more strength into his struggle. "Mom, please, I need to." As he spoke, he turned back to the crowd, only to feel his eyes widen at what he saw. The wind rushed past her lithe form. Dressed in a samurai costume gifted to her by some lord several centuries ago, she flew through the air with stunning speed. Fortunately, she had used a very specific magic to make the samurai armor and literally only samurai armor way lighter. She tried to calm her breath as she gazed upon the towering pillar of mana. After so many centuries, after so many fruitless endeavors, finally she has found another remnant of her past. A way to break the curse that permeated her being. The blue-haired man lay bloodied and defeated, held beneath the masked villain's foot. A strangled yell escaped from someone within the crowd as the others looked on, their gazes dark and resigned. For once since the beginning, the masked man spoke. "Pitiful." The voice crackled, distorted from within. "So bound you are by self-made rules that, even witnessing the fall of your brother, you dare not step forward." His bespoke words reverberated through Tenya's mind, further rattling him. "Compared to you," he widened his hands to the other rugged villains beside him, "we are free of such restraints. You." He shuffled in place, nervous and jittery. All he wanted was to kick the vile man off of his brother, and he almost did if not for Tensei's gaze boring into him, past the running blood. Even though he said nothing as his brother, Tenya Ida knew what he was saying. "Don't come here. You won't stand a chance against him." He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging into his skin as lines of red dripped down onto the floor. Of course, he knew that was the truth, and yet. The Messiah snorted, having noticed their wordless message. "As if I will allow anyone to escape here alive." He clicked his tongue. I bore of this. Traitor. If you value the life of this hero, if you value the lives of those standing before me, you will come forward with your white flag raised in the air. You will give what belongs to me, and I spare everyone who stands here. The villain's voice rang out through the crowd, searching for the one guilty of his accusation. Behind Izuku, Yotaro let out a shaky breath, his eyes darting between the masked man and the bloodied hero. Guilt and nervousness filled his being. Yet he did not step forward. He closed his eyes shut as he looked away, trying to comfort himself. I can't let him know who I am. As the seconds ticked and no one stepped forward, the Messiah let out a deep, audible sigh that stabbed right into Tenya's rapidly beating heart. He raised his fist right above Tensei's prone form and, slowly, opened it. A distance away, in an indoor garden, flower. Petals bloomed from within the soil. Each petal flew towards him, creating a mesmerizing blanket with seemingly ever-changing colors. Only to unite and form a deadly spike of steel, raised in the air like a guillotine ready to drop upon the prone hero. Barely giving the crowd time to react, the Reaper's blade fell. A blur of colors went by, too quickly for most of the people there. The lumpy weight of iron was kicked away, sent spiraling into the air and embedding into the ground a few meters away. Quickly shifting his foot to the point where it strained his muscles, he hefted up his brother and ran back into the crowd. As Ida turned, only then did he realize that someone else had charged alongside him. A boy with flowing green hair stood in front of the crowd, his body nervous yet firmly in place. He moved what seemed like a staff forward and, in an instant, spurts of high-pressure water blasted from the ground and towards the masked villain. Wasserspitzen. Unfortunately, it was quickly intercepted by a wall of water that rose, the water droplets clashing against each other. Cecile narrowed her eyes as she stood protectively in front of her leader. Like a veil opening, the jets of water that acted as a wall parted as she stared daggers at the boy. To attack the Messiah like that, you truly are courting death. She whispered with a hateful edge. He grunted. What on earth was he doing? At that moment, when he saw that blade falling on the man's head, it was as if his body moved on its own. Even now, he still heard his mother's disapproving words, echoing with a constant reminder. He clicked his tongue as he stared forward. This was not the time for such intruding thoughts. The teal-haired villain moved first. She punched her fist forward and the water, commanded by her quirk, rushed forward like a wave. As the water built up and towered over him, Izuku slid away on the smooth floor, his movement propelled by the water churning around his ankles. Cecile quickly turned her palm to the side as the wave shifted, following Izuku. She doesn't compare to Frieren-sensei, not at all. Izuku found little comfort in that thought. For even if it was true that she was vastly weaker than his teacher, the woman had one advantage: she wanted to kill him. It could be compared to sparring with a world-class champion and fighting a regional champion to the death. Continuing to escape the grasp of the wave, Izuku pointed his staff forward. Jets of water cut through the floor around her, threatening to penetrate. Having already sensed the trembling pipes beneath, however, she jumped away in time. As she escaped, she maintained impressive control over the rush of water following after him. As their fight continued, Izuku felt the truth of their fight dawning on him. By the smirk on her face, the villain did as well. What's the matter? Is that all you got? 'Cause let me tell you, she grinned. That's not the case for me. With a yell, she brought her hands together. Instantly, every corner of the hall was littered with sharp jets of water, quickly turning the mall into a place filled with deadly landmines. Through it all, the wave continued its chase. Izuku's desperation grew exponentially until his eyes widened. Inko, still nestled in the darkness, could barely hold back her scream as she saw the threat looming over her son. She thrashed in place, but the stone-covered hands holding her there were far too firm for her to move. "Let me go," she whispered. She tried to use her quirk, tried to manipulate the hands wrapped around her. "I can't let Izuku go into his death like that." "What can you do?" The boy, who she was aware was named Yotaro, grunted. In spite of his words, guilt filled his face. I can't do anything to help him either. Directly at least. But I can make sure his wish to keep you safe is fulfilled. I only want to make sure I can at least do that for someone I admire. You yourself know that, right? That's why you've been keeping your voice low. Faced with the truth of his statement, Inko began to quiet down. Her eyes were filled with tears as she stared forward, the boy's form starting to overlap with someone else. She shook her head. No, her boy won't end up like that. He promised her, didn't he? Her breath slowly came to a halt as her eyes widened. Witnessing the brutal battle between two water users, Tenya did not hesitate to rush forward and save the boy who had graciously helped him. However, he found himself unable to do so as villains blocked his path. Among them was the spiky-haired villain from before, the smirk on his face promising a world of hurt for the hero who had knocked him unconscious. He let out a growl. You scums. You would hurt a downed hero? Where is your pride? Jinshi laughed at the boy's words. As the Messiah already said before, we are not bound by your self-made laws. Pride included. You. He truly was in a pickle. He could only sit there and grit his teeth, unable to do anything else but watch as the green-haired boy found himself in increasingly more trouble. When the walls and floor began to spurt out jets of water, strong enough to slice through the stone around, the scrunch in his brows further deepened. Tenya looked away, a silent promise filling his heart. Even if I don't know your name, I swear I will avenge you. As he waited, he did not hear the squelch of the flesh nor the final, strangled scream he subconsciously expected. Instead, he only heard the gasps of both the crowd and the villains around him. When his eyes darted back to the scene, only then did he realize why. Izuku stood there, his figure unscathed. The jets of water now flowed around him, as if they were the planets that circled him, the star that radiated an unseen power. As deadly blades of water surrounded him, Izuku's eyes glinted with a sudden realization. While it was being controlled by the woman's quirk, natural mana still radiated off of every droplet. Mana that he's already learned to control and bend to his very will. Was it truly so easy? Was that the one vital advantage he has over the fearsome villainess before him? Without wasting a second thought, he expanded his mana, encompassing even the very pipes the water spurted out of. He felt as if he could tug at it, so he did. And to his widened eyes, the high-speed jets came to a slow halt. They circled him, every bit of their movements easily controlled by him. Now, to be fair, he needed a long time to be able to take over the leash of the water around him. He still needed to sense the natural mana, separate it from the motes permeating the air, integrate it with his own, and finally take control of it. He hasn't been able to fine-tune that process for it to be a viable way of deflecting her attacks. Yet even with all those setbacks, it was a vital advantage, nevertheless. Not giving the surprised villainess a chance to react, he swung his staff forward. At the same time, the water that drew a circle around him churned and rushed straight at the teal-haired woman. Biting back a curse, she tried to take control of the incoming wave, only to find herself unable to. She turned on her heels and carefully positioned herself beside the Messiah. I'm sorry, but you need to move away. After his nod, she gently wrapped lines of water around their feet. She briefly mulled over the fact that the boy had thought of this technique before she did, turning her livid. A moment later, they slid away to a cluster of other villains. Hey boss. The kid's pretty impressive, to overpower Cecile's quirk. Silence. She hissed. She glanced at her leader, trying to see his reaction. Even if his water quirk overpowers mine, I can still defeat him. I assure you that. You should be quicker with your attacks. The boy can control your water, but it is obviously something not yet familiar to him. The man explained with folded arms. Seeing the logic behind his words, the villainess gave her thanks before she looked back at the green-haired brat. You think your circus show will save you from me? She scowled as she walked towards him. If so, her palm formed into a fist. Raising it, the puddles gathered and blasted in a single, powerful burst towards Izuku. You truly are foolish. The staff-wielding boy grunted as he leaned to the side, the jet of water grazing past his cheek. It did not take long, however, for the rest of the volley to join in. His figure danced across the hall, giving a performance of life and death. It took all of his concentration just to be able to avoid her onslaught, much less start his own. The crowd watched the increasingly desperate fight with bated breaths. Tensei, now awake albeit barely, watched the scene alongside Tenya. The valor, courage, and skill Izuku had shown was enough for a glimmer to appear within their eyes. The hero groaned as he tried to stand up with shaky hands. Noticing this, Jinshi snorted. Spikes of stone peeked out from the floor, the sharp tips pointing directly at his face. "Go ahead and stand up. I'll murder you when you do." It was clear that the green-haired boy would not last much longer. Yet, even with that knowledge, they found themselves helpless to do anything about it. That realization hit Tensei especially hard. The boy was drowning in front of their very eyes, but he was already far too deep for them to save. As the seconds ticked by, as the young boy grew more desperate, as his injuries began to pile up, the frustration within their hearts only grew. Yet it would never amount to the sheer fear Inko felt, still held within the darkness. As memories began to surface in her mind, she bit her lip until she drew blood, hoping desperately that the past would not repeat itself. Unfortunately, this is it. Cecile let out a yell as, at the same time, dozens of sprays came for him at once. Izuku swiftly dodged as best he could, swerving on the floor continuously until the attacks finally came to an end. He kneeled on the ground as a satisfied breath escaped from Cecile's chest. "Took long enough." Izuku slowly looked down. His mind was rattled and his breath was uneven, a usual sign of complete depletion of one's mana reserves. Yet within his core, a portion of mana still flowed. Izuku's mana is growing weaker. Frieren clenched her staff tightly. The wind rushed past her even faster, to the point where a loud bang shook the very air surrounding her. She just hoped she wouldn't be too late. Inko could not seem to find her voice. What else could she say? Scream, wail, or curse at the culprits? That would have done nothing good for her. Even if she wanted nothing more than to rush in there and save her boy, she knew she could not do anything. That was what her rationality kept repeating. Truly, the sensible choice would have been to fade into the darkness and bide her time. But as the scene of her dying son splayed prone on a puddle of his own blood reflected on her green iris, it was as if all that rationality escaped her. With Yotaro's hold on her weakening, a result of his own shock, she pried open his arms and stepped into the light. She stretched out her adrenaline-filled hand, covering them in a green hue. And covering her son's as well. Before Cecile could land the final blow, his figure was slung across the room and landed in the hands of a woman with a similar appearance to the boy. Feeling tears prick the corners of her eyes, she pushed down her panic as she blotted out the holes in his body with her quirk. She let out a breath of relief when she no longer saw the blood pouring out. Yotaro grunted as he continued to remain hidden. Looking around, his eyes glinted as he barely noticed a murky shape within the darkness. Chaos bathed in the light, the villains clamoring towards the mother and son. These people seemed to be dedicated to ruining my day. Cecile clicked her tongue as she trudged towards them. As she did, she tried her best to ignore the mockery echoing from the mouth of her infuriating colleague. The high and mighty Cecile, having failed not once, but twice? Jinshi cackled. "Oh, how you've fallen." "I have not." Her jaw tightened. She stepped forward with greater haste, leaving the lime-haired man in her dust. Noticing the villainess's approach, Inko directed a protective glare. "Stay back," she barked. That only seemed to spur her smug lips to further widen. She brushed off a line of blood on her cheek with her thumb, gazing at the red orb. In the end, all he managed to do was this. Well, credit where it's due, for a brat, this is impressive. Her gaze sharpened. This is where that ends. As she raised her hand, liquid strings began to seep into the air. They straightened into a litany of white lines, ready to launch at a speed enough to make water deadly. "Move away," Cecile told to the green-haired woman. She was met by a fierce glare, the woman's form unmoving. "Go to hell." Not at all reacting to the insult, her face remained stoic. "You're a good mother at least. I'll make sure you join your boy painlessly." Just as her hand began to fall, a figure dashed from the side. The fist stretched out, a gloved fist barreling towards her face. She clicked her tongue and stepped out of the way. Her hands still raised, the strings hovering in the air, she glared at the man. Who are you supposed to be? And what's with that ridiculous getup? The figure was covered from head to toe, covering his identity utterly. A dog's mask hid his face, black boxing gloves hid his hands, a hooded coat, dark blue jeans, and heavy boots finished his ensemble. He raised his arms to the sides of his chin in a crude fighting stance. Seeing this, her eyes narrowed. My only target is that green-haired runt and the blue-haired hero back there. She stabbed her thumb in the general direction of the crowd, where the aforementioned and his brother were contained by the other villains. So scram if you don't want to die. He raised his arms further. Seeing his firm stance, she manipulated one of the strands to worm its way past him, only for the boy to block it with unexpected agility. With that attempt failed, she let out a deep sigh. Very well. Cecile dropped her hand, letting all the strings of water strike true. The figure, while remaining unknown, had his intrigue quickly stripped as he was taken down to his knee. Holes quickly lit her arms and legs. Soon enough, a familiar red would peek out of those injuries. Cecile hummed curiously. No blood seemed to pour out. In fact, it was as if bits and pieces of black dust besmirched the floor instead. Before she could question his identity further, the Messiah's voice rang in their ears. That is enough. We must leave immediately. Protests quickly grew from his fellow villains. "Ah man, come on boss. I haven't had a taste of flesh since I came here. Can I at least kill those huddling kids before we go?" A distinct voice cut through the cacophony. Cecile, having already abandoned temporarily her previous goal to stand by the Messiah's side, prompted a curious inquiry. "What's wrong? We should be able to find the traitor here. Someone is coming here. Rapidly." Hearing those words, Jinshur raised an eyebrow. He turned to a plain-looking girl with short black hair and black eyes. "You sense anyone coming here, Arita?" "No," she shook her head. "My jamming is still working. I'm still communicating well with the security in the outer building." She continued. Arita was a villainess with various pieces of technology jutting out of one side. Her fingers crawled like a spider across the keyboard. "I don't sense anyone coming here either. This one is unique," spoke their masked leader. "In what way?" Almost on cue, the sound of exploding rubble echoed throughout the mall. All of the villains simultaneously twisted their heads to gaze upon the broken ceiling and the figure hovering over it, their forms illuminated by the piercing sunlight. They only heard a single word before their world was rained down upon. Zoltrak. In an instant, dozens upon dozens of translucent rings formed in the sky. Pillars of light flew from each and barreled right at them. Like a stampede of bulls, a human would have no chance at stopping. The Messiah simply raised his hand before a wide wall of hexagonal lights filled the expanse. They stood firm as the attacks peppered their surface. "We need to go." He nudged his head. Their previous confusion had been replaced by a sense of respect, seeing as his words truly did come true. With that said, they huddled together with the Messiah right in the center. He simply snapped his fingers and they all turned into swift blurs. A second later, a fist made of stone shattered the shield and crashed against the floor they had been standing on, sending up a cloud of dust and rubble. As the gray cloud dissipated, there was no trace of them to be seen. Well, that wasn't truly accurate. Jilwar. A faster version. She closed her eyes. I can still sense the residual mana. If I chase after them now, I can still catch up, but Frieren looked over her shoulder. Inko clutched her son tightly, her arms aglow. She was trying her best to stop the bleeding by using her telekinetic quirk, but obviously it was merely a temporary solution. The elf in disguise walked closer to her, something that did not go unnoticed. "Why you get away?" She barked out with a fierce glare, her arms wrapping themselves protectively around Izuku. Frieren paid no heed to her words. She trudged closer, stopping briefly when she felt something firm wrap around her ankle. Looking down, she noticed a fallen figure that donned a dog's mask. This mana signature, it's Yasharo? Yokari. Noticing his injuries, she placed the edge of her staff on his mask. Nudging the piece of wood out of the way, She pressed it against the stone underneath. After a few seconds, his injuries closed. Seems like this works even on a mutant type. With the adrenaline fading, his hand began to slacken as well. She moved forward and kneeled in front of the mother and son, greeted only by Inko's growl. Seeing her distrust, Frieren's hands reached up and took off her samurai helmet, enough to show the desperate woman her face. "You, Frieren-san?" She whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You were the one to—" "We don't have time for that," she answered as she put the helmet back on. "While I was flying, I saw many red and blue lights on the road. I don't want to be here when they arrive, so let me heal your son quickly. Please." Inko's eyes darted from Frieren and back to Izuku. Her face softened, the previously present wariness now fading. "Okay." Giving an appreciative nod, Frieren pressed her staff against Izuku's forehead. A moment later, his wounds closed entirely, a sight that made Inko's eyes widen with disbelief. Right then, blaring sirens began to be heard faintly in the distance. The police were coming and the heroes were likely already closer, the elf thought ruefully. "This is goodbye then." Yeah," Inko murmured, staring up at the wide, toothed grin and slitted eyes of her samurai helmet. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Her voice smiled. As the sirens slowly grew, her son's savior turned away and quickly flew out of the gaping hole in the ceiling. Not just Inko, but the eyes of the crowd followed the enigmatic samurai as they flew away, seemingly never to be seen again. Amongst them, a few had even pulled out their phones, back in working condition now that the villains were gone. A groan alerted her to Izuku, awakening from his slumber. Once again, her gaze brimmed with worry. "How do you feel, Izuku?" "Mom." He grunted, pushing himself up to help him rest against a nearby pillar. It's weird," the boy said as he scrutinized the gashes in his clothes. "It was your teacher, Frieren-san." She elaborated. "She pushed back the villains and healed you. Though, she left as soon as you were fine." His eyes widened. "Frieren-sensei? She was here." Now that he thought about it, "My mana is already filled. Did she have something to do with that?" A feeling of giddiness arose within him. That was another thing he'd ask when he saw her again. Inko's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Izuku, about what you did." Her words, low and careful, were suddenly interrupted by a resounding yell. "Excuse me." Simultaneously glancing to the side, the two witnessed another duo approaching. It was the blue-haired boy who was colleagues with Izuku in age, while his hero brother leaned on him for support. "Oh." Inko stood up and bowed. First to the hero, then to his younger look-alike. "Thank you so much for what you two did earlier." Ingenium smiled placatingly. It's fine. In fact, he offered his hand to Izuku. "I should be the one thanking your son, right?" Seeing Inko's nod, his already genuine smile turned wider. "But we won't find ourselves in trouble, right?" Tensei shook his head. "I don't usually operate in Yuzurifu, but as a hero, the police will trust what I say," he said. "They'll still ask around, sure, but nothing to land you two in trouble. There are specific laws to make sure civilians are allowed to use quirks, if only during dire situations." "I see." The bespectacled youth turned to Izuku with a wide smile. "As my brother already said, I must thank you for what you did. If not for your actions, I fear I would not have gotten away unscathed." His eyes roamed the green-haired boy's body. "What happened to your injuries?" That samurai from earlier, they healed me." "I wonder who that person was," Ingenium hummed, tilting his head in thought. "I don't recognize any vigilantes who look like that." Food for thought. Perhaps she's new on the scene? Could be. Tensei nodded, not denying that possibility. But then why would those villains from earlier run away when she came? In fact, it seemed as if the masked man, the person they call the Messiah, had anticipated their arrival. The two brothers looked down, their creased brows bellying their confusion. At that moment, they looked like practically the same person. An unimaginable amount of footsteps echoed faintly in the distance, eliciting a smile to adorn Izuku's face. "Well, we survived today, at least." That's what matters. A silent Tensei glanced at him for a moment. Yes, we survived. He repeated. He looked over his shoulder, his stare seemingly piercing through the walls and straight at the other side of the building. The stench of iron, overpowering all else, continued to echo within his mind. After they mainly Ingenium were questioned by the police, the four went their separate ways. Izuku had tried to find Yotaro, but the boy had seemingly disappeared into thin air, having walked away the first chance he got. The sun shone brightly in the endless blue sky. Birds chirped and a cool breeze blew through the parking lot. Walking down such a scene, it was as if nothing had happened. It seemed to sober him up, allowing him to finally come to terms with the fact that he almost died. If not for Frieren, he certainly would have. As Izuku sat next to Inko in their car, an oppressive silence seemed to weigh on them. The mute air continued as they made their drive home. Each yell and honk resounding from outside continued to highlight their sheer quietude. Soon, as the noises faded and the city lights began to dim, they arrived at the gravel surface of their apartment's parking lot. The car bobbed up and down on the uneven ground. After Inko haphazardly parked the vehicle, the tires bleeding out of the white lines of the lot, the pair made their way out and into the apartment lobby. The blinding lights sprayed them as they were greeted by the old and kind security guard stationed there. Offering the man a strained greeting, they filled the small elevator and went up. The silver doors, dirted by faded stains and ripped stickers, eventually slid open, and they trudged on towards their apartment. Throughout their journey, none of them had spoken up. Only now, as the soft, familiar hue bathed their bodies, did they finally talk. "Mamai, what was that, Izuku?" She spoke, still not looking at him as she sat on the couch. She patted the empty space next to her. "You didn't tell me you had a quirk." He quietly made his way to her side. I got it recently. When I fought that villain, it appeared just then." She turned, her gaze finally fixed on him, and he almost recoiled at the intensity within them. "I know you're lying, Izuku." His lips went shut. At first, he wanted to deny her words, to say that her accusation was baseless, but he knew that would have truly cemented him as a liar. After a moment, he looked down. "Yeah, that's not the truth. So let me ask you again, Izuku, what was that?" "It's something related to my teacher. She helped me learn these things, these powers." "So you were never truly just studying then? All this time, behind my back, you were out there honing your quirk?" "Yes. And it's not exactly a quirk." He shook his head. "Anyway, with this, Mom, I can finally be a hero. Just like—" "Absolutely not." "What?" His eyes widened. But you saw what I was capable of, Mom. I almost beat a villain by myself." "No. You only managed to cut her cheek. You weren't close to beating her." She shook her head, vehemently, almost desperately denying his statement. "And you almost died, Izuku. Did you forget that?" "That was because I was still inexperienced, Mom. I'm sure I'll be able to beat her when I train harder, when I understand my powers better, when I become a hero." "But that's not an assurance, Izuku. How can I be sure you'll be safe? Even if you grow stronger, even if you're All Might himself, there will always be things capable of hurting, killing you." The couch shifted as Inko fully turned to face her son. "That applies to everything, Mom," he retorted, feeling his frustration slowly grow. "And it will apply even more when you get a job as dangerous as being a hero is." She spoke with a desperate, longing tone, her fingers stretching out to cusp his cheeks. "Please, Izuku. Just pick a safe job. I don't care what it is as long as you're safe." He gently pried her hand off of him and shook his head. To that end, a frustrated breath left her lips. "I will never approve of you becoming a hero, Izuku. You are the last thing I have and I won't lose you, not like I did your father." "I don't want to lie to you anymore, Mom." "That's good." She quickly nodded. "But if I live life as you tell me to, if I keep on sacrificing what I want to just live life safely, my entire time on this earth would have been a blatant lie." As she stared deeply into her son's eyes, something told her he spoke nothing but the truth. In fact, the only thing stopping her from truly admitting that was her reluctance to admit it. And she knew that. Yet, even if the hypocrisy bit at her, There was a larger fear that threatened to consume her. She let out a shaky breath. After a short pause, she continued. I won't budge. With those words made known, Inko stood up and left, wishing to stew within the cauldron of her thoughts. Regardless of how it all will turn out, of what the final brew will be, there was one thing she was sure of. She was a hypocrite, a selfish mother, a terrible person. Yet, as long as her son was safe, she did not mind it at all. The Midoriya household, as neighbors of theirs would say, radiated an ever-lingering presence of joy whenever the small family was together. The depressing drabness of the apartment would seemingly be expelled by their pleasant laughter. Despite missing a father, no one doubted that they were a picturesque family. Some envied them, most simply admired them. I'm going to go meet Mitsuki, Izuku. The mother of the family said, barely looking over her shoulder to the son who sat rigidly on the couch. He opened his lips as if wanting to say something. After a short moment, they pursed into a thin line. Be careful. I will. With that said, Inko stepped outside and closed the door shut. Her left thumb absent-mindedly rubbed the ring that wrapped around her finger, the emerald glinting in the light, as she strutted down the hall that somehow remained dull despite the morning rays. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw one of the doors open with a click. One of her neighbors, a polite college girl named Miyu Ishikari, stepped out. Noticing her, she promptly bowed. Good morning, Midoriya-san. Good morning, Ishikari-san, Inko replied. Despite the words very much intended for Miyu, the voice drifted elsewhere. The brown-haired student tilted her head. Is anything wrong, Midoriya-san? You don't seem like usual. I'm fine. She quickly answered as she stepped past and into the elevator, barely sparing her another glance. The machine dinged softly as it slid down, leaving behind the confused and worried girl. He turned on the television. The throng of voices from the device, just as quickly as it appeared, faded into obscurity as his gaze, unable to stick to one particular place, darted all over the room. Slowly, his eyes finally stuck to a mystifying sight. Was it natural for walls to close in on someone? In a world where the variations of a person's quirk are quite literally up to the imagination, it should not come as a surprise that someone could manipulate the very concrete around him. In fact, he was quite sure one of the teachers in UA had that sort of ability, Cementos, if memory served him right. The walls were distinctly gray and dull, today more so than any other time. It was as if the small details that would usually escape him were now, inexplicably, caught without exception by his mind's oddly sharp lucidity. A shaky breath escaped through his nose. He stood up abruptly, shaking his head as he walked aimlessly in the living room. His feet pressed the carpet, velvety strands brushing against his soles. To the side, the TV had come alive at some point, though he never recalled ever doing that. Suddenly, he heard a faint knock echoing from somewhere within the space. Instinctively, he assumed it was from the door, but a quick check through the window blinds beside it merely showed thin air. Actually, he saw Miyu in the distance, waving as she spotted him as well. He returned the gesture but soon retreated deeper into his home, for the knocking continued. It seemed to grow louder enough that he was starting to realize that it came from his room. A cold shiver went down his spine. What could possibly cause all that noise? From his bedroom, of all possible places? Moving with a nervous gait, he twisted the knob and hastily opened his door, expecting to be greeted by a stranger in his house. There was no one. However, the knocking echoed still. The window. He realized, his gaze drawn to the creasy blinds. Inching himself closer, his fingers quickly pulled them open. His eyes widened at what he saw. Or should he say, Frieren-sensei. Morning. The elf's voice reverberated through the glass as she gave a mock salute. Her white skin glistened with sweat. Can you open the window, please? Oh, sorry. He snapped out of his reverie and opened the window. Frieren gradually floated in, her figure wiggling as if swimming. Izuku watched in amusement as she flipped herself, laying prone in the air as her face was blasted by the rapidly spinning ceiling fan. Triple a triple a triple a triple. Her reverberating voice fell into a smooth rhythm, whittled by the blowing winds. Truly, these were some of her favorite inventions in the past few centuries. What are you doing here, sensei? He inquired, trying to hold back the smile from forming on his lips. He failed. She turned to him as she continued to lazily drift across his room. I wanted to discuss my plan for our next lessons, Frieren commented, plopping down onto a wooden chair. A weathered and sagged red padding what was once vibrant and plump, she was sure, or perhaps it's always been like that, lay underneath, cushioning her. Her face grew confused, however, when met with none of the exhilaration she had come to expect from her student. In fact, he seemed sour, disheartened even. Izuku. Without realizing it, she found herself sitting beside him. She lay a comforting hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? He drew one long gaze at her. It's my mom. He finally began, explaining the aftermath of yesterday's events. He spoke with a sense of urgency, eager to quickly let it all out. Through it all, Frieren simply sat silently, her ears keen. So, your mom would allow me to go to UA, as long as it wasn't the hero course. Izuku said with a sigh, his fingers running through his green locks. The elven teacher nodded and sat wordlessly, as if stultified by her thoughts. Reality, his words reminded her of something she herself had forgotten, a memory that existed, yet was buried far too deeply for her to gather on her own. Rain fell upon the region of Kul, where lush soil and small peaks so indistinctly green they form a wavy haze litter the land. A large lake sat in the middle, occupied by a lone artificial island where a single tower of granite rose, almost scratching the mounts surrounding it. A throng of distinctly similar yet smaller buildings crowded around the tall structure. On the outer edge of the lake, flanked by a haze of pine trees, stood a quaint cabin of moderate size. Past the framed windows, warm lights spilt out, making it appear incongruous amidst the dark and wet lands around it. The door smoothly swung open as a young man, his hair red while his eyes purple, stepped out onto the cabin's porch. "I'll be going, Mom," he yelled over his shoulder. "Be careful, okay?" spoke the aforementioned mother, a woman with vividly purple hair that reached down the whole of her back. She was dressed in a simple dress that covered her figure. "My student whom I cherish so very much more than my own life." The boy smiled toothily. He waved his hands, unperturbed by her warning. "Don't worry, Mama. This has been my job for a few months now. I'm used to it." And wasn't that true? After his training under Stark and Eisen, Stoltz had grown enough to the point where he was allowed to hunt alongside his father. Stark would oft clamor about how similar he was to his uncle, if only the man still lived. There was still cause for worry, however. Stark had left alongside Werbel to purge the last remaining demons in the land. With the Demon King's castle truly destroyed, the illustrious method of the birth of new demons ended as well. The point of the matter is that this would have been the first time Stoltz went hunting without his father. "No need to worry, Mama." A voice interrupted. It originated from a moderately tall girl with short red hair and similar colored eyes, her lean muscles hidden well underneath baggy clothes. Her small, round eyes glimmered with admiration. Big Bro would have gone hunting alone eventually. He can't always go with Papa. Besides, he's a tough nut to crack. No monster around here is his match. "I suppose you're right, Liebly," Fern grudgingly admitted. I sat to the side, peeking from under the cover of my thick grimoire, the sandy surface of the paper stained yellow by age. "I'll be waiting here. See you." I curtly shot, which was greeted by a soft smile from the boy. Neither Fern nor myself accompanied him that day. The mother was busy taking care of the rest of her children. There was no way she was about to leave them alone with a bad influence, like me, while I had been far too sleepy to provide any ounce of assistance. I had spent the last night drowning myself in alcohol alongside Siri and Cern, resulting in me waking up when the sun was already starting to drown into the distant mountains. The fool. An idiot. A moron. I had cursed myself with all those words when Stoltz did not return home that night. Frieren said in a sharp breath. Following a tense PRD of mute air, Frieren finally opened her lips. "Want me to help?" He blinked in surprise. "You would do that?" "Of course I would." She huffed, a bit exasperated by his lack of belief in her. He scratched his head, feeling bashful. Whenever you're in a troublesome situation, don't hesitate to contact me. I've taught you the spell to do so, no? He nodded in confirmation. Thank you, sensei. He admitted, his expression a mixture of shame and gratefulness. In any other situation, he would have preferred to handle something like this himself. But to risk the very dream he's always wanted, no. Never. I'm sorry, Mom, but this goes beyond just you and me. Frieren then cupped her chin, appearing thoughtful. Though, I'm still not quite sure how I'll go about doing that. I'll think about it on the way to her. You can say whatever you want. He explained, though a moment later his lips pursed. Except for Bakugo, or anything about my school life. I don't want her to worry. A small, exasperated sigh puffed into the air. You have to be truthful about that one day, Izuku. The point is, he briskly said while gesticulating with his hands. Besides that, you can tell my mom anything you're comfortable with. I swear that boy. Inko gave a small, nervous smile as the fellow mother went on a rant. Mitsuki gesticulated heavily, slamming her fist on the table, startling a nearby cafe-goer as she ground her teeth. How dare that brat ignore our family tradition? She chided, letting out a sigh that at first seemed heavily exaggerated but was really just how expressive she was. I've prepared the necessities, the baskets of food and drinks, the spot in the meadow by that tree my husband and I carved our names on, the picnic sheet, everything. Only for him to throw out our weekly tradition for his superhero gym. Inko simply nodded along with an imperceptible stillness, almost silent besides the occasional hum. Does that Dmed kid think the cost of that place is cheap or something? Mitsuki grumbled, gulping down the bottled water she had ordered. Seriously, any more of this and I'll? Her eyes suddenly thinned to slits, her voice lowering to a whisper as she glared at her friend. When I went here, I thought the gal who invited me would have deigned me with a conversation. The greenette jolted in surprise. Sweat trickled down her brow as she racked up her brain, trying to think of a response. UMD, did you take off your earrings today? You usually wear them. I lost them. Mitsuki chuckled with a tight smile as she brushed her hair to the front, covering the aforementioned spot. I was out eating with my friends when that happened. I see. Well, I hope you find them again soon. The woman said with a nod. Another PRD of silence reigned the table. Mitsuki, letting out a low breath, took a moment to observe her friend, at her lightly furrowed brows, at the slight purse on her lips, and at the small hints of stiffness on her jaw. Eventually, having had enough of being left in the dark, Mitsuki nudged her knuckles against the top of her head. Speak. What's going on? Clutching her head, Inko let out a sigh. Sorry. It's just, she glanced to the side. Following her gaze, the blonde did not see anything odd. All she saw was a bustling cafe, waiters scurrying about with pleasant smiles. Is something wrong? Asked with a raised eyebrow. They all look so different from everyone else. Observing the crowd with more of a scrutinizing eye, Mitsuki realized what had been bothering her friend all this time. The customers sat with a confident air around them, contrasting the servants around of whom their smiles are clearly forced. Besides that, there were also the clear physical differences. Most of the waiters were either deeply mutated by their quirks or had absolutely no mutations, no in-betweens. Of course, such a sight wouldn't have been news for either of them. Which left only one reason for Inko's dowdy mood. He'll be fine, Mitsuki assured her as she held Inko's hands. She gave a tight squeeze. He's a smart kid. I'm sure he'll be able to make a good life for himself. That's not what I'm worrying about, Inko murmured, her hands relaxing in their embrace. She glanced once again to the side, her gaze thoughtful. If Katsuki didn't have a quirk, would you have allowed him to go to UA? To be a hero? The question made her eyes widen, unsure of what to say. The bustles of the crowd continued to echo in their silence. Sunlight spilled on their table, the warm heat slowly starting to sting, as the leaves on the half-wall beside them rustled. Before it could prolong itself, the silence broke as a loud buzz rang. Oh! Mitsuki took out her phone, having been snapped out of her thoughts. Sorry, it's Mukun, she murmured, her eyes scanning the message he had sent her. Throughout it all, Inko watched with bated breath. A moment later, Mitsuki shot an apologetic stare. I'm so sorry Inko-chan, but I'll have to finish early. There's some important business at home I have to attend to. It's fine. Inko gesticulated placatingly, her smile innocent as she hid her breath of relief. What's the occasion? It's my kid. He caught Endeavor's eye, so he'll be sending one of his sidekicks, someone called Burnin, if I remember correctly, to help train my son. She waved her hands, a wide grin on her face. I'll tell you more later. Ciao, Inko. Okay, bye. Just as the blonde mother was about to step out of the cafe, however, she stopped. Mitsuki turned to regard Inko with a soft smile. About your question, I'll tell you later after I finish my business. I promise. With that said and done, as the waiters by the entrance greeted her pleasantly, Mitsuki headed back home with great haste. Left to her lonesome, Inko glanced at the wall on the opposite side of the room. She stared at the mural depicted on it for a long moment that seemed to stretch into an eternity. Eventually, she stood up and left as well. Izuku said that she went to this cafe. Frieren mused as she stood in front of an open, one-story building. The side she was facing the entrance was a parapet with a row of plants sitting on it. The other three sides visible to her were decorated with various frescoes, each depicting paintings of many world-known landmarks of Japan. One of which, she realized, was a mural of Yue. The bits of paint were already starting to peel off, enhancing its appearance to great effect. Sue her. Over the recent years, i.e., centuries, she's taken no small amount of interest in history. Anyway, amidst the waiters and casual customers, she did not spot that splotch of green hair she had grown so familiar with these past few months. She clicked her tongue. If I were Inko, where would I find myself? The world around her seemed to drift by in a blur. She didn't have a particular destination in mind. After staring for a long moment at that fresco, all she wanted was to do something to forget about the world around her. The sun's rays, so radiant and all-consuming, bore down on her fair skin. Honks echoed loudly throughout the car-filled streets. It was oddly busy, this strange day. Eventually, so lost she was in her thoughts, she woke up to find herself in a place completely unfamiliar to her senses. With her mind assimilating her surroundings, she quickly decided that it wasn't such a good idea to be lost. And so, she opened her phone, stopping briefly as she stared at the face of a family of three, of the superhero father on the right, of the loving mother on the left, and of their son carried in the middle. Their smiles were still wide and as blinding as the sun. Once again stuck in a longing reverie, she found herself bumping into someone else as her phone clattered onto the ground. I'm so sorry. I've just been so airheaded these days. She stopped, her eyes widening as she took in who she had just bumped against. It's fine. The white-haired Frieren answered. She crouched down and picked up Inko's phone, giving it to her with a smile. Here. Thanks, Inko murmured as she took the phone, brushing off the dirt that momentarily stained it. She clicked her tongue, feeling the small, almost imperceptible crack with her thumb. The CHK ran down along the right side of the phone, as if splitting the father apart from the rest of the family. Did it crack? Frieren asked, taking Inko out of her thoughts. Yes, but just a little bit. I'm sorry, Frieren said, having caught a glimpse of where the crack ran on. No, I should be the one to say that. Inko shook her head. I wasn't paying much attention. And thank you. So much. I just wanted to repeat that. I don't know what I would have done if. She chuckled as she waved her hands. Don't worry. I was just keeping my promise to you. Frieren explained, causing a warm sense of happiness to fly around in her stomach. And once again I thank you for that. Regarding the white-haired woman with a small smile, she added, Where are you heading off to, anyway? Thinking quickly, Frieren answered, I'm just going to buy some sweets. Though, I'm actually quite new to the city, I don't know a good spot to buy some, so I'm just wandering about right now. She explained. Oh, that's quite perfect, Frieren-san. Inko gave a thin smile. I think I know a great place that sells sweets. I had a taste tester a few days ago. It tasted amazing and it is quite cheap. Her eyes glimmered at the other woman's words. What are we waiting for? She moved quickly through the road, followed closely by an amused Inko. And after, Frieren, should we eat together at a restaurant I know? It's close by, just a few minutes from the store. Being given a curt nod, the two began to walk down the pavement. As the area was unfamiliar, even to Inko, she had to use her cracked phone to guide them through the maze-like streets. Glancing at the woman's bobbing green locks, Frieren thought it prudent to say anything. Do you like sweets too, Inko? No, Frieren-san, but my son does. I see. The sky looks clear today. Yeah, it does. Time ticked on. As the road grew thin and the very surroundings wafted a faint pungent air, the unfamiliar slowly became the vaguely familiar. Inko had seen these exact buildings and alleys drab, weathered, with peeled-off paint many times through the news. Nestled within the damp darkness of the alleys, she could see little white eyes peeking on their forms. Dubbed the slums of Mizudafu, it was a district that held the Boletaria apartments and the more recent Zukunft. Just hovering over the buildings around, she could see Boletaria in the distance. They had to go past it eventually, Inko thought with growing dread. We should be quicker, said the green-haired woman, her eyes darting from side to side as she hastened her pace. With a shrug, Frieren followed. It didn't take long, however, before commotion began to emerge on the narrow street. Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw a man, disheveled in appearance, get thrown onto the cold asphalt street. The perpetrator was practically a fossil, his skin wrinkled to the point of folding into one another like that of a basset hound. I've already told you this many times, my apartment is full. How many more times do I have to repeat myself for it to get past your thick skull? I know, but please. The man crawled forward, clutching a small bundle of yen in his shaky hands. His office uniform, once white and pristine, had gone through much wear and tear over the recent weeks. Can I just live in the storage room at least, if you have one? If not, then. I do have one, but it's already occupied. He sighed, massaging the folds of skin on his face. Then I can stay with your tenant. The old man's eyes narrowed. A tight sigh escaped his lips. I'm not lying when I say it's full. Recently, every room has already been occupied by several people. Any more would not only be impossible, but my budget, at that, is already strained. He stabbed his thumb to the side, pointing to the towering building in the distance. Why don't you just go to Boletaria, then? That place never seems to run out of space, even now after all the residents near Zukunft were evicted. That place? He said with an incredulous look. You know the rumors behind it. That's just that. Rumors. He said, his voice worn. After being given a stern glare by the old man, the former office worker eventually relented. He stood up on fatigued legs and shot a last pleading look at the man, only to end up as yet another fruitless attempt. In the end, left with not much of another choice, he walked away with shoulders hung low. Inko watched the occurrence with mixed emotions brewing in her forest green eyes. Pursing her lips, she shook her head and nudged her son's teacher to move along. The white-haired woman followed along with her words without much issue. As they trudged on, Inko was distinctly silent. She still occasionally glanced back to her map. She still looked back over her shoulder, making sure she had not walked too far from Frieren. Yet, in spite of that, it was clear that her mind was plagued by perturbed thoughts. At some point, Inko stopped and let out a heavy sigh. She turned, expecting to see Frieren right behind her, only to find the woman a distance away, chatting casually with a seedy-looking man. What on earth? She muttered as she walked closer, enough so that she could hear what they were talking so animatedly about. I'm serious. Just write down your email and password, and in a jiffy, you'll find yourself buried in money. That sounds very intriguing. Where do I write it down? Here. I need a pen to write. Here. I see. Your service is very good. Oh, thank you, miss. Now if you will. Sure. I'll just jot it down. What is going on here? Inko's stern voice broke through their earlier back and forth. She stepped forward, shoving the odd man backwards. She snatched the parchment out of his hands and gave it a short glance before, with a fierce scowl, she barked at the man. "Get out of here before I call the cops on you and whoever you're working with." A yelp came out as the man scrambled away, his lanky form slipping into a dark alley. Giving an exasperated sigh, she turned to Frieren. "What was that about? Did you seriously believe he would have given you 1 billion yen just for signing off your private information?" The white-haired woman at least had the decency to look flustered. Her reasoning, to Inko's disbelieving ears, was flimsy as well. "Well, it's true, but there's always a chance that I'll strike gold one day and it'll turn out to be true, you know? Even if it's only a 1% chance." "Seriously, what are you, a secluded monk?" Inko shook her head, though her lips were tugged up. She felt a sudden desire well up in her to protect this odd, strangely endearing woman. The pair continued their journey. Once again, an uncomfortable silence fell between them, though it was caused by neither. Instead, the mere silhouette of the dark monument in the distance was enough to rattle Inko's heart. Eventually, Inko whispered, "Hey, after getting your sweets, how about we head to Takoba Beach after?" Frieren had no reason to disagree with the change in plans, so she simply nodded. As they walked, the pair noticed the road was beginning to widen once more, enough so that smoke-spewing trucks ran along the asphalt. At the same time with the expanding roads, the number of people rose as well. Their shoulders hung low while their faces were gaunt, their cheeks as if permanently inwards. This was the deepest part of the slums, a place that held boletaria apartments at its very core. The sight of the crowd so wildly different from the rest of Mizudafa momentarily froze Inko in place. She only moved when Frieren nudged her, pointing to a one-story building in the distance. "Is that the place?" Its walls were dashed with pink paint. Beyond the large panes of glass, they could see a variety of fruits, vegetables, and Frieren's target, the much-desired cookies, chocolates, and cakes, not to mention a plethora of different options. A slight buttress jutted out of the top of the building where a long series of steel-framed words sat comfortably on it, reading, "Super Sweet Store and everything else." It was a distinctly lavish sight, especially amid the slums. Around it, a steady stream of people shifted in and out of the store, their arms weighed by a scant amount of fruits and vegetables. The congregation trudged on from the store towards an increasingly gnarled area towards the dark monument in the distance. The already pungent smell seemed to only grow. Scrunching up her nose, Inko muttered an apology. "Sorry, I didn't know this area would smell so badly." "It's fine," said a stone-faced Frieren. "Still, I wonder why they put this here." "According to what I've read, the owner sympathizes with the slums, so he figured putting a cheap grocery store here could improve their conditions. The people online seemed to like the decision." She nodded, her mind already glossed over the matter. Instead, her cake-hungry eyes devoured the sight she quickly noticed. Just beside the entrance door, she could see a veritable wealth of delectable cakes, cookies, and so on. Their surfaces seemed to glisten in the store's bright lights, making them appear all the more desirable. The pungent smell disappeared, a sea of cold winds blasting against her as she pressed her face against the protective glass around the various sweets, earning her odd gazes from those around. Drool even escaped her mouth. Inko soon followed suit with a bemused expression. She heaved, her breath slightly heavy. "Don't run away like that again. I almost lost you in the crowd." Though, forest green eyes darted over to the same Vista Frieren now staring at with a serious expression. She decided not to comment on the amusing, sudden shift. Was she trying to determine which one looked best? "This all looks far more delicious than what I tasted. Which one do you want, Frieren-san?" "Just get me the cheapest one, Inko." Giving a strained smile, the woman nodded as she walked over to the cashier. Frieren paid no heed to any of that. Instead, she simply continued to stare into the cakes splayed about on silver plates. Meanwhile, Inko gave a light-hearted roll of her eyes at Frieren's apparent obsession with the cakes. She soon turned to the cashier, an adolescent boy who wore a headband with the company's logo etched onto it, as well as a sort of security slogan, "Don't steal. I'm always watching," and smiled. "Are you done?" "Yep." He replied cheerfully before asking, "Do you want me to wrap it up? It'll cost another 3 yen. Why not?" she said casually as she gave a couple of silver coins to him. The boy smiled, pleased, and pulled a drawer that almost overflowed with plastic bags. He took out one and wrapped up the 3 boxes she had bought. Picking up the plastic-wrapped boxes, she suddenly felt the hair at the back of her neck stand up. Looking over her shoulder, she caught a glimpse of many gazing enviously at her. That barely lasted, however, as they quickly turned away when they noticed she had been staring at them. She was shaken out of her thoughts by a cheerful, if a little louder, farewell from the boy. "Goodbye." Yeah, goodbye." With that, she tapped Frieren on the shoulder and soon, the pair were already walking out of the store. "Can I hold the cakes?" Frieren offered, to which Inko responded with a jestful laugh. "It's fine. We don't want you drooling on our way, do we?" A subtle heat came up to her face as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her hair. She mewled. It was a moment of weakness. Her poor, almost adorable attempt to defend her dignity only spurred her laughter to grow. With a bundle of cakes in tow, Inko continued to make her journey towards Takoba Beach, making sure to avoid the ominous tower not far away. Frieren stayed behind, continuing to peer past the store's outermost glass and into the seemingly inconspicuous cakes displayed. Eventually, spurred by an annoyed Inko, she followed. From that day, the land seemed to be eternally drenched in rain. It was a quiet affair, only featuring family members and some close friends. The children, though most were too young to understand death, still felt the lack of their eldest's presence. But Liebel, she stood silently, motionlessly among her siblings, her eyes wide and fearful as they stared at the chipped sword that lay on top of Stoltz's coffin. Sane stood at the forefront of the congregation, his hands clutching the podium tightly. Stoltz was an incredible person, an admirable sibling, a dutiful son. Every day, he would always put those he loved before himself, a trait that often worried those very same people. But he was fine with that. In fact, it's like the kid gets off on that kind of thing. He chuckled in sullen amusement. I dragged my gaze away from Sane and Kraft, who stood beside him to scan the small crowd. I stopped for a moment, seeing Siri standing amidst the crowd. Our eyes, my dull green, her radiant gold, met as a wordless message passed between us. I stood well away from the rest, hidden partially behind the bark of a tree, and looked away. Sane then moved to the side with Kraft, allowing everyone from the crowd to step up onto the podium one by one. At some point I had not seen, Fern and Stark had arrived, the former wrapped by the latter's arms, his crimson jacket wrapped around her upon the funeral. Fern's eyes were red, as her small, petite hands clutched onto her husband like a lifeline. Before I knew it, my body had been lashed with a torrent of rain as I found myself standing beside Fern. I patted her wet hair, to which she gave me a grateful smile. I looked back to the crowd, to the golden gaze that greeted me. There was a subtle nod from the older elf. Knowing that I would eventually be asked for a speech, I decided to use these precious few minutes to ponder on what I should say. While I did, Stark and Fern stepped up onto the podium. Fern held the curves of the piece of wood tightly. Her voice cracked out. I wish to begin by saying that what everyone has said about Stoltz on this platform has been nothing but the truth. He's a rascal that likes to make me worry. He's always worn his heart on his sleeve. Above all, he's always been a great model for his siblings. She slightly tilted her head to the side, warm pools of purple directed at someone within the crowd. I'll be lying if I said I accepted these traits of his so readily. Stark's hands drew soothing circles on her back. But in the end, I came to accept that he will always be that way. Even now, I still believe him to be someone to strive for. Suddenly, as if in response to something else, both parents gave smiles brimming with heartfelt fervor. As the pair stepped down, I could feel everyone's gazes directed at me. I twisted my eyes to regard Sane and Kraft on the wide-raised platform. Frieren! The latter's voice called out to me, his hand gesturing towards the empty podium. I walked forward with an even pace, passing Stark and Fern as I did. They had stopped just at the foot of the stairs leading up the platform, eyes fixed on my back as I ascended. I twisted on my heels, facing the expectant crowd, and stole a long SCK of the air. I breathed out, Stoltz did not deserve what happened. I started, setting a tone for the rest of my speech. My hands, searching for something to hold on to, eventually gripped the top edges of the podium. He fell because a cowardly demon had been in hiding. Out of the corner of my vision, I could Ceres orbs thin into slits. I couldn't care less. My fingers tightened, nails digging into the brittle wood, leaving an imprint on its surface. In the cool mountains and a moment of chance, it struck him down. I won't let something like that happen again. I won't rest until all the demons in this continent in this world have been slain once and for all. The pair of Frieren and Inko soon found themselves sipping cold drinks at Takoba Beach, their forms sitting casually on the seats just below the stairs. Inko watched the sun slowly, inch by inch, sink closer to the horizon. The wrapped cakes sat on the table, untouched. Frieren did not seem that much bothered to probe it now that they were sitting. She merely gripped the firm wooden table tightly. If the brown skin were any less strong, she would have already dug into it. In fact, "Are you okay, Frieren-san?" Ah, as if awakened from a stupor, Frieren coughed with a nod. "It's nothing." Inko stared at the new crevices in the wood, unconvinced. She forced herself to look away. Dark green eyes gazed at the shoreline, at the sand, constantly shifting by the rising sea, by the small crustaceans, spindly legs scuttling about, by the heavy footsteps of families, their faces graced with happy smiles. Drawn by such a sight, she already began to forget about Frieren's strange behavior just a few seconds ago. Instead, she was reminded of a time in her son's childhood, when parents had come to school cosplaying as their children's most desired dreams, and she was the only one who did no such thing. Months had gone by since her husband's passing at that point. Months far too short for her to digest it all. But that was just an excuse. At that point, the pain from her husband's death had faded into a dull throb that only appeared whenever she thought of him. No, she was afraid of something else. Out of the corner of her eyes, Frieren glanced at Inko and the thoughtful expression that adorned her face. The woman's fingers unconsciously fiddled with the plastic. The elf continued to prolong the silence. She wanted to speak, to do something to help out her student, but in the end, what could she do? It's been so long since she last spoke heart-to-heart with someone else. Even now, her heart trembled at the thought. After 1,000 years, the only memory she still retained perfectly was her ability to fight. Inko inhaled deeply and let out a long breath. Before Frieren could come to a decision, her voice broke through the silence first. "Have you ever had children, Frieren-san?" "No." Almost instinctually, she shook her head, morose. But then for the briefest of moments, her gaze flickered towards the edge of the beach, where the sea and land joined. "But I have loved many." "That sounds like a good thing," Inko said, unaware of how Frieren's head hung at those words. "May I share something with you?" "Feel free," the white-haired woman said softly. "Thank you." She spoke, smiling as he took another sip of the cold drink in her hand. The sun, even as it began to dip into the horizon, seemed to burn skin. "I've never been able to truly love many people. The only memories I had of my mother were few, certainly too blurry for me to reminisce over. So, for the ones I do love, I've always chased after them with such intense fervor. With them, I wanted to be able to enjoy a nice, cool cup of water on a summer day, to understand each other, so close as if we were tied by blood, and to love them as well. Hisashi was my first in many things. When I married him, I did so fully aware of who I was bonding my life to, a hero. I thought I was ready, then came the long nights without him, and the ensuing panic as he returned home with injuries littering his body, but I held on. Because I loved Hisashi. When Izuku was born into this world, she murmured, her eyes hazy. I had been so happy and so afraid as well. What if he grew up to be like his father? Reckless, selfless to a fault. All the things I love and hate. In the end, though, I threw away all my worries. Because I love Izuku. Her eyes slowly darkened as she continued. But in the end, Hisashi died. From then on, all the love I had for them seemed toxic to me. Why did I let him go? I already knew of these traits of his, and yet, I went by my days, acting as if they weren't a huge problem, as if they could be shrugged away just because I wanted to. His death made me realize my mistake, something I will not repeat with Izuku. Because now more than ever, I love him. Staying silent for a moment, Frieren moved up her hand to draw soothing circles on the fellow woman's back. Inko gave a small smile in response. How did he die? Frieren asked carefully. Killed by a gang leader. She whispered, searing hate brimming within her words. A villain with a quirk that manipulates the earth. The police haven't seen any hide nor hair of this person though. She clicked her tongue. That's awful. Yeah. Whoever this guy is, I hope they rot in hell like the demon they are. She spat. Emchum. Frieren hummed, finding herself easily agreeing. That's why, she spoke, turning to face Frieren fully. I want you to stop teaching Izuku. You're only putting my boy in danger. I'm afraid Inko gritted her teeth. A parent's order. Her lips pursed. She went silent, her eyes flickering away from Inko to the shoreline, to the smiling family that ran along the border. The mother laughed heartily, spinning her child around in outstretched arms, as the father seemingly fretted over both. A smile graced her soft features at the sight. She turned to Inko, the elf's thumbs still drawing smooth circles on her back. You and I both know he won't be happy with that. The firm expression on her face slackened, now mixed with hesitance. I know. Aware this would hurt him, she shook her head. But being a hero would only hurt him more. Frieren inched her seat closer, her hand rising to rustle her hair. Even as she brushed it away, still, it reminded Inko of the faint memories she had of her mother, an entirely hazy figure illuminated by what may as well be the many splitting rays of the sun. I'm not denying that becoming a hero would hurt, but the same could be said for every walk of life. People don't live seeking the most painless option, more often than not. In fact, being their happiest means seeking that pain instead. Inko went into a thoughtful silence. She watched the sinking sun and the increasingly red-yellow sky as the family on the shore walked away with wide, genuine smiles. How long has it been since she saw something like that on Izuku? On herself? What have you been teaching Izuku? Inko decided to ask. Frieren stared deep into her eyes. After a silence that stretched for neither too long nor too quick, she said, only the things that could help him become a hero. The vague answer caused her eyes to narrow. Eventually, perhaps realizing that Frieren wouldn't budge, Inko let out a sigh as she stood up, causing the white-haired woman's hand to slip away. She dug through the plastic bag and took out one vibrant pink box. She set it down on the table right in front of Frieren. Here. With that said and done, she stepped away. Where are you going? Frieren followed to stand up as well, her fingers wrapped around it. I want to think. Besides, it's getting late. I haven't made dinner at home. The woman stood still, watching as Inko ascended to stairs back onto the asphalt street. She looked down, green eyes meeting their reflections before she turned away and disappeared over the stairs' crest. Left to her lonesome, Frieren sighed, hoping that what she said would be enough. Ever since the last light fell from the expansive sky, Izuku has waited for his mother's return with trepidation. So much so, that he could not find it within himself to even gather mana. He needed to rectify that when this was all over with, he thought. If this all ever finishes, a dark notion in his mind whispered. Suddenly, he was sent into a jolt as the door clicked. There was a short tense second before it swung open, greeting him with the sight of his mother, a plastic bag clutched in her hands. Taut eyes scanned through the room, only to soften as they locked with Izuku's own. Closing the door behind her, she walked near him and plopped down on the sofa. Leaning forward, she took out the two vibrant pink boxes within and set them down on the glass table before sliding one over to him. What's this? His thumbs nail-clawed away at the tape sealing the box. Cake, she said simply as he managed to open it. The sweet smell wafted into his nose. Oh, thank you. He gave a small smile, his head pointed down. She stared at him for a long moment, her back sinking into the sofa. Why aren't you eating? She asked upon noticing that he was touching none of the cake. He pursed his lips, his fingers rubbing against each other in all his nervousness. He wondered if his teacher had been fruitful in her attempt to convince Inko, though he doubted it had. Izuku. The boy let out a breath. About what you said yesterday night? My stance on that is still a no. So Sensei failed. He restrained himself from audibly clicking his tongue. It's not her fault. I should have been the one to talk to her, not that it would make a difference. After the silence reigned for what felt like an eternity, the mother added, but that could change. She said, her own fingers smoothing out the wrinkles on her pants. He looked up with wide, almost hopeful eyes. From now on, I don't want you to lie to me. Never again. Understood? He nodded eagerly. Anything to make her more pliant to accepting his dream, he thought. However, the next words she uttered made his eagerness pause. And I want you to include me in all of your training with Frieren from now on. Understood? He appeared nonchalant on the surface, but within his mind ran turmoil with questions. What had Frieren told Inko? He knew he gave the green light for her to say whatever she was comfortable with, but that offered no indication as to what she actually did say. But in the end, his desire to continue to chase his dream won over. He nodded. Understood. As a smile was born over his answer, she gestured at him to eat the delicate cake. With an excited gait, Izuku nodded as he left to the kitchen, only imparting, I'll wash my hands first. Watching him go, she turned her gaze straight forward into the dull white wall. In the safety of her mind, she wondered if she was making the right choice. She could not help but think back on that fateful day, those flashing red and blue lights, the sea that rained down upon the city, and the blanketed body of her husband lying on that uncomfortable dolly, as if they would roll him into a graveyard any second after the family mourned. She made sure to give her husband a soft pillow before they rolled him away. At that moment, it felt like she could just die, and maybe she would have. If only she did not see Izuku's form, peeking from the dark window of her car. What would happen if she lost him as well? She would truly have nothing left to live for. At that moment, her phone dinged with a message just as Izuku sat down in front of his cake. He blinked, noticing the soft smile on her face as she pocketed her phone. What was that? Just a message from Mitsuki. She answered smilingly. Sorry for the late answer. I hit it off pretty damn well with Burnin-chan. I didn't even realize the time. To answer your question earlier today, Inko-chan. Well, you know my youth. I never much obeyed my parents. He's leagues better than me in that way. But anyway, for me, I'm fine as long as he's happy. A parent's gotta sacrifice some things for their kid, is what I'm saying. Hope this helps you, Inko-chan. You and Izuku-kun both. Hearing a knock, Izuku yelled over his shoulder. Coming. Temporarily setting down the plates he was washing, he took off the wet, soap-kissed rubber gloves and headed for the door. Peering through the peephole, he then opened it with a cheerful smile. Frieren-sensei. His brow quirked up. Though, why are you here? You usually pick me up down at the parking lot. She nodded. Yes, but your mom will be joining the ride. Her eyes, a shade lighter than Izuku's, scanned the room beyond her student. Where is she, anyway? She's in the bathroom. Wait, I'll go talk to her. The doorway closed shut as muted footsteps echoed. Patiently standing there while muffled words were shot back and forth somewhere within, Izuku soon returned, this time letting the door swing to its fullest extent. Being ushered in, Frieren took another glance at the room. To her left, close to a dozen framed portraits were arranged neatly along the upper wall, while the lowest quarter was occupied by a wooden cabinet. These pictures showed off Inko, a much younger Izuku, and one extra man. A second passed before she realized that the face, more than likely, belonged to her student's father. Her gaze was stuck on a particular picture, where the smiles that adorned the family's faces seemed particularly brighter than the rest. The three were huddled around a fire, the orange light lapping at their feet. Tall silhouettes trees occupied the background. The dirt a distance away was bathed in an ethereal white, though the moon itself hung beyond the camera's glare. Abruptly, the portrait beside it lacked the face of the dark-haired father. Not just that, it was like the genuine smiles had been wiped clean off of their faces, replaced only by a facsimile of what once was. Sensei? His young voice called out, jostling her out of her muse. Yes. What did you tell my mom? Yesterday? That. She smacked her lips together. Basically, just your quirk. No magic. He nodded with a ponderous expression. Eventually, though with trepidation, he voiced out the question that's been lingering on his mind since yesterday. Were you not comfortable, Sensei? Are you afraid someone might come after you? If so, I assure you she's more trustworthy than mice. She interrupted him. No, it's none of that. So why? Frieren went into a bout of silence. Momentarily stunned, Izuku was pulled into her wordless state. Did he do something to offend her, he thought? When she finally spoke again, Izuku was glad, even if she had changed to a completely different topic. That masked villain from yesterday, the one with mana, what do you know about him? Oh. He nodded. A little bit. I know that he's called the Messiah, and he had come to the mall looking for some sort of traitor. Though I have no idea who that is. His voice slowly came to a halt, his mind flashing to an oddity on that fateful day. Yotaro, for all intents and purposes, had been strange throughout. The suddenness in both his appearance and disappearance, the putrid smell that wafted from him certainly, if he had to choose here and now, the Rocky Boy would have been his choice. But he did not have to. And he'd much rather not. Izuku, Frieren said with a tilt to her head. Yeah. I don't know who it is. Not a clue. I see. Though, he added, I did get some extra no's from the news this morning. She perked up, her lips taking on a smile. Do tell. Apparently, this Messiah belongs to a group who call themselves Freiheit. They're an obscure group. Actually, this was their first ever attack near the center of the city. Raids in the outskirts were usually their shtick. They've been doing this for well over nearly a dozen years. Her face stilled for a moment. That was long, right? They were never caught? He shook his head, letting out a sigh. Unfortunately, no. They're a very elusive group. Enough to remain free after so long. Frieren suddenly snorted. Gaining a questioning look from the boy, she tilted her head with an amused smirk. No, it's just funny. Their group's name means freedom in German, is all. You know German? Wide eyes accompanied his question. Oh. Realizing her slip of tongue, she shrugged. Yeah, I was born there. Well, you do look foreign. A lively voice entered the scene. Izuku turned his head to look, while Frieren merely had to shift her eyes to see the new arrival. It was a much familiar green-haired woman. Her locks were tied in a bun, while her clothes consisted of a buttoned-up shirt and black trousers. Pleased to meet you, Inko. The white-haired woman greeted, oblivious to how a veiny bulge formed on her forehead. Yeah, she shook off her slight annoyance. Pleased to meet you too, Frieren-san, she said as she led the both of them outside of her apartment. Promptly locking it, she dropped the key in her purse and headed for the elevator. We're heading for the quirk registry first, right? Izuku asked. After a nod from his mother, they made their way to the basement. Two entered the car while the third remained still. Frieren, her feet still on the gravel, gestured for them to go along without her. We'll meet up here again in 3 p.m.? 1 p.m. Inko corrected from the roll-down window. It shouldn't take that long. Their agreement made, the car was about to leave when Izuku suddenly opened the door slightly. Muttering a quick apology to his irritated mother, Izuku then turned to face his teacher from the slit of the gaping door. Frieren-sensei, I want to ask. You say you were born in German, right? Barely waiting for her nod, he continued. What does it translate to? Cold. Freezing. Something along those lines. She stared at him incredulously. Why? Izuku gave a weird, wide smile, as if something in his mind had clicked. Nothing, he said as he closed the door, the car soon driving up the slope as it was bathed in the warm sunlight. The sound of grinding pebbles began to fade into the far distance, leaving behind a thoroughly confused elf. The dark asphalt groaned as a heavy object streaked past, though not as quick as it usually was. With the low-hanging mist that filled the roads, she had to drive slow. The radio echoed with conversation. Experts predict that the coming months will be accompanied by heavy clouds. Residents of Mizudafu can expect rains that may last for hours, even days. Ugh. Inko rolled her eyes as the car came to a slow halt in front of a red light. I need to buy a new umbrella one of these days, he said offhandedly, his attention stuck on the plastic water bottle in his hand. Perhaps after spending hours unattended to in the hot car, the surface felt warm to the touch. Soon, the pair arrived at the quirk registry. It was perhaps a 4-story building with drab, white walls. The perimeter had partitions, with the occasional outposts adorned with black-tinted glasses. Parts of the concrete floor had slight protrusions, hiding the turrets that rested underneath. Banners billowed on the high walls, serving as the only splash of color to an otherwise purely white building. Written in bold yellow were various sentences, each persuasive, though the bottom line was that they were advertising internships, paid ones, at that. It was all covered in a veil, but Izuku knew that a place dealing with quirk registration needed firm security. Though children may be the ones who frequent here, the nature of quirks could flip the serene site into one of chaos. People tend to learn from the past. Going outside of their car, Izuku walked first to the trunk and opened it. Slinging his wooden staff cloaked in a rough cloth over his shoulder, he followed his mother to cross the street. A yellow bus honked just outside of the building's gates. Teachers and parents watched in quiet amusement as, not even a second later, an entourage of children excitedly ran inside. Or at least tried to. Being young did not exempt them from the collared officers in front. Next, at a woman's prompt, Izuku turned away from the scuttling kids and stared at the guard. She flicked her cigarette into a nearby trash can, the dark smoke dissipating as she waved her hand about. "What's your business?" she asked. Before Inko could speak up for him, the boy opened his lips first. I want to register my quirk," he said as he took the folders in his mother's hand and slid them over to the guard, who already had another cig hanging loosely between her lips. 15. She murmured while opening the files. Her eyes stilled for a moment, staring at a single word under the boy's name, quirkless. Letting out a small sigh, she handed them back their folders alongside a pair of wristbands. "Make sure to wear those." Nodding, they did as they were told and were about to head past the steel gates. Before Izuku could follow his mother, however, he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was that same female guard, her eyes barely regarding him. "Good luck." "Oh, thanks," he murmured awkwardly. With the woman turning back and yelling, "Next," Izuku turned on his heels and went inside the building. Within the waiting room, cheerful laughter ran abound, having spilt from the indoor playground right next to it. Underneath the nigh unceasing clamor, there were faint whispers that Inko could make out tidbits of. "A strong quirk. I want. Hopefully you yeah." The air was almost suffocating, so suffused it was by the collective body heat of everyone here. She had a hard time staying still as well. Her knee bobbed up and down, while her fingers fiddled with the hem of her shirt. Letting her sigh escape, she glanced over at her son. He appeared calm, even in a place like this. The boy, just like when he was in the car, seemed to be staring intently at the exact same water bottle in his grip. Any other time, she would have chided him for acting so oddly in a public space, but staring at his face, so focused and determined, made her hesitate. She was not oblivious to how much significance this place held for her son either. And so, her hesitance soon morphed into the decision to simply let him be. At least until the receptionist called for a number that Inko knew was distinctly Izuku's. She nudged her son, knocking him out of his meditation. "Izuku, you're up," she whispered. Hurriedly, he set down the cold bottle of water, hefted up his cloaked staff and made his way. He had to be tugged back by Inko for a moment, as he forgot to take his ticket with him to the receptionist. Sitting down with pursed lips, he sat down and glanced up at Ida-san. The blue-haired student smiled, nodding as he did. "Yeah. I didn't expect to see you here, Midoriya-san." The boy wore a neat button shirt. Worn on his wrist was a band much like his own, though it was purple and the words, "intern," wrapped around its surface. I could say the same to you. Why are you here anyway? I understand how it could seem a bit odd, But actually, my brother recommended this so I can familiarize myself with the various quirks in this world. I don't get to do the tests, but during breaks I'm able to watch them. You should do this sort of thing too. Ah, thanks for the offer, but his gaze flickered past Ida to the crowd of other young men and women loitering around. I prefer other places. Understandable. Ida nodded, pushing back his glasses a tad. On that topic, why didn't you just get a job here? He asked obliviously. Hearing this, Ida smirked. It's basically impossible at my age. The actual jobs here to be the ones who test the quirks, jot down their names, and users require you to have work experience for at least 10 years, and I most certainly didn't start working since I was 5. As his words were met by an amused chuckle from Izuku, he turned back to face his computer screen. The bespectacled boy hummed as he browsed through Izuku's folders, eyes widening. Oh, you're a late bloomer? He stared blankly at him for a moment, but upon the realization that Ida had seen him fight in the mall, Izuku quickly nodded. The interning receptionist whistled. That's a very rare occurrence. Izuku found himself smiling at the kind remark. All right, I'll just process this for a moment. While he did that, Izuku tried to initiate some small talk. So, what kind of tasks can you do as an intern? Continuing to punch in a series of words into the computer, Ida chuckled. Mainly the menial jobs, like cleaning or DLVY. I like to shift between tasks. Actually, he stopped typing for a moment, looking over his shoulder to the crowd. Seems like she's not here right now, but one of the other interns seeks to go to UA as well. Oh. He blinked, surprise dashing his face. What's there now? Ding. After that sound from the computer, Ida's eyes scanned the data on the screen. Let's see, you're in room E. Here's the key fob. He said, sliding over a small, circular, bright blue object. Giving a thankful nod, he stood up and headed over to the designated room. Shifting through throes of people, made difficult by the children running around, he eventually found himself in front of a steel door. Tapping the fob on a square panel beside it, he was greeted by a blast of cool air and a thin smile from who, he presumed, would be testing his quirk. She had porcelain-like skin and smooth, raven hair, the strands glistening in the light, almost like a doll, rather eerily enough. Even the way she sat befitted that appearance, what with her straightened back and primly folded arms. Welcome, Midoriya-san. The way she delivered that was almost a sigh, even as she gestured for him to sit across from her, which he did. Name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I'll be the one to test out your quirk today. Before Izuku could say anything, she had continued. Her eyes darted elsewhere as she spoke, while her nails were unconsciously scratching the steel desk, bringing the smartwatch on her wrist to his attention. Propped up beside her was a tablet, though the screen was dark. You can proceed inside there, she said, pointing to a door barring the one he had just gone through. Beside it was a large glass panel, revealing a purely white room with seemingly no furniture. Izuku nodded. Standing up, he walked with thinly veiled nervousness. Once inside, he looked back over his shoulder, though the window he saw from before now only reflected his own figure. Yaoyorozu's voice echoed throughout the room, as if coming from every corner all at once. Based on what the receptionist sent, it says your quirk is a water type, no? Oh. Yes, it is. Very well. A moment later, the sound of gear shifting reverberated into his ears. A section on one of the walls opened as a tank of water was laid by a mechanical clamp. On another wall, several wooden targets revealed themselves. I'm sure you know what to do. And of course he did. Disrobing his staff, revealing the simple wooden rod with a few metal rings looping around the top, he pointed it to the tank. He strung together various strands of water and, as the lines moved like whips gaining momentum, they all eventually straightened to shoot against the 3 targets. As the resulting wisps of mist began to dissipate, Izuku let out a small click of his tongue. He had been aiming for bullseye. Instead, they merely struck the edges of the boards. Precisely aiming for those spots would be easy, but it currently required a moderate amount of time and for him to dedicate all his focus. Not exactly practical in a battle. Yaoyorozu's voice rang within the room once more, breaking him out of his thoughts. I'll proceed with further tests. Gain a basic understanding of what you can and can't do. Of course, magic allowed him to do whatever he wished. His imagination and belief would be the only limit. But that wasn't his quirk, and so, he had to come up with a few things on the fly. Mainly, he made sure to distinctly show that he can only control water and not every type of liquid. After that was ensured, he demonstrated his inability to pull water from obscure sources such as the very air themselves, plants, etc. That one, in particular, was the truth. Gotta appreciate the small things. I'll be ending the test soon, if there's nothing else. Spurred by her words, Izuku spoke, I have something more I wanted to show. Now, this wasn't part of the script he had talked over with his teacher, but it was something he had practiced on for the better part of the day, along the few hours after the car left their apartment. Although his progress with it has been slow, owing to the little time he's spent on it. It was enough. Oh, pray tell. This time, a flicker of interest filled the woman's voice. I'll show it. Pointing his staff at the tank of water, he willed it to rise and churn in the air around him. Here it is. Taking a deep breath, he imagined as the snaking form of the water fell in temperature. The undulating streams came to a slow yet inevitable halt until they froze completely in the air, a monument of swirling ice. His smile widened. Sure, it took him longer than he wanted, nearly 2 minutes, but he was confident in improving in the future. That's all. With that said and done, he was told to leave the testing room. Feeling that he did quite well, Izuku walked out of the pure white space with a noticeable pep to his step. As he sat down, he was greeted by a slight nod from the raven-haired woman. Unique quirk, she said simply, her eyes still barely staring at him. It sort of took the exhilarated wind out of him. Still, he smiled, muttering a genuine thanks. Her next words cut straight to the point. I've already changed your status from quirkless, all that's left is to register the name of your quirk. She then went into an expectant silence. Izuku sat there, his form still like a calm pond, his eyes fluttered close. He had already thought of a name, of course, but the gravity of his choice, one that, like your own name, could not be changed, basically forced him to at least spare a few seconds to ponder. In the end, he ran with what was already on his mind. In fact, after his conversation with Frieren this morning, it was already decided. He breathed out, his smile warm as he thought of his teacher. The elf who brought him hope. The mage who gave him the key to achieving all he's ever wanted. Frozen Sea. Very well. Yaoyorozu nodded, typing down the name into the database. It was a pleasure, she said, standing up and offering him a hand. Taken aback by the gesture, he nevertheless stood up as well and took her hand. As he did so, he was surprised to feel his skin brush against callous palms. Just as quickly as she offered it, Yaoyorozu's hand retreated, as if just realizing what she did. Her porcelain face reddened slightly as she sat back down, the only show of emotion he had seen from her so far. You may leave. After the affair, Izuku bid his goodbyes to Ida along the way and got back in his mother's car. Sitting beside her as the car thrummed to life, Izuku glanced at the small screen jutting out of the dashboard. 12:30. 30 minutes is cutting it close, but we should be able to return in time. Izuku reasoned in his mind. Still, though, he stared at the buildings in the distance, barely blurring past despite the emptiness of the road. Sorry, can you drive a bit quicker today, Mom? I just don't want Frieren-sensei to wait for too long. He also felt ever so slightly irritated that they were going so well. It wasn't slow, but it certainly wasn't fast enough. Glancing at her son, Inko felt her brows furrow. No. Too dangerous. She replied firmly. Oh, okay. He nodded to her words, hiding the sigh that escaped his lips. They continued to make their way back to the apartment, almost feeling like a crawl as Izuku continued to watch the minutes tick by. Eventually, the car rolled down into the isolated space of the basement. Lamps flickered along the middle of the room, leaving the edges enshrouded in complete darkness. Reading the time a few minutes prior to 1 p.m., Izuku smiled with satisfaction. Ushering his mother to join, they made their way up the slope and into the scorching heat of the sun. Cringing, they immediately took shade from the blocky protrusions of the apartment sides. Soon, they saw Frieren's figure, floating down from the cloudless blue. She landed on the soft grass with nary a noise as she carefully observed them. How did it go? It went well. Izuku quickly replied, smiling. Also, sensei? Yes. Barely waiting for that response, Izuku added, I added something to my mag. He glanced at his mother, who sat closely. I discovered something about my quirk. I'll show you later. Curiously quirking her brow, Frieren shrugged. She then turned to face Inko, who was walking closer with a questioning look. Where's it located anyway? A few kilometers away from here. Inko's form stilled. Did she hear that right? But weren't they in the outskirts of the city already? West. No, east. She said while shaking her head. Inko gave a dangerous smile, her eyes closed tight. Surely, you don't mean it's in the mountains? In the middle of nowhere? It is. Frieren nodded again, blunt. The mother sighed in a deep breath. You mean you've been bringing my Izuku out in the wild for the past couple of months? Yeah. You absolute. Izuku stepped up and stood between a soft ding broke through the tense air, repeating at every floor. It's fine, I don't mind. Besides, I want to be a hero. Can't really do that if I'm afraid of going into the woods, right? Inko's eyes, a shade darker than Izuku's, flickered to and fro the both of them. A cracked sigh escaped her chest. Fine. She smacked her lips with folded arms. Let's go then. Just know that I can't possibly bring the car out there. It's not built for off-road terrain. She added. It's fine. I usually fly us over there. For one moment, Inko once again felt her protectiveness bubble up at the mention of that. A single mistake could have led to a plummeting doom, after all. But in the next moment, she recalled seeing Frieren soar about when she saved them. Saved her son. Inko closed her eyes, thoughtful. Opening them, she glanced at Frieren with a soft gaze. Can you make sure the whole ride's smoothless, however? Dark green orbs flickered over at Izuku before returning. I don't want any accidents. I can promise you that. Hearing her answer, Inko smiled. With that, motes of light swirled in the empty space in front of Frieren. Her red staff formed, she willed for the wind around them to pick up rapidly. Not a moment later, they rose into the boundless sky. The fly had been uneventful other than the fearful expression Inko had the entire time. But uneventful in the way that no fuss was raised after they settled down. The mother, while shaky and her face burning with a lighter shade of her hair, appeared relatively fine after a few minutes. In fact, she even thanked Frieren, something the elf awkwardly accepted. Inko's gaze wandered around her surroundings, growing wide at the grassy expanse. This place is beautiful. Much more so than the city. Cities are more unique. Frieren shrugged at her pointed look. At that moment, a soft breeze went past them. Inko closed her eyes and soaked it in. The familiar scent of nature wafted into her nose, a scent that no amount of artificial products could replace. It felt fresh. It felt soothing. It felt reminiscent. I haven't been in the woods since. She let out a shaky breath, slowly opening her lids. She said nothing more. After, they quickly went on to proceed with Izuku's training. While Inko sat on the porch of the quaint cabin, the teacher and students stood amidst the plentiful green blades. Just a few meters away from them was a lake, one that soon churned and shifted into the beauty that is a rising whirlpool. A bona fide tornado that after a sizable PRD of time was immortalized as the whole structure froze. It was now akin to a tangle of serrated blades, a many sharp eyes jutting out from every part of the body. Frieren clapped her hands. Impressive. How long have you been working on this? Just this morning, actually. Izuku said, beaming. A whistle escaped her lips. Very impressive. Admittedly, I haven't been able to vividly imagine the change in a short time, but I should be able to progress quickly. Water and ice are not that far apart, that's mainly my reasoning. I see. Frieren nodded before tilting her head. She inquired, why so suddenly though? Izuku's cheeks flushed hotly. He chuckled, scratching his nape. Nothing, it's just something personal. Yeah. he said, his eyes flickering up at his teacher. While her curiosity was not sated, Frieren accepted his words easily enough. If he did not want to divulge his reasoning, then she'll let him be. For now, more important matters await. Let's start your training then, she said, her words met with a firm nod from her student. As you know, water could be used to quickly evade enemies or shoot high-speed spurts as attacks. It can't form the usual defensive measures, like stone can, but that doesn't mean you've run out of options, she explained as Izuku took out a notebook, his pencil already dancing through the pages. Firstly, you can raise a wall of spikes, which is what that villain you fought used. She was only able to use that because her opponent at the time was that quick-footed hero. As I said earlier, high speeds need to be a factor in most of your water attacks. It can come from yourself or your enemy. Secondly, another way for water to affect its surroundings is by having a large mass. As an attack, quick bursts are more useful against a single enemy, while waves are more useful against groups. As a form of defense, you can use large tides to push away large or particularly thick-skinned enemies who won't just ram themselves into your spikes. Of course, you can just use ice now, which is a more effective defense. Now, besides the obvious fact that it will still take you a while to master ice, certainly not in a few weeks, can you tell why I recommend you to still focus on water? He cupped his chin, his expression one of thought. After a moment that felt neither too long nor too short, he nodded with the barest of hesitance. Because I can't find myself imagining that ice could be created out of nothing. I can't just bring up a glacier out of basically nothing. Izuku let out a sigh. I suppose that's one advantage quirks hold over magic. You don't have to understand it, like how you don't need to know about muscles or bones or joints to be able to move your hand. Hearing his words, Frieren found herself unable to suppress a chuckle. She was reminded of a woman who used to say things like that. After it was decided that he would still primarily focus on his water magic with some ice in the side, they went on to discuss his near-death fight against the water-wielding villainess. Mainly, it was to take a page out of her book. While Frieren herself had far more to offer in terms of honing Izuku's battle instincts, she was lacking when it came to her student's chosen element. Before they could begin, she had something to say. If you're ever in a life-threatening situation, don't hesitate to use Zoltrak. It's very effective against enemies without basic defensive spells, which in this day and age would mean everyone else. Well, almost everyone else. Frieren murmured, her eyes narrowing. She was still frustrated that she lost all leads on the Messiah. The green-haired boy stared at her with a hint of guilt. If only I had been stronger. Don't. She shook her head, firmly shutting down any hint of an apology. Never blame yourself for something out of your control. He nodded listlessly, his eyes still downcast. She stared at Izuku, wondering what she could do to lighten his mood. Seconds went by as the blanket of silence between them stretched longer. In the end, she could not think of anything. Let's continue. She breathed heavily as she looked away. She raised her staff, allowing thin stripes of water to hover in the air. Since to slice open things they merely needed a constant stream and a high speed, they did not need much width. Indeed, the teal-haired villainess's way of attacking proves to be the best. Hours have gone by since they began their training. The sky, once a radiant blue, had shifted into a warm hue. The dancing grass glowed like golden dust in the face of the light, further adding to the scenery. Thus, it was a shame that Izuku was all too tuckered out to truly appreciate it. The boy lay on the floor of the porch, his back resting against the firm wood as he held a bag of self-generated ice against his head. He was in the intermundium of lucidity and drowsiness. She had been particularly harsh in their training today, which was the cause of his current state. He would inevitably grow used to it. She was sure of that. When she glanced at Inko, however, she did so with wide eyes. Her face appeared neutral when confronted by the sight of her son's current state. You're not going to say anything? The mother merely shook her head. No. Her eyes flickered back to her son, turning soft in spite of herself. I didn't expect training to be a hero would be easy. Hisashi, he always came home covered in bruises, back when we were young. Thank you for your trust. His safety, it's my priority. Inko nodded, accepting her words with a grateful smile. Once again, she looked back at her son, at the sight of the fatigue that began to slowly seep out of his expression. Back when you two were training, I saw how he smiled. It was wider than anything I've seen these past few years. She chuckled morosely. Have I all this time been taking away all of his joys? Likely yes. Inko's chuckle grew into a laugh, one that was morose and mirthful. It's always been Izuku's and Hisashi's dream to be a hero. Frieren turned to Inko, suddenly curious. When her words became slow, your husband, how did Izuku react? Did he take it well? That question got her to raise an accusing eyebrow. Where did that come from? She shook her head, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry. I was reminded of someone else I knew. Inko looked away, huffing as she did. Had I been too open with her? A voice in her head reminded her that she was the one who saved her son's life. Still, I'm not obligated to answer her question. She thought, folding her arms together. Especially not that. Just thinking of it panged her heart. Clicking her tongue, Inko abruptly stood up. Can I use the bathroom? She asked, looking down on the white-haired girl. Sure. Frieren offhandedly said. Just as the greenette moved closer to the door, however, her eyes widened. Wait. The elf rushed forward, blocking the door. Inko's eyes regarded her with surprise. Before she could say anything, Frieren beat her to it. I have to clean up some things inside. I don't really am. It won't take a while. She firmly stated as she opened the door to step inside. Unintentionally staring through the crack, Inko saw an open door on the other side of the room. Beyond it was a large room, filled to the brim with stacks of aged papers, lines of stone tablets, and then the door closed shut. Inko could hear the sound of something rushing through the inside of the cabin, followed by the rustles and clatters of objects. When a PRD of silence came, the door opened to reveal a smiling Frieren. You can enter now. Oh, okay. She nodded, her expression still confused. Nothing left to do in there? Her pale skin flushed red. No, she whispered as she moved to the side, letting Inko enter. The woman continued to follow the greenette through the house, leading her to the bathroom. She only stopped as Inko went in the lavatory. The room rang abundantly with frightful screams and the sound of something splashing. Hopefully, it wasn't what Frieren was thinking of. When Inko stepped out, her face appeared frazzled. What the hell is that toilet? It looks like something you'd find centuries ago, works like something you'd find in the modern age, yet it runs on something you'd find in a fantasy. Frieren, to her credit, at least had the decency to look sheepish. I was inspired by a manga I read. She sighed, finding the response to be lackluster. Wait. She blinked. You built that thing? When Frieren nodded her head, she let out an amazed breath. That's impressive, actually. Good for you. Thanks. With that said, they made their way back onto the porch. Izuku greeted them as they stepped out the door. Hey, Urk, he grunted, further pressing the ice bag against his head. You still feel dizzy? Inko asked worriedly. Why, kind of. Frieren nodded. They were already aware of the reasoning behind it, of course. However, knowing that the same could not be said for the worried mother, she elaborated. To control his quirk, Izuku needs to visualize the things he will do. We've discovered that the closer to reality and the more detailed his imaginations are, his quirk will act more efficiently to a degree that, ironically, surpasses reality. Having to constantly do that takes a toll on his mind, however. So all of those meditations I've seen you doing were for this? Izuku gave a shaky smile, essentially confirming her thoughts. It's actually something I recommended him to do, Inko. Her words were met with a tense silence, added further by the blank stare Inko gave. Despite his muddled state of mind, Izuku chuckled nervously at their interaction. I think my mom prefers to be called with honorifics, Frieren-sensei. Ah. Frieren said simply. She turned to regard Inko. I'm sorry. Do you wish for me to refer to you formally Inko-san? The aforementioned stared at her for one long moment before shrugging. You saved Izuku. You don't need to refer me that way. So I can just switch to calling you Inko? What do you mean, switch? When have you ever referred to me with anything but? Inko thought. Outwardly, her reaction came in the form of a strained smile. Yeah, you can just call me that. It's fine. With the problem supposedly resolved, Frieren spoke to Izuku. We should use the rest of our time to simulate what the UA entrance test would be like. Do you have any guesses so as to what it would be like? Izuku pursed his lips, shaking his head. Unfortunately not. They always shuffle around what's provided for their exams, both the written and the practical ones. It's basically impossible to know what they'll test you on. Last year, for example, they came up with a point-based test using robots as the focal point. Who knows what they'll do today? I see, Frieren murmured, biting the skin on her thumb. Then it would be best to train you on all fronts. I'll include training against crowds, enemies closer to you in strength, and enemies far stronger as well. I'll mix up the elements I'll use too. As the final nail in the coffin, I'll either make sure you're away from large bodies of water or nearby them. Depends on my mood. Bottom line is that this will be very harsh, so it's best if we don't waste any time. She explained. Let's go. His eyes widened, a sense of primal fear quickly filling them. Again? So soon? Hearing these words, a seed of suspicion began to sprout inside of her. She nudged Izuku's sitting form with her foot, managing to feel just how tense his muscles were. What's going on? Your body shouldn't be this tired. Her eyes narrowed. Unless you haven't been doing the homework I told you to? Izuku chuckled nervously. He tried to look anywhere else, though that didn't help him escape the sharp stab of her gaze. Which one do you mean? Your mana has grown much. It's not that. But your body, she snorted. You haven't been following the book I gave you? Izuku did not say anything, but he did not need to. His silence alone was already enough of an answer for the strict elf. Why? After a few seconds of the silence prolonging itself, it soon drew its last breath as Izuku opened his lips. Don't get me wrong, it's really effective. My body has grown stronger than what I thought possible, but I don't think it'll assist me much as a hero. It won't give me superhuman strength out of nowhere. Hearing those words, she was left without any room for retort. Inwardly, even if she knew he was right, her face couldn't help but crumple into a creasy expression. Stark made a great book. Izuku said nothing. While he noticed her darkened expression, he didn't know what could have possibly brought that to the surface. How could he possibly do? It was at that moment did he truly realize just how little he was truly familiar with his teacher. He knew of her antics, of course, but what of her past? Her dreams? Frieren was aware of his. The same could not be said for Izuku. Faced with that realization, he bit his lip in thinly veiled regret. Before he could extend his stay in that self-deprecating pit of his, Frieren sighed. But it's true that the book I gave you was meant for the beginner stages. Only that. Izuku blinked, surprised. What happened to the later books? They were gone. All of them. She said as her jaw tightened. Not just his either. Whose else? The boy instantly found himself saying. Frieren opened her mouth as if about to answer, only to shut down at the next second. With that, she gestured for Izuku to begin their training, and he did. The sky had turned jet black when they finished. Izuku stood in front of the pristine, thick gates of Yu, a sense of firmness attached to his spine. The morning sun burned especially bright, as if cheering him on. This was the time. Finally, after months and months of grueling effort, he found himself on the very first steps of his road to become a hero. Sking in a deep breath, he grinned, took a step forward, and subsequently tripped. As he was about to right himself, he felt two hands impacting his body. Glancing to the side, his eyes widened when they came in contact with bespectacled eyes. 2. Suddenly, before he could even utter the boy's name, a feeling of weightlessness fell over him. He could see a faint pink hue cover the edges of his skin, causing him to float up and hit the roof of the gate. Sorry. I'll get you down from there. A girl's voice broke through the layer of laughter that had begun to echo from the surrounding test-takers. As he felt his weight return to the ground, he turned to face the hastily apologizing girl. I'm really sorry. I didn't think you would have been caught by Tenyakuan. It's fine, he said, feeling himself blush a little as he regarded the girl. She had brown hair cut in a shoulder-length bob, similar colored eyes, fair skin, and a vividly red blush to her cheeks. Anyway, the girl's gait brightened. You're Tenyakuan's friend, aren't you? Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm Izuku Midoriya. How about you? He asked. Name's Achiko Uraraka. The newly named student chirped. I was Tenyakuan's co-worker in the hero registry. Did he tell you that? After a short few seconds, green eyes lit up with recognition. Oh, true, I did hear him mention that one of his co-workers wanted to get into UA as well. Though he hadn't had the chance to tell me their name. Or, well, her name. As the two continued to chat, Ida's cough broke their self-imposed clamor. It was a much-needed one, considering that we're blocking the way. We should continue our talk while we make our way inside. Nearly at the same time, Izuku and Uraraka twisted their necks to the side. A rather large crowd had started to build up, their faces riled up with annoyance. Hurriedly, they scurried away towards the tall, gleaming figure of UA's main building. However, it wasn't their fate yet to enter the kernel of the institute. A series of signs led them to another structure in the distance. It was comparatively small, but it still stood at a height of around 3 floors, each 4 meters tall. A large hallway led them to a mahogany door, worth more than half of the building's height. It was then that Izuku froze in place, his jaw hitting the floor. His two companions stared at him with odd expressions as they followed his gaze. He blinked, his heart beating quickly. What's gotten into you? Ida asked. To his side, Uraraka nodded, having the same question. Him. He gestured subtly, certainly not pointing to a figure drenched in a trench coat, standing right beside the door. His legs were thin, like the spindly limbs of a stool. His skin was of an odd black, glinting in the dim light of the passage, while yellow lines ran up his neck and bundled in the form of a jaw guard alongside thick mufflers on his ears. His eyes were thin and held no pupils. All in all, the man's appearance was not exactly that of a human. But they knew better than to judge someone based on that. The pair, despite Izuku's gesture, still did not seem impressed. They spoke up at the same time. Sorry, but I don't think I've ever seen him. Is he a hero? Oh, him. Yes, Ectoplasm-san has visited my house a few times. That got Izuku and Achiko both to look at him, their eyes wide as if staring at an alien. A one-on-one meeting with a pro would have been impressive enough, but to have them personally go to your abode? That was on another level. Though, not that Izuku thought about it, it was likely a daily occurrence for the Ida youngest. His brother is Ingenium. After the frenzy of Tenya's words died down, the trio walked past the door. The enclosed space widened into an expansive room with natural light spilling from the windowed roof. On several high points along the walls were open windows, letting fresh air blow into the students' noses. However, his gaze was immediately drawn to the dozens upon dozens of desks littered in an orderly manner throughout the space. A few students had already seated themselves while others stood near the outskirts, crowding with those who wore similar uniforms. His observations had to take a hold as the tall, mahogany doors closed. Ectoplasm entered, splitting into a litany of clones, and his voice, now a choir, bounced along the walls. Everyone, please sit down. The test will soon begin. When the students shuffled their steps meshing like a stampede, all the seats were occupied without a single one being vacant. Their forms were rigid, stiff, an unintentional byproduct of the nervousness brought upon by their own minds after realizing that this was the single biggest test they've ever taken. The test will cover various mandatory subjects. It will start at 7 a.m. and end at 1 p.m. In between subjects, there will be no breaks, so be ready. Also, when the papers were handed out and a collective groan left the students, as if a resignation of their souls, Ectoplasm smiled sadistically. All of the questions are essays. Izuku plopped down onto the nearby bench, his face pale. To his sides, Achiko and Ida were left in much of the same state, though the latter seemed to still be holding a look of decorum barely. At this time of day, the sun scorched the earth hotly. Izuku sighed, not looking forward to the practical test being done at such a searing hot time. Or did Yue intend for it to be this way? When's the practical? Uraraka asked, more like wheezed to no particular person. In the end, it was Ida who first answered. It will be done an hour after the written test, so sometime around 2 p.m. likely. The bus will pick us up at least 30 minutes before, so, glancing at his wristwatch, Ida tilted his head. They should be here in 4 minutes, give or take. Achiko let out a long groan. Izuku chuckled at her antics. He then looked back towards the crowds of students that were splayed across the space. They were on a plate of concrete, spanning dozens of meters to every side, while a fountain sat comfortably in the middle. A lush garden surrounded almost every part of the circle, the only exception being a slight downward slope that led to an asphalt road within Yue's grounds. While waiting for the remainder of his time to tick, Izuku pondered the nature of the practical test. Earlier, right after the intense written test, Present Mike had almost immediately entered the hall to describe the specifics. Mainly, was that the test would be in the form of a rescue. When Izuku heard that, he inwardly and honestly, outwardly as well panicked. He had never trained for a rescue situation with Frieren. The moment he walked out a few minutes later, he had instantly dumped his face into the cold fountain. He ruminated over what he had heard. The test would put him, alongside a collection of other test takers, in a situation with multiple hostages spread out and a veritable army of robotic villains. His task was self-explanatory. There was a checkpoint on every corner of the rectangular site, where you can give the rescued hostages to be administered your points. The scores would be decided on whether or not you can save the hostage and the subsequent success of that endeavor. Bonus points would be given if you defeated the group of villains after. That was that. No more information was given, whether they liked it or not. Even now, he could still hear the whispers wafting from the others. I still don't like it. I mean, it doesn't matter whether or not you do. Not my DMN point. I never had the chance to properly train my quirk. How the hell am I meant to do this? Well, true. I've heard that some gyms allow you to train your quirk in advance, though. You mean hero gyms? Dude, those are insanely expensive. At that point, Izuku had turned away from the crowd. He glanced at his two companions, a sharper gaze giving him more insight into their minds. While Ida did appear exhausted, it was more due to the written test than anything else. While Uraraka, she seemed to be staring off into the endless blue sky, as if a mist floated within her brown eyes. He felt his heart tugged by her expression. No, it's not time to worry for them. He shook his head. I just have to trust in their ability. I still need to worry for myself. He thought, green orbs now scanning the groups. He took a deeper look into the congregation. He spotted a purple-haired boy, nestling his lonesome figure into a dark corner. A small distance away was a floating set of girls' uniform, seemingly shifting along the outskirts of a small group. There were also various intimidating students, their bodies morphed drastically by mighty quirks. These were his competitions. His musing was broken as the loud honks blared in the distance. As his and everyone else's gazes were drawn to the black road, they saw a line of buses rolling towards them. Already he could see many students shuffling forward, eager to be among the first to enter. His steps were slow as he walked over to Ida and Uraraka. Izuku gestured for them to follow. They were on the same bus, after all. Ida nodded and stood up, followed by a rather lethargic Uraraka. They made their way onto the bus in silence. So, Ida breathed. Should we work together? Achiko blinked, as if surprised by the proposition. On the green-haired boy's part, he nodded curtly. As the other two stared at her, she eventually bobbed her head as well. Given the green light, Tenya smiled. I've been trained in the local hero gym, and occasionally, I've practiced with my brother as well. Though rescue operations aren't my strong suit, I think I still have a lot to offer. Way more than me. Izuku chuckled, followed by a thinly smiling Uraraka. Yeah. I'm interested in rescues, but her face flushed. My limited knowledge about it came from the internet. The Midoriya nodded. He was much in the same boat. So we'll be doing a hero team-up? The other two joined him in smiles. I see. Thank you. His voice lowered into a whisper. As the first step, let's get to know each of our quirks. They stood in front of a steel gate, connecting a loop of similarly tall walls. Right beside the entrance was a large, bronze attachment numbered, their testing site. Towering even above the ring were concrete buildings scorched under the sun. The sun's kiss had an effect of coloring the otherwise monotonous titans. Staring silently at the gray-skinned titans peeking from above the wall, as if a representation of the sheer cliff he would have to scale to enter you, Izuku let out a nervous breath. To his sides, his friends watched the looming city with much of the same nervousness. In what felt like a snap of a finger, the speakers boomed out a familiar voice. "Evening, ladies and gents. I'm sure you're all very excited, but let me run you through some precautions." Present Mike spoke before listing off a few things, mainly regarding the rules on attacking or sabotaging other contestants in any way. After that was soon over with, the steel gates slowly cranked open. A tense silence filled the crowd of teens. Izuku gulped. When should he go? When will Present Mike announce the start? Suddenly, a small distance away from him, a purple-haired boy rushed forward. He did so alone, an outlier amidst the others' still forms. And then, like a cold bucket of water, Present Mick's voice finally blared. "What are you all doing? Get off your buttes and go, go, go." The world around him exploded into a loud pandemonium. Biting back a curse, he then suddenly felt something push against his back right before the world became a kaleidoscope of colors. When he finally slowed down, he was now surrounded by the concrete jungle. On almost all sides he turned to find Ida, breathing heavily. To his side he saw Achiko, her brown hair frazzled and her eyes wide. "Thanks," Izuku said, already able to guess what he did for them. "You're welcome. Now we must Still breathless, Ida turned as he noticed Uraraka walking away. The other boy's eyes followed her as well. Holding her palm against a wall, Uraraka buckled to her knees. She gagged, then puked, liquid and solids alike splattered onto the concrete alley. The boys looked away. Soon enough, Achiko returned to them. She gave Ida a fierce glare. "Never do that again." Ida's face reddened as his hand came up to scratch the back of his neck. "Sorry," he whispered. Izuku let out a chuckle at their interaction. Perhaps it was due to the frequent flights he's taken with Frieren, but he did not feel as dizzy as Uraraka. He clapped his hands, drawing their attention. "We need to be quick. There's no telling when the other contestants will join in," he said, to which his impromptu teammates nodded. "But where are the robots?" Uraraka said, looking around the city. "This place seems far too desolate." Izuku added. Taking a moment to survey the area, Ida was the first to shed a few ideas. "In the gym I go to, the coach said that villains often hide beneath the radar, especially if they have hostages. Perhaps the same situation is applicable here?" "Oh, true." Uraraka nodded, though her face quickly gained a worried look. "But that seems oddly advanced for beginners." Ida nodded, understanding her point, but he quickly waved his hand in a placating manner. "I've learnt a few procedures to help flush out villains during this time. We'll be fine." "But what of the other contestants? The ones who don't have someone like you?" Izuku thought for a moment, his brows furrowing. "It hardly seems fair." Still, it was best not to linger on those stultifying thoughts, least of all in the middle of a test. As Ida led them to spots he suspects could be used by the robotic villains, the freckled boy made sure to flare up his mana, attempting to locate the machines that way. But of course, his effort bore no fruit. While natural mana permeated every being, everything, it was a shared wealth. Only living beings had the privilege to make mana something that belongs to them and only them. So, even if his small search was useless, he didn't mind much. Besides, he could still flare it occasionally to make sure if any other test taker was nearby. On this end, he was their scout. And yet, even he was unaware of the small machine scuttling nearby, following the boy with its red gaze. A gaze that was undoubtedly permeated with mana, thin as it is. "Why can't I sense it?" Prompted by his words, Frieren glanced at the willowy scarecrow a short few steps away. "I mean, my mana encompasses everything around me. It isn't like eyesight where something can hide behind bushes or a wall. It passes through everything, touches everything. Frieren smiled. He was getting close, just a small nudge should be enough to steer him to the answer. She tapped his shoulder, then pointed to a nearby microwave, lying dented and broken on the soft sand. Run your hand past the top. He stared at it for a moment before moving to do just that. Sweeping the metal surface, he could feel the dents, the specks of rust staining it, and a few jagged edges. I can feel the contours, he explained, continuing to rub his hand on it. Can you feel every grain of texture? Split them from one another, she added, to which his brows furrowed downwards. The things imperceptible to your touch? Your senses? Mana detection is much the same. It is akin to a smooth plane of water, almost like glass that is the natural mana around you. When an individual's mana fluctuates, no matter if it's merely a drop, it causes ripples across the surface. The scarecrow lowers its mana to a level that barely disturbs this metaphorical pond. I can go even lower. Then when I look at it now, he spoke, turning his gaze back to the straw-filled being. Why can I see the mana clearly? I said the ripples are small, not non-existent. The person is the epicenter. When you know where that is, it becomes even harder for your senses to not notice it. The sun loomed high above. To the young test-takers, it felt like they were in a boiling pan, their breaths rapid. It seemed odd to the students that today would be so hot, especially just before the long rainy season predicted to come. Though, perhaps the scorching sun was the calm before the storm. A creature of steel crawled, following stealthily, making sure she was not seen by the teenager she was following. Her red gaze attached itself to the mop of green, hiding whenever he turned, only to follow once more when the boy moved away. Fortunately, he continued to remain oblivious to her presence. Follow. The voice ordered, a bellow so powerful, so grating in her mind, like the yell of a drill sergeant amped up to 11, that she had little else choice but to do as she was told. A speckled ray spilled into the damp underground hollow. The moderately large space, perhaps half the size of a football field and around 3 stories tall, was only a single room painted with black ink. Dotting various points were thick pillars and slight depressions on the concrete. Huge, blocky forms draped in darkness stood motionlessly around the room. Attached to their heads were red orbs, casting visible beams throughout. That was their vision, they assumed. In the middle of it all was a cluster of smaller robots, dim lamps blinking atop each of their heads. Izuku could even hear whimpers from them, bouncing along the walls. Of course, a moment was all he needed to realize that it was all just a recording playing on repeat, but nevertheless, it still sent a chill down his spine. What should we do? Uraraka whispered. We can either save the hostages without being noticed until we reach the hostages for 30 points each, or we can quickly swoop in and save them, Ida murmured. Though that would be more difficult, more dangerous, and reward us with 10 points each. Besides, if one of the robots gets killed, it'll further deduct the points by 10. He continued. So a 3-to-1 ratio, she frowned. But wouldn't the latter option be quicker? That's true. Ida nodded. Faced with an impasse, he sighed. We should go with that, then. No. Izuku firmly interrupted. The pair turned to him, surprised. This may be a test, but we need to do it as we would in real life, no cutting corners. We need to prioritize their safety, Izuku said as he clenched his fist, fingers digging into his skin. He stared at them, his green eyes burning with determination. They are lives, not points. A heavy silence hung between them. Izuku continued to peer intensely toward the collection of robots, his eyes flickering to and fro as he tried to find the best path. In the meantime, the boy and girl beside him appeared stunned by his words. When he did notice the silence a short second later, he blinked owlishly. He blushed. No, I mean, this is a test though, and I'm not trying to set myself up as a lead. Ochako hummed, shaking her head. No. You're right. He faced her with surprise, which grew even further when he then found Ida nodding along. I am ashamed to have not seen that. Like Uraraka here said, I wholeheartedly agree with your approach. Feeling their approval, he took a deep gulp. What was he supposed to say? To do? Yet he felt their gazes, how they seemed all the more dependent on him than before. For this moment only, they saw him as a leader. He felt his insides rattle at that newfound understanding. Why did it happen? Why was he, of all people, the one saddled by such a position? It was almost too much. But the situation called for it, and the clock continued to tick, an uncaring hand that forced his lips to move. I'll lead the way. A plan had been made between the trio with Izuku placed on the helm. One thing he noticed with the robots was that, though they may be many, their viewpoints only scan the ground, making the high ceiling the most optimal route. And so, he made Uraraka the main force of their rescue operation. She would float up, hold onto the pipes running along the roof, and noiselessly push herself down amidst the civilians. Moving them through the horde of robots without being detected is simply impossible, so to make sure the hostages are safe, Izuku would bring down a frozen wall from the very same pipes over their heads. The three would then lay waste to the villains. After all, defeating all of them would lead to additional points. With a plan in mind, they readied themselves at the entrance. Izuku breathed in, trying to calm down his hastily beating heart. It was not just his position as their de facto leader but also his current condition. Without his staff, all his spells would increase in their casting duration and their mana expense. He did try to learn Frieren's spell where she could store objects such as her staff in a pocket dimension of sorts, but, for now, at least, he could not vividly imagine that. The trio glanced at each other for one last time before they separated into two teams. He felt his and Uraraka's fingers touch, causing him a blush and a feeling of lost gravity. They met at the ceiling, where they crawled silently along the pipe's length. It was stained with rust, he now noticed. There wasn't a hindrance as they made their way above the huddled civilians. Planting their feet against the roof, they pushed, floating down onto the robots. That was when their first problem began. The soft whimpers emanating from the bots quickly died out. They froze, feeling naked now that they were surrounded by a deathly silence. A red haze drifted to cover their tense forms. Chaos broke loose. The once silent, dark room was now awashed by a long swath of gold. It shed some light on the ensuing chaos. The litany pipes above below, as well had already broken loose, forming a wave that ran through the area and smashed machines apart. On another patch of broken concrete, a blurry figure ran through the horde, sending chunks of steel flying as Ida sped to the hostages where Uraraka awaited. Having already negated the gravity on the bots and returned to the entrance, his weight remaining the same. They worked together like a well-oiled machine. Yet still, it wasn't a walk in the park by any means. They had to whittle down close to 4 villains while also making sure civilians were safe. Ida was mainly stuck protecting the ones at the entrance, only able to secure more when the enemies near him were momentarily gone. As for Izuku himself, he let out a yell, punching his hands into the air while 2 jets of water burst forward, cutting through a few robots at once. Frustration began to build up within as he felt a large chunk of his mana sapped away by that attack. Around 4% in that alone, he gritted his teeth. With a staff, the cost would only be almost half that. They continued to battle, despite their exhaustion. Servos and steel plates continued to leap around the room. Concrete pillars continued to get dismantled, broken into chunks that were broken again into mere dust in the wind. A red eye of a small build continued to watch through the gaping crack, silent and hidden. After an arduous PRD, the field was finally left in a state of relative peace. The trio took this chance to have a much-needed rest. Izuku let out a sigh. Beside him, Uraraka seemed to be cosplaying a boneless mess as she sat on the floor, her back resting against a scarred concrete wall. Near a pile of broken machines was Ida, hands on his hips. He was walking around, likely intending to keep his legs warm and ready for the next fight. Admirable, he thought. In fact, he could feel a question prodding at the edges of his mind. Ida. Yes, Midoriya? How long have you been training your quirk? The boy tilted his head, seemingly mulling over that inquiry. Exhausted yet lucid brown eyes stared, waiting for his answer as well. Since I first got my quirk, I suppose. Ida finally said. Me and my brother, we were trained by my father in a local hero gym which was owned by a friend of his. It started off light, of course. He wanted us, or, well, me, to first be familiar with my quirk. As the years went on, the training grew in intensity, especially after I told him that I wished to be a hero. When he retired, my brother took the role of mentor for me. He explained, bringing up his finger to adjust his glasses. His friends had that widened look in their eyes, glimmering with bright speckles. "That's amazing," Uraraka murmured. She bit her lip, looking away as she did. Izuku continued to stare straight at the tall, blue-haired boy. His gaze regarded him in a new light. While he had initially always seen Ida as someone who was somewhat similar to himself, both sons of heroes, both seeking to become one themselves, his words showed that they were anything but. It was like a layer of mist had dissipated, revealing the gaping ravine that truly stood between them. He clenched his fist. "I still have a long way to go." Keeping his eye on the prize, Izuku turned to the group of civilian bots huddled together near the entrance. The boy took notice of a pair of distinctly broken machinery just a few meters away. It was the corpses of 2 of the hostages. His jaw tightened. A really long way to go. They had to escort the rescued hostages, 4 in total, to one of the checkpoints. Besides safeguarding them, doing so would reward the 3 with 10 points each. It was unnaturally high, but they weren't about to complain. Ida, being the sole close-quarters specialist among them, trudged on in front of the robots. Izuku and Uraraka were near the back, forming a triangular shape. The trio walked in remarkable comfort. Within the hollow chambers of the civilian bots, there were packaged bottles of water ready to be consumed. It was lukewarm, offering little comfort, but it was something to be cherished in the hot, nearly blinding day, and so it was consumed eagerly by Ida and Uraraka. Izuku kept the rest of the other 2 bottles to himself. He merely took a small sip before pocketing them in his pockets. As they were about to round a corner, however, they were taken aback when a group of other students emerged. For pairs of avaricious eyes stared at them. "Hand me over those points," said the forefront teenager, a rather pudgy boy with steel arms. "Us," corrected a narrow-eyed girl beside him. She had especially long fingernails. Ida quirked up a brow. "This was the result of our efforts. Why should you be the one to submit them?" "Besides," Izuku added, having circled the small robots to now stand beside his bespectacled friend. "It's not befitting for heroes to do this. How about we just team up? Having more people to help could ensure that we rescue more." "And split the points further?" A boy with long, rigid, and sharp hair scoffed. "As if. Come on," spoke a girl with a brown bush for hair, her hand extending out to them. A scar decorated her lower lip. "You already got plenty of points from rescuing those bots in the first place. Surely you wouldn't miss a few more, would you?" Yes, it was Uraraka who said that, having come to stand alongside the rest of her team. "We would." The bushy-haired girl pursed her lips. Her fingers gathered into a fist and retracted back. To her right, the silver-armed boy shot an annoyed glare her way. "I thought your quirk was meant to mind control people to do your bidding. I see none of that." He spat. "It doesn't always work. What's with you and your useless FND quirk?" He hissed in uncouth language. A boyish yelp came from ahead of Spikes. "She's not in her best of mind. Leave Haruki-chan alone." The one with lengthy nails bristled, though much of it was aimed towards their steel-fisted teammate. "Focus!" she yelled before lowering her voice into a whisper. "There's only 3 of them. We can win." Following her words, the group of 4 nodded with sardonic expressions. There was a hint of apprehension in their furrowed brows, but for one reason or another, it was overwhelmed with determination. The long, sharp hair on one of them, which was previously set down, began to flare up into a ball, imitating a porcupine. The others, though showed no further transformations, similarly slipped into a fighting stance. "They're inexperienced fighters," Ida murmured. "Well, except for one, but I think we can still handle them." His green-haired friend nodded. Though he rarely went close quarters, he could at least identify what shoddy form looked like. His former number 1 idol often stressed how important a good foundation was. After all, "I need to save my water," Izuku thought. He took 1 bottle, poured out around half of it into a state where it floated in the air, before pocketing the plastic once more. You ready, Uraraka-san? The girl didn't respond. She looked around the bright expanse of asphalt and concrete yet found herself despondent in what she found nothing. Her quirk would be more or less useless here. I just have to touch them once, she thought, though even that was laced with doubt as she stared at the long, sharp claws, then the needle-like strands, then the firm, steel fists. If she was hit even once. She shivered as she imagined herself lying amidst a pool of red, wafting iron. Uraraka? Shaken out of her rumination, she glanced up to find a pair of concerned, green eyes. Are you okay? A disgruntled sigh escaped her lips. I'm fine. After a short silence, she added, just don't know how I'm supposed to use my quirk in this situation. You should stay back then, Uraraka, Izuku said softly. Ida gave a curt nod, though he did not let his vision of their foes wander away. I agree. There is no shame in backing away when you are at a disadvantage. That's one of the first lessons my brother taught me. But she pursed her lips. Wouldn't that make me? You're not. The green-haired boy interrupted, already knowing what she was about to say. You're still protecting the civilians, aren't you? That's right, she said, smacking her cheeks as she did. As she said that, their opponents, having waited out of nervousness, finally tore apart their moment with a resounding cry. They charged, splitting into two groups, each aimed towards the boys. Ida stifled back a curse as he dodged iron fists. He had little reprieve, soon having to twist out of the way of deadly claws. He blinked, glancing down at his forearm. It had been scratched, but unlike the crimson mess he had anticipated, the only sign of damage was on his skin. That was when he realized. Those nails may have been long, sure, but they were just that, nails. Even the one with steel ball for fists posed little issue. Apparently, they weighed as heavy as real, steel spheres would, making his movement much more sluggish and wild. The pair were hardly a threat. To the side, Izuku beheld a similar realization. The teen with sharp hair seemed to be unable to shoot out those needle-like protrusions of his, causing him to have to charge straight toward Izuku with his head ducked down like a battering ram. Could be dangerous, but a quick swipe of his water whip at the boy's feet was enough to send him sprawling across the ground, leaving the girl with thick, bushy hair Haruki remaining. Witnessing the rapid fall of her teammates, she let out a low growl. She spontaneously twisted on her heels, facing away from the greenette to head towards the girl closest to her. The gravity girl appeared taken aback by the sudden change. She didn't let it get to her, though, and leaned to the side, allowing her foes surprisingly quick to just graze past her cheek. Uraraka lashed back, throwing a wide swing toward the other girl. Haruki easily swerved under it, twisting into a horizontal leg arc against her ribs. She was sent stumbling to the side. Uraraka, I can handle her. She shot back with a reassuring grin. It didn't change the fact that she was being pushed back, though. Every time she did dodge a move, she would already be caught in the next barrage. Her opponent was silent throughout, only letting out sounds of tight breaths whenever she struck against Uraraka. There were a few red welts left on her flesh, big and small, both a low hum and a constant throb in her mind. But after some time, Uraraka smiled internally, having found an opening in her unrelenting offense. Outwardly, she capitalized on it, ensnaring it with all the speed of a snake's lash. Having grown frustrated by her slippery evasions, the unknown girl had thrown a committed straight from her right hand. Uraraka ducked down, feeling the knuckles graze her cheek, putting herself closer to her foe. Right before she, with slightly twisted hips and awkwardly bent knees, she turned and aimed an uppercut towards her jaw. Just like with Uraraka, she leaned her body away from the incoming fist, letting it fly past her nose. Just like with Uraraka, the contours of her clenched fingers barely grazed past her skin. But unlike with Uraraka, a single touch was enough to seal the winner. A subtle pink hue wafted from her pores. Overwhelmed by the unexpected loss of her footing, the bushy-haired girl could do nothing but choke on spit as Ochako's knuckles rammed into her gut. Thrown a decent way up the air, she pressed her fingers together, causing her foe to slam down onto the ground from the sudden return of gravity. She was left breathless, more out of surprise rather than exhaustion. You did it, Izuku said smilingly. Ida ambled over to his side, their lips posing like twins. Thank you, she whispered, unable to believe it herself. Uraraka had been overwhelmed throughout their fight and even in her last-ditch effort, wouldn't have been able to harvest a victory if not for her quirk. Running along that line of thought, a small seed of confusion planted itself in her mind. Why had her foe not used her quirk? Even if it wasn't all that useful in combat as the steel-armed boy had so eloquently said, surely it could still have some sort of effect on the fight. But a mix of the test's clock ticking, hovering over their minds despite lacking a physical form, thus further pronouncing their paranoia, and the fact that Haruki was merely a stranger in the end, led Uraraka to yell out, "We need to go." Her teammates nodded, sharing her sentiment. So they went away, stringing the bots alongside them, leaving behind 3 unconscious teens and 1 Haruki, whose palms dug against the sweaty folds of her face. A stifled whimper choked its way out of her throat, soon devolving into the sounds of a broken record. No. The trio arrived at checkpoint 1, the closest one to their location, or at least, the point they chose to go to. Since their raid had been in the middle of the city's square walls, the checkpoints designated on every corner would be of equal distance to them. There was no particular, well-thought-out reason as to why they chose this. But the number 1 simply held an enchanting allure to it. Judging from the crowd littering the area, which was made up of almost half of the site's test takers, it was clear that they were of the same mind. They proceeded towards the tall and large tent by the corner. Attached to one side of the towering walls of the site, shaded under the woven fabrics that formed the vibrant blue and yellow canopy, was a digital timer. It showed that they still had 41 minutes remaining until the end of the test. Jutting out of the adjacent wall was a thick white square drawn onto the rough asphalt, where various bots sat silently, their eye lamps blinking awake. Izuku's mana sense also leaped happily as it sensed a large body of water nearby. It took the form of a water tank almost 15 steps away from the tent's outskirts, standing tall on 4 thick trunks. Glancing around, Izuku felt no small amount of relief grow inside of him. The contestants here were all divided into clusters, likely their own individual groups. Some of them were larger than theirs, others were smaller. The number of civilian models they had in tow would swell according to the size of their team. Fortunately, after doing some quick math in his head, it didn't seem like any of them held an advantage against Izuku and his group. For now. Already he could see several of those clusters move away, rushing towards the next clandestine hideout. So they hurried their steps, trudging the wafer-thin line between a walk and a jog, and in a hasty moment found themselves standing in front of a familiar figure. His skin, draped in the potent shadow of the tent, appeared like lusterless onyx. Ectoplasm crookedly twisted his lips upwards. Izuku Midoriya, Ida Tenya, and Achiko Uraraka. You 3 make up Team 16. His tone belied not a question, but a matter of fact. Let me receive those robots from your hands. As the 4 waist-high machines lumbered into the same space as their brethren, the hero listed off their points. 120 initial points, another 40 for delivering them safely here, but since you lost a pair, 20 points will be deducted. The remaining 140 will be spread among you. The percentages will be mulled over by our staff later. His words caused a shift in Uraraka's expression. Her frown appeared worried, but she remained silent, merely bowing in thanks to the hero alongside her team. Just as they were about to leave, Ectoplasm had one last message for them. Fight well out there, there's a chance you can still lose these points of yours. He said cryptically. They aimed questioning gazes at the hero, but he remained still, betraying no emotion in his inhuman face. Not wanting to waste any more time, they set off. What felt like more than half an hour quickly went away. The incandescent star up above had moved away from the center of the sky. Its radiant light was largely swallowed by bulbous fingers, fat and purely white, replacing the unrelenting heat with some much-needed shade, temporary as it may be. In the cooler air, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida walked down the long road. They were once again in a small triangle shape with 5 robots gathered in the middle. Already it was their 3rd batch in total, drawing their streak as a 4-2, their eyes still flickered to and fro, making sure no one would attack them, but their shoulders were much less tense. Their steps were done with increased leisure. This reprieve allowed their minds to wander. For Izuku, he continued to be perturbed by the oddity of the point system, mainly surrounding the reward for successfully returning the hostages to a checkpoint. In and of itself, he understood why it was a viable criterion to base points off of, but what about all the other facets of it? Why would they enable other students to essentially steal points from others? They even seemed to encourage it since no other obstacles were impeding their way back besides the occasional group of students. It seemed odd at best and worrying at worst. To his right, the buzz of his two teammates rang like a long line of static. He heard their words, but they left just as quickly as they came. Izuku decided at that moment that he wanted to join in. "What are you two talking about?" Ida was the first who answered. "Just about our points. I was curious how we would fare compared to the other students." "We're hopeful," a chirpy Uraraka answered. She had been in that state ever since the last two bases they raided. Those areas had been filled with scraps, large and small alike, so they had been a great boon to the girl. They eventually arrived back at Checkpoint 1 and filed away the robots for points. Gathered together, they stared out into the tall, buttressed walls of the concrete maze, bathed in blinding rays. The clouds had parted, so the city was once again a dreadful battlefield to return to, so much so that a few students were already lounging about under the flared-out canopy. "Do you two think we should go out there again?" the green-haired boy asked, turning to his comrades. "What do you say?" Ida asked intently. "We should," Izuku replied almost instantly. "Though since we only have 12 minutes left, we should launch a straight-on attack to the base. We'll talk about the specifics as we try to find one." With that agreement speedily born, they went back to explore the sprawling mock city. It didn't take them long to find a hidden base. It had been well hidden beneath a hulking dumpster situated in an alleyway. It must have been sinking in deep shadows cast by the towering buildings, obscuring its figure from all eyes barring the most keen of them. Now that the sun had moved slightly, however, sizable swaths of the shade had been swept aside from the dumpster's sharp edges. Pushing it revealed a steel trapdoor, blinding them for a moment as the surface glinted in the light. And like a cold splash of water, the sight underneath had dampened their excitement. The robots underneath had all died out and the hostages, supposed to be in the middle of the wide room, were gone as well. Someone else must have gotten there before them. Climbing out of the hole, Uraraka huffed in frustration. "Who's the JRK that decided to push this stupid dumpster over the entrance? Giving us false hope, I tell you that." Still, Izuku chuckled, feeling amused by her harmless rage. With her round, pouting cheeks, she just sold herself as a hamster, and those rodents could never look scary unless they were yawning. The state that room was in had me curious. "I too." Ida chipped in, having climbed up last. None of the robots were damaged. As if they were switched off just like that. "Still," Uraraka grumbled. "Doesn't change the fact that there's still a JRK. I swear if I find the culprit I will." The trio had only turned when the earth suddenly shook strongly. Instinctively, they ran out of the alley and into the hot radiance, their eyes wide and full of confusion. Another rumble, fainter than the last yet still mighty, was the only warning they got before the ground quaked with all the force of an erupting mountain. In the distance, they could see a gray cloud of dust and rubble infecting the sky, casting a deep shadow to crawl over the various roads. Across a brief moment, every student on every street thought the first ashes had finally decided to cross over to Japan. At the time, that seemed like the only logical explanation. Then they emerged. Bright red fireflies slowly began to decorate the undulating fog, gray and suffused with light. They then morphed, wisps rolling outwards as figures churned beneath the dust, revealing themselves as a whole other type of beast. Villainous machines peeked out from beneath the earthbound cloud. Then, as it billowed outwards, more and more of those cold, inhuman faces emerged. Most of them were familiar, having served as the robots they'd been tearing apart during the test. A few, however, were newcomers. They were larger, bulkier, and beheld a pair of turrets on their shoulders and a long scorpion-like tail that whipped harshly against the ground. "What on earth?" Uraraka whispered, her voice cracking. "It's a horde." Ida elaborated, his voice seemingly calm yet his fingers twitched as his apple swallowed spit mixed with a dose of anxiety. They stood there, frozen. When the closest machine snapped its head to them, the others followed suit with an eerie sync. Only then did one of them break their stunned silence. "We need to go," Izuku yelled out as he took an instinctive step backward. "Yes, we should make haste," Ida admitted. He let out a sharp breath, and by then, what little nervousness he showed had faded. "But to where?" The greenette snapped his head back towards the incoming giant. "It's coming for us." "No," he squinted his eyes, discerning where those 6 red orbs were aimed at. "It's going to checkpoint 1. Then we should move away to a safer location," Ida remarked, already lowering himself with bent knees. "Hop on." As Uraraka jumped on outstretched arms much to the boy's embarrassment, Izuku shook his head. "No. We can't leave the civilian bots behind. Those points are only valid if they're delivered safely, remember? Even if we've already handed them in? Think back to what Ectoplasm-san said." He continued while climbing onto Ida's firm back. "Those points we've gathered aren't permanent." "I see," the runner whispered, his eyes narrowing past the sweltering air. He could see a familiar bright blue and yellow dot in the distance. Convinced, the trio decided then and there that they would head towards checkpoint for the moment. The decision of what they should do when they arrived quite simply freely lingered in the air. The earth rumbled like a hungry bear's gut, uprooting surrounding light poles and sending a web of cracks through the buildings. Izuku half thought the aforementioned would topple over quickly, but it appears that he was oblivious to how firm their foundations were. Aside from a soft wiggle, they barely groaned. Except if you were in the walking horde's way, of course. Even now, he could feel those steel bodies whizzing past him just beneath the concrete, all of them heading towards the center. In spite of the city-like surroundings, it felt like he was standing amidst a frozen lake, dark and dreadful piranhas swimming under. When they arrived at the tent, it was a shadow of what it once was. The steel beams supporting it had already keeled over, causing the brightly colored sheets to pool on the ground. Ectoplasm was nowhere to be seen, but they weren't the only ones here. There were the robots, having been left there, their forms bulging like high mountain ranges on a plateau. To the side, the timer embedded into the wall continued to count down. Tick, 9.41, a tick, 9.40, and a tick, 09. Izuku burned away little time gawking. He walked close, heaving up the silver rods that were all still connected to the tent's roof, and with the help of his teammates shoved them away. With that, the sheets followed, swept away to reveal the group of robots that awaited rescue. Their wide, singular eyes blinked innocently. The asphalt continued to tremble. The 3 hastily pressed the studs hidden in the thin alcoves behind the robots' necks, careful not to accidentally punch in the deactivation button so as to link them towards Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida. Only when the machines trudged away at a walking pace, however, did Izuku realize the glaring issue of their operation. The escorted were far too slow. Not enough to escape the incoming wave, that was for sure. Faced with this dilemma, he stared off into the distance, at the lumbering slabs of steel and destruction. What should he do? Think. Use the resources you have on hand. He bit his lip. Izuku turned, regarding his surroundings with an analytical eye. Uraraka can make the bots lighter, but they still won't be fast enough. If I freeze the floor for them to slide on, maybe they can escape, but what if something obstructs us? What if we have to make a sharp turn? Ida, he's the key to this, but he can't possibly carry all of us. Or can he? He blinked, his face lighting up as if he had just splashed with a bucket of cool water. Uraraka! He quickly called out. The girl had been herding the bots, her back facing him, but hearing his yell made her turn. How much can your quirk carry? 3 tons. She stuttered out with a slight tint of pink adorning her cheeks. Why? Is that enough to cover all the robots as well as us too? She mulled for a moment, glancing over to the more than 24 robots. They were small, yes, but they were made up of heavier meat and bones than regular men. Nevertheless, I think I can. Izuku nodded. Get at it then if you will. Meanwhile, he turned his gaze along the foot of the concrete wall, towards where he sensed a well of water churning atop 4 hind legs. At the next moment, the steel container exploded and with it, a fierce torrent rolled through the air. Rows of figures, all with vastly different silhouettes, raptly watched a series of screens. Cities wrought with smoke and rubble backdropped these sights while innumerable teens ran through these haphazardous roads. And oblivious I would see it as a scene of war, desperation, and misfortune. Even an eye that was aware of who they were would feel apprehensive. But of course, the danger was merely a veil. Pull back the curtains and you would see all the hidden machinations, all the robots hidden within the buildings, ready to dig out and save students in mortal peril, all the ambulances and medical staff awaiting just beyond the iron gates. Even the ever-constant rumbles were a facade. There was no way they were going to actually endanger the students with an avalanche, so they used a sophisticated network of pistons and rods to simulate an earthquake, albeit one that is barely noticeable. They couldn't stop injuries, that was more or less an assured thing, but they could prevent anything life-threatening. With that knowledge, the figures draped in dark watched with remarkable calmness. Their eyes darted from sight to sight, following whatever incurred their interest the most. Right now, that was towards the leftmost camera. A tangle of vines covered the gaping hole in the middle of the city, trembling yet managing to maintain their form as they snapped away at fellow students and dragged them to safety, all the while huge explosions tore the villains still on the surface into splinters. Are vines supposed to be fireproof or something? A sultry, womanly voice asked. No, answered a high-pitched voice, seemingly emanating from a small, sharply dressed animal. But they are more fire-resistant than other plants. They'll still burn, but not against those explosions of, he paused, perusing over his memory. Katsuki Bakugo. They seem to have done this before. Accused a gruff, muscular man. He had tubes jutting out and back into his body. Must be those gyms then, Ichim? The first voice spoke again. Must be, he sighed. They never share data with us. Likely because… There. A sudden voice interrupted. This time, it came from someone who had been wholly silent, a man with bundled cloth around his neck. He pointed to a screen near the middle. It took a moment until the shadowed forms trembled lightly. A low, soft chuckle escaped a man with a heavy Western accent. Seems a bit like they know of the know-hows of our upcoming school festival? Barely a second went by before he already regretted his words. A litany of glares punched away at his gut, so visceral they were. From above his seat, raised above the others to compensate for his height, or, as a few of his staff liked to say, lack thereof, the animal-like figure echoed out a laugh that seemed disproportionately large compared to his body. Oh, indeed, indeed. The midget chuckled. Perhaps I should change that round? Just a tad. No one deigned a response to his statement. Despite his tone, they all knew it wasn't a question. No one denied Yue's principal from getting something he's already set his eyes on. A peculiar sight ran through the mock city's cracked streets. 3 figures, 2 of which wafted a subtle pink hue, blurred, swerving past the rubble and fallen light poles. Or, more accurately, only one of them ran. The others were carried by a lone boy, serving as a steed to the girl in his arms and the teen on his back. The latter kept looking back, one hand wrapped around Ida's shoulder as the other was kept outstretched towards the sky behind them, towards a large blue-white sphere, rippling as it went against the harsh gale while small yet clunky machines swam around within. They emanated a soft hue as well, the pink darkened and slightly dimmed by the thick layers around it. Izuku felt thankful that the robots were waterproof. If they weren't, his plan would have failed. In all honesty, however, none of this would have worked if any one of them were gone. Izuku could hold up the water, but it would have been not useful. If he was the only one here, the robots would simply sink out of the sphere he made. After all, still, water couldn't make things resist gravity's hold. Uraraka's quirk, however, could entirely erase it. And without Ida, they wouldn't have been able to even get away from the massive horde's similarly massive strides. Tenya opened his mouth, the wind instantly lashing into the narrow tunnel. Where should we go? Reverberated his voice. Izuku looked away from the floating sphere, turning to the boy. Already he could see his neck glistening, his lips constantly open as rapid breaths went in and out, in and out. Let's go to checkpoint 3 first. It should be on the end of this road. What about the horde? Ida asked. He dared not look back in fear of what it would do to his already burning legs. The sun wasn't helping either. This time, it was Uraraka who responded. They're still following, she said as the ground shook, once amidst an increasingly quick PRD. The machines rushed, bounding across dozens upon dozens of meters in mere seconds. Must be programmed to follow the largest cluster, Izuku commented with a bite. Soon, the familiar blue and yellow dots began to appear in the distance. Slow at first, it rapidly grew until a number of colorful figures were seen. Ida started to slow down as they approached. From his place on Ida's back, he took the time to observe the students waiting there. He found himself particularly struck by their faces, all of which bellied a sense of confusion. As the youngest Tenya came to a screeching halt, Izuku was privy to a few of their whispers. What's going on? Why do they have so many robots? Who cares? I'm more concerned about that smoke in the middle of the city. And is there an earthquake going on? Shouldn't UA be evacuating us? It didn't take long for Izuku to realize that they lacked the knowledge of what was going on. Gulping, he stepped forward, attracting the previously scattered gazes of the students to him alone. He felt their sharp stares, their hushed echoes, melding into one. The ground, how it shook and trembled with urgency. He opened his lips, yet his words were stuck, unable to get out. We need to get ready. At that moment, those innumerable gazes faded, and without even realizing it, Izuku let out a breath of relief. That lasted for a brief moment before he bit his lip, his eyes scrunching down. The robot horde is heading here soon, Ida explained, having gained all their attention. They're following the largest cluster of civilian bots. We need to protect them. Otherwise, the points we've all gathered would be for naught. Izuku and Uraraka stepped forward, already herding the aforementioned targets towards the checkpoint. Meanwhile, yells were already being shot across the area. Then why did you lead them here? One girl shrieked, her face drained of color. Now, it's guaranteed that they're going to come here. Well, they were going after our checkpoint, so we had to bring them away. Ida elaborated, pushing back his glasses. He kept a firm stance even as their complaints only grew. Watching the self-assured teen, Izuku couldn't help but feel awed. Full of intent, he straightened his back and brought up his shoulders. He tried to maintain that as he turned towards Uraraka, she had already ushered the civilian bots into the chalk-made square. Regardless of whether or not Ida succeeds in convincing them, we need to make sure these robots are safe. He glanced at the clock. There's a little more than 7 minutes left. We don't need to beat the horde, we just need to stall them. Izuku smiled wide. Besides, we're not alone. Fiston. One voice yelled out, freezing Izuku's words. An empty laugh followed. My points won't ever be enough to get me into the hero course, anyway. You can just do it on your own. It was as if his statement kickstarted a snowball effect amongst the morale of the teenagers. More and more joined up, their voices bounding like wildfire throughout the vicinity. It wasn't long after that before the first student left, carrying their hopes of entering UA's hero course with them, followed by the next, then the next 5, and so on. Ida tried to stop them, his words quickening, rushing to send his point across, but it wasn't like they didn't understand. They did. They simply saw no worth in it. In the wake of their leave, Izuku recognized a group of faces. They were speaking in hushed yells, hidden behind the few other students who were still indecisive. You can't just leave. Come on, Haruki-chan. There's no point. The porcupine-haired boy murmured. So what? We have to fight until the end. We wanted to be heroes, right? You wanted to be one, Haruki. Now, it was the girl with long nails who said that. Honestly, I don't know why you of all people wanted. Fine. A scowl laced her words. Go then. See if I care. After a bout of silence, gleaming past the gaps of the remaining crowd, a resounding 13 people, Izuku saw their forms moving away, leaving the so-called Haruki alone. She shifted, allowing him to see her face, downcast eyes adorning a forlorn expression. He didn't know why, but at that moment, she looked vaguely familiar. Had he seen her before? Before the test? Donning a soft frown, Izuku tried to forget that odd feeling as he did a quick head count. Within those few seconds, several students once again left, leaving them with only two others, that of Haruki, the bushy-haired girl, and someone who they would have entirely missed if she hadn't spoken up. The latter was called Toru Hagakure, someone whose quirk made her invisible. Still, the once bustling tent now appeared almost desolate, even more so with Toru's invisibility. This is disheartening. Uraraka attempted to smile. But at least there's more of us than before. The more the better, right? I suppose so. Izuku sighed. Dragging his gaze somewhere else, he saw a silent sentinel standing in the corner. He's still here, unlike before. Walking over toward the cloaked teacher, he smiled pleasantly despite his current mood. Ectoplasm sensei. The man grinned widely, toothily, roguishly, or perhaps that was the only way he could smile. Student. He greeted back, genteel. I notice you haven't transferred the ownership of any of the additional robots you brought here. Izuku shook his head. It wasn't I nor my teammates who saved them. If it was even possible, his grin began to encompass the full width of his head, the part visible to the boy, anyway. Mainly, he breathed, I want to ask, is it possible to survive this horde? Izuku said, searching for an answer in those cold, milky white slits of his. They neither widened, nor did they twitch, nor did they soften. They were as sharp as they ever could be. Yet still, the edge in his voice noticeably dulled. That is up to you. Will you succeed? Will you fail? Regardless of all those possible results, a hero would never back down. Despite the inherent coldness of his eyes, for that moment, they seemed to burn like twin embers. Are you one of us, student? His eyes widening, Izuku simply stood there, still as a statue. Then, in a stiff motion, he turned his neck to look back at his teammates. They appeared even more disheartened than he was, with the exception of Ida. He had his hands folded, stalwart, though his brows were furrowed down. Heroes don't give up, he reminded himself. When are the robots arriving? Approximately 2 minutes. The hero stated, firm of voice. Staring at Ectoplasm, he gave an understanding nod, before twisting on his heel towards the other students. His mind was already racking up ideas. If they were going to succeed, they needed to have a plan of defense. They couldn't go into this blindfolded. For now, as he stepped near Ida and Uraraka, he needed to gain more information as to what their quirks were. Acquitting himself calmly, something he found easier now, Izuku said, the horde should be arriving here any minute now. Before that, we need to have a plan. Can I have a gist of what your quirks are? Purely so that the other two would know, Izuku began to explain his first, followed by Ida and Uraraka. As their gazes turned to a floating set of clothes, a highly pitched voice squeaked out. I'm Toru Hagakure. She repeated. My quirk makes me invisible and that's about it. It was followed by a quick laugh from her as if it was already planned. I can't control it or anything. Her words were met with nods from the trio. They turned their gaze away, now aimed at the girl with large, twisting locks of hair, and Toru found herself fidgeting uncomfortably. I can influence people with my words. It's a quirk called Silver Tongue. Haruki rapidly explained. Practically, it's useless against those robots, though, so don't expect it to do much. I can fight, however. Very well, I might add. Uraraka attested. I can fight too. Toru chirped out of the blue. Haruki-san, Izuku called out. Is your quirk able to enhance someone's physique? For example, if you tell me to push harder or run faster, will it make my body subconsciously do that? She paused, thoughtful. No. The girl bluntly stated. That's a pity. Pursing his lips, Izuku turned back to face the roads around them, unaware of how she let out a breath of relief. There were 3 roads from his perspective. 2 of them ran along the sides of the towering walls, while the last was drawn down the middle, a long, diagonal stretch in the square-shaped site. It was there that a green haze dotted the distant horizon, growing ever so quickly. He needed to think of something to deal with the impact the horde would bring. What if we just continuously distance ourselves? No, the run here already took all of our strength. We can't just keep doing that. But then what are we left with? Staring at the road, where cracked rubbles, uprooted lamp poles, and other such scraps were littered, a light bulb came to life in Izuku's mind. The horde has arrived. At this distance, he could already feel their eerie, lifeless eyes boring down on him. Izuku liked his dry lips, trying to distract himself from the strange butterflies in his stomach. He wasn't sure what it was. It couldn't be anxiety, that was for sure. After all, since when did that feel pleasant? All the preparations are ready, Ida called out. Nodding thankfully, Izuku let himself smile. The robots ran on the familiar, sun-kissed ground, yet not too far ahead was a peculiar phenomenon. A long stretch of it was decorated with dark patches, like the inky fur of a Dalmatian. Some of the patterns were small or spread apart, while others were large or formed closely knit clusters. Looking up with a sense of marvel, he relished the sight of their concoction. Hovering far above were specks of rubble and light poles, ready to rain down on the incoming army. They were covered by a soft pink hue. This was the plan he had come up with. Admittedly, it was rough around the edges, but it didn't need to be perfect. It only needed to thin out the first volley, allowing them to deal with the rest. That was why he spread out the hovering traps. If he gathered them all in a single file line, perhaps it could completely wipe out the robots at the front row, but that would leave them completely exposed to the full strength of the villains right after. The way he did it made sure that, while no single row would be annihilated, it would thin out the next dozen or so rows, enough for them to survive longer. In theory. In practice, it was a whole other can of worms, full of unexpected possibilities. There was also the matter of the sheer numbers that awaited them. No matter how he tried to pump himself, he found it impossible to believe that he could come out of this victorious. It was almost assured that he would. No, his voice echoed, firmly trampling down his line of thought. As long as you believe in it, magic can make it come true. Well, admittedly, that sort of imagination could only feel real when he has plenty of evidence to back it up. But he did try his best to feel optimistic. Glancing around at his teammates, weighed into silence by their troubles, Izuku mustered up a smile. "We can do this," he said, attracting their gaze. "I know we can." He looked away from them and back towards the horde, now closer than before, afraid to see what he would find in their eyes. The robots were incoming. As their feet rumbled against the earth, the sound of dozens upon dozens echoing like the natural force of a harsh river rolling down a dry trough, Izuku told Uraraka to not let go of the rubble just yet. The girl nodded, green-faced, yet she admirably held on. The boy waited and waited, even waited some more, until the first volley was so close it felt as if their fingers could brush against his skin. "Now!" he yelled out. With that, the atmosphere seemingly shifted. Sharp whistles began all at once as broken scraps rapidly fell from the sky, soon turning several robots across a dozen meters into their brethren. The remaining survivors, still charging, were greeted by a wall of destruction. Quite literally. A wave of water, far exceeding their height, slammed into them. It carried them with it before curving to the sides of the buildings, continuously punching against steel until they were far too mangled to operate. With that, a sizable patch ahead of them was littered with the corpses of machines. Toru breathed in awe. Amazing! They couldn't see the girl, but she was sure to be adorning the same expression as Haruki was wide-eyed, mouth gaping open. Only, perhaps the invisible didn't grit her teeth right after. With the short amount of reprieve attained, Izuku quickly snapped his head back towards the screen. 6 minutes. He turned back towards the next row. They were closing the distance, fast, and yet he smiled shakily. Inko let out a long, relaxed sigh. Soaking herself in the water perfectly hot to her tastes was already taking an effect on her body. She could feel her tight muscles loosening. It felt amazing, as if the heat allowed her to forget about all her worries of the outside world. For now, there was only herself, alone, to enjoy this man-made heaven. Escaped the lips of her friend, the woman leaning back against the edge of the hot spring. Her golden hair pooled on the moist stone around her head. "This feels so good," Inko chuckled. While a visit to the onsen on her lonesome was her ideal heaven, spending it with Mitsuki wasn't a distant second. "It does," Inko breathed. Again, Thank you so much for offering me this, Mitsuki. The blonde woman laughed, her hands slapping against Inko's shoulder. No need. In all honesty, I did this out of my selfishness. It's been ages since we last hung out together. We did though. Remember when we went to that cafe, just a few weeks ago? Yeah. That is ages ago, she said with a roll of her eyes. Inko smiled softly. Well, it was true that this was a much-needed distraction. Not wanting to let her mind wander to that, she sunk deeper into the water until the mist-spewing surface brushed just against the underside of her lips. She moved her hand up, splashing her face and hair with the comfortable heat of the spring. My kid, he's probably taking his test right now, Mitsuki remarked proudly, oblivious to how Inko's eyes soured. That brat keeps on bragging about how he's gonna get the #1 spot in the practical. He better get that after all that money I spent on his little old gym membership. She laughed, boisterous and impetuous as always. I see, Inko murmured. I hope he does get that spot. How about your brat, Inko-chan? Have you heard the news? She said, a sense of haste in her tone. Mitsuki quirked a brow at the sudden shift. Shrugging, she shook her head. What news? The one by NHK. Apparently, the first ashes are coming to Japan. Mitsuki let out a surprised snort. Talk about once in a blue moon. When's the last time it hit us? It's even rarer than that. And maybe a few centuries ago? I don't know. She shook her head. Her gaze darted over to Mitsuki, nervous. It's so odd. So many new things are happening all at once and... Hey, calm down, Mitsuki sharply said. Inko went still. When did she start breathing so quickly? Taking control of her breath's rhythm, she looked away. Sorry. Look at me. Inko complied. Wide patches of dark green met two starkly crimson orbs. Izuku-chan's going to be fine. This is UA we're talking about. Regardless of what happens, I'm sure he'll be safe. Just look at the stats, no one's ever died in their tests. That shouldn't even be a possibility for a high schooler's exam. She spat indignantly. A high schooler's hero exam. The woman corrected. Seeing that Inko was still far from convinced, she smacked her lips and twisted, bringing her hands up to her friend's cheeks. She gave it a quick, light slap. Just think of it like this: if Izuku fails, then that's that, but if Izuku succeeds, that means being a hero is the right path for him. Besides, Mitsuki grinned, letting go of her friend. He's a headstrong kid, I know that much. He won't crumble in the face of danger. Inko looked at Mitsuki for a few moments. In the end, she glanced away once more before closing her eyes. With that, she let herself sink deeper into the pleasant heat until the water closed over every part of her body. The world seemed to go by in a blur. He could feel his chest being pulled in by firm, invisible claws, making his breaths all the more laborious. The onslaught of robots seemed like little more than green specks marked by wiry red crosses. Their numbers were almost always in double digits, where broken machines would be replaced before he could take down another. How long has it been since he began fighting? It felt like hours, and maybe it was. Maybe the exam was already finished, yet he continued to stay here out of his own will, wanting to fight, wanting to never stop until he's defeated all of his enemies. Because it felt so astonishingly good. To feel mana coursing through his quirkless veins. To watch his enemies all so much bigger than he was crumple like wet, soggy paper was a feeling he never knew could be so great. This made his heart flutter in a way that his previous fights were unable to do. His spars with Frieren, even when she brought up golems he could defeat, would always remain and feel like just that, training. His battle with Cecile, true as it might be, was weighed by the fact that she was simply much stronger than he was, even with his inherent advantage. This, however, felt just right. A voice distinctly Ida called out, as if a spear that broke through the haze of his mind. 2 minutes left. We can do this. Those words left him just as quickly as they came. He continued to manipulate his leash, crystalline blue glinting in the light, and tore open new scars in a robot. The serrated body fell to the ground. Not giving himself any rest, he smiled and broke his leash into multiple threads, right before punching them towards a trio of machines. Most of the projectiles fell before they reached them, the mana within dissipating into thin air. A few penetrated through, however, destroying the core of one and causing the rest to stagger. Izuku pulled on a nearby pipe underground. The water tunneled past dirt and minerals, before finally breaking through the asphalt, a stream rising into the air. He brought his hand down, sending the veritable whip to come down on the surviving pair. But that didn't happen. Instead, they fell harmlessly, raining down on the form of who was once their master. What happened? Why isn't it? His muscles twitched. It was only then did he realize what happened. I've run out of mana. As the strength left his knees and he buckled down onto the floor, so did his euphoria. His breath grew even more rapid. He couldn't even keep fighting for less than 10 minutes. Was he truly this weak without his staff? No longer blinded by his rapture, the world began to clear out, clearing the fog that had hidden the current state of the battlefield. Ida was in the best condition. His movements had grown sluggish compared to earlier, but his eyes still flickered about, fully alert. Uraraka appeared even more breathless than Izuku was, her hair sticking to her pale green skin in a messy tangle. She dodged a heavy fist, slipping behind a robot and pressing the button hidden in its slopes. It fell face first dead. Likely, the girl already exhausted her quirk. Haruki, unsurprisingly, was less exhausted than Uraraka. She swerved left and right, always opting to turn off the larger robots and simply punching the smallest of them open. The carapace on those ones was made up of plastic, after all. Despite that, the corpses around her feet were the least. As for Toru, Izuku couldn't see where she was, exactly. Judging by the robots randomly dropping left and right, however, he assumed she was still around, fighting. Finally, he looked back towards the tent, where the clock continued to tick. A little under a minute remained, mere seconds until they achieved what had seemingly been impossible. Yet, with his gaze aimed there, he inevitably noticed something that caused the blood on his face to dry. Ida! Uraraka! He gritted his teeth. His legs shifted, lifting himself as he ran towards the figure lumbering under the tent's canopy. Anyone! Don't let it get any closer. Spurred by him, they all looked back, their eyes widening as one of the villains loomed above the huddled civilians. It was in anything but pristine condition. One arm was mangled, wet scars decorating various spots of its steel muscles, its eye hanging out of the socket by a few wires. Nevertheless, stubborn as a mule, it trudged forward despite the heavy injuries. For it to still function even after all the wear and tear it suffered, it was nothing short of a miracle. Yet for one Izuku Midoriya, it was a blight. For there was no one else close enough to stop it. He could only watch with wide, helpless eyes as the remaining steel arm was raised, easily as wide as one of the civilian bots. When it fell, a sickening crunch erupted from the cluster. It lifted its arm and now did a swipe, destroying even more. The third time it hefted up its huge limb was one too many, as it